My
Nice.
son-in-law's family was
Oh,
from
good deal.
Newcastle.
So where'd you
My
stay?
parents went out
They're right up the road.
there.
Okay.
Now, yeah.
Well, thank you. How are you, Kelly? Okay.
With him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually.
How was
Alabama.
It was amazing.
Yes.
Exactly. We got a lot done, so that was little. My house is gonna go. He loved it.
I remembered everything today. I think.
Ran, learned so much.
Took this
Yeah,
away.
You're here and you're
I'm
right
here.
away.
I'm here.
So Space Force,
Oh, what's okay?
you know, but then there's like the Air Force pathway, and so they talk about like the past of what space exploration was like, and then what the initiatives are for 2035, and what that means for making space station. So he learned all that, and he was just really excited about it. So, yeah, thanks for asking.
That is, I mean, that would really set him up for success on the meeting end.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not sure, but I'm not gonna.
Okay.
You should have that too, like it matches your.
And when you're ready,
Really
the folks are
learn the
here,
system and what the,
call
you know,
them
what
to order for us.
That's okay. As a Republican, I rarely. When I did, I started outside. Right, and the third people, right.
Everybody's so close.
I just-
Yes, you are.
Just wear it around.
Marty and Kai, this is Dave Scosi. Dr. Scosi is our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources.
Oh, what you say for that? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you.
You missed the whole first day of
Dave
Marty.
Stacey.
So how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good to see you.
How was your weekend?
I had the funnest weekend.
Did you make your flight?
I made I made everything.
Good.
And, you know, it's interesting, 'cause I got
Talked
there
about taco bar,
on time.
probably the easiest. You guys
The
are.
flight was early. They put us on the plane early, just in time to sit on the tarmac for almost an hour and a half because of rain in Detroit.
Oh.
And then, of course, when you were rain in Detroit, so then the flights got all messed up from Detroit to Baltimore, so I ended up getting in about 2:30 a.m. the next day for that.
Oh.
But left here just perfectly on time. Just in time to sit in line in the airport.
Well, Indianapolis is the best airport,
It
it's so
is,
easy.
it's so, everything, the rental car, everything about it is really
Like that one.
So the next easiest would be Belleville. Have you ever flown out of Belleville?
No, but you
You know,
know,
building line.
Yes, Allegiant flies out of there.
I know.
And it is,
So.
yes, they do.
My stepson has flown out of Belleville a lot, he's like, this is great.
Yeah.
We haven't done it yet. It's
So-
only certain times of the year, you know, like
Yeah.
summer.
Yeah,
I haven't even checked for this year what their flights are, but I need to.
yeah, it is. It's super easy. I love Indy, I love Belleville, but I do not like Seafood.
No.
I get so,
yeah.
they're parking. I mean, like trying to figure out how to get in and how to get out and.
Too much track. I don't do well with balancing things all around.
Yeah, I don't either. So Gary.
Oh, it's here.
I'm doing good with battery right now. Let's see if it lasts all day.
It's the other side of it.
Over there in that little.
Still in the-
Inside. Well, this rushing around trying to get in the house. Chris would just stand in front of me and not let me. Between the door and me. I'm like, would you move out of the way? I've got to go. Oh, you gonna be late? You gonna be late? I'm like, get out of my way.
Are you all ready for your weekend thing?
It's gonna start after today. I mean, this past weekend, I did things that I wanted to do. I didn't focus on the wedding. I just, I landscape, mulch, mowed, did stuff that I enjoyed. Because I knew this week was gonna be all about her. And that's all right.
And then it'll be over.
And then it'll be over as soon as it happens, So yeah, I'm starting this evening. I'm gonna go to the Overton Tree Barn and sign the contract and start the back of my car is full. My back of my Yukon is full of wedding stuff. So I'm gonna unload it. And tomorrow start with getting the barn ready. I mean, she's very simple. It is. It's gonna be simple and, just flowers and, as far as the tables are concerned, we're just doing a table runner and a little picture frame, a candle, and a little bit of flowers. That's it. So it's just really, really simple. So, but they won't get the tent set up till Friday morning. So I can't do any of that until Friday afternoon. Which I've got a group of friends that are just coming
Speak up.
and doing that.
I thought you all the way to that airport, Dawn.
We're having it
Speed
there.
or not?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
you would
we'll have
follow
it
me.
there at 5:30.
And
Gary's cooking. Gary's cooking. He's doing the pork chops, but my sister-in-law and I are doing green beans and mashed potatoes and Texas sheet cake. It won't take long
Stuff for
to do,
coffee,
so
caters.
anyway, yeah, it's all good.
Heidi, we ready to get started?
Yeah. Did you spell already?
Yeah, when I was getting out of my car, went all into my cup holder.
No.
Okay, we can get started 8:05. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Rise and face the east, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, thanks to First Minute for providing the flag blocking.
Right.
Roll call, Callie, please.
John Titus.
Here.
Gary Kepley. Cheryl Armstrong.
Yes.
Here. Heidi Larson.
Here.
Ashley Overton.
Here.
Erica Weaver. And Dale Ryder.
Here, I believe Erica is coming, Callie, so when she walks in, if you would just please add her to the roll, thank you very much. Reception of visitors, agenda, we have none, correct, 2.1? Non-agenda, 2.2. Okay. Gentlemen, welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome my counterpart and Keegan Jackson. Some of you have had the opportunity to read his bio and different information, but if you don't mind, I'd love you to just introduce yourself and a little bit of your background.
Yeah, hey, good morning, and thanks for having me. My name is Kai Jackson. I'm the CEO and founder of Mission Strategy Group, and I'm very happy to be here with my friend and colleague, Dr. Marty Schaefer, and to be with you all, some of whom I've met. You'll learn a lot more about me as we go through the day, but just really quick in terms of my background. I'm born and raised in Los Angeles, South Central LA. I have 2 kids who are here with me. Today, we are going to start our summer college hustle, and Northwestern is going to be our first visit tomorrow, so I'm super excited about that. My background is in the military. I was an attack helicopter pilot and officer, and I flew fixed wing for a good number of years in the Marine Corps. I also was the Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs for Headquarters Marine Corps, having served time in the Pentagon and on Capitol Hill, traveling around the world supporting the U.S. Congress and supporting the United States with the House Democracy Partnership. Currently, like I said, I have my own company. I work with Franklin Covey. I do legislative affairs in California and around the country, supporting policy, passing legislation, or supporting the passing of legislation, et cetera. But my passion is leadership. It really is leadership. Over my 28 years of leadership, I've either been building a team, supporting a team, sometimes a junior person on the team, sometimes leading the leader of a team. as big as 1,200 people or sometimes as small as two folks. I was the Deputy State Superintendent of the Department of Education for California. And so I bring experience at that level, at the state level, and then supporting San Diego Unified School District, one of the largest school districts in the country. So I'm just so happy to be here with you. All of that to say is just, we're about leadership, we're about team, and I'm really just happy to be here.
No, thank you. It's always unique just to be able to know the stories of the people in the room, what they're sitting at, just even a glimpse of who we are, the experiences we've had, the expertise that we bring and make available. And so when we talk about being inclusive, I really see amazing value of really getting to know each other as part of it. And all those experiences, all those things that we've been through around this table, there's so many things that we can draw from to be able to build this current team. Kai, out of all this stuff, you know, I've been working with you for over a year now. I can't remember exactly. We really have become friends and gotten to know each other. Kai, your strength that has encouraged me the most is your laser focus on team. So he is a consummate team player. And sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes he's the person that will say, okay, what can we do to make this team better? It's like, hey, we just got through. Do we really have to do continuous improvement right now? But that's who he is and what he brings to the table. I appreciate very much about it. I would suggest that if we can do, well, the agenda is this. So we're, again, 8 to 2. Basically, there's going to be a lunch in there, working lunch. But what we thought we'd want to make sure that we do is circle back on some of the concepts that we hit last week. Remember, you are in a great place in the fact that you've been introduced to new concepts. With the concepts, there's content or opportunity for us to make that work. How we implement it and change, that takes time. So that's a behavioral change. There's no shortcut to it. You just have to practice it and learn. The better the tools, the more clear the tools, we know how to pick some of the right things up. Doesn't mean we'll always use them right. And again, we said this last week, you can pick up tools in leadership and either use those for weapons against people or you can use them to build team. And so we do want to hit on some of those same mechanics in terms of those concepts and the content, but how can we use them to create change? And what's the change we're trying to create? First of all, it's a cohesive team. That's what we worked on. So in that, we talked about needing to make sure that we understood that there was a, what we would call a clarity of roles between what the board does and what the superintendent does in terms of responsibility and specifics. So today, we have opportunity, we'll get further to that and we'll actually carve some things out to make sure they're clear. And we'll put that in a format called standard operating procedure. So standard operating procedures means, just like, when you read the list to open a meeting, these are the procedures that you follow. Why? Because it creates some continuity and understanding for everybody to know how to come together and collaborate. And so the standard operating procedures are a big deal. They're not documents that get filed somewhere. They're the processes. And we said this last time, do you remember? They're organic processes because they deal with real people. And so welcome to the room of real people and creating processes that cause you to work together to be a cohesive team. Then at the end, we'll work on that. We'll work on our Now initiative. Then that Now initiative is really the strength of the board to be able to know how to align everything. Once you know what your Now initiative is, now you know how to rank and file the rest of our activities. And so we're moving initiatives forward. That's what boards do. So just a touch base. You were elected to a board, which means that you agreed to be collaborative from the very beginning. Or some of us may have been appointed for a session, but I believe everybody here was elected, right? Okay. So upon that election, there was an agreement that you made to be a part of a team. And in that, the processes that we're following to be a team is we're using what's called a majority vote, or what we also call one voice. So when there are multiple people on a team, there's multiple ideas all the time. And there's multiple everything. What the strength of this team will be is when you're able to process through all those. I sometimes see it as a filter. You put all that through the filter and you're looking for something spectacular to come out. What that is going to be your Now initiative. in your community is going to be able to follow this board based upon how well they see the initiative that you are giving direction and momentum to as applying to their everyday life. If your initiative doesn't apply to my everyday life, I'm not very engaged, right? And so that's the hard work of the board. Once that's figured out, everything else now has a place to fit, and then the goal is just create momentum to that initiative. The way we see that happening is by going through these particular things. And so I want us again to discuss a culture of trust. We talked about trust, extending trust, and we had an opportunity when I left. It was interesting from the meeting is because trust was right in the balance when I left. And so this is obviously not an intellectual walk or theoretical. This is real. That's how it works, right? And so our ability to connectedness equates to effectiveness, and our ability to connect really depends upon trust. Trust is the culture that you as a board should be doing. But it's not easy. So Kai, just if you don't mind, just I don't even know how many school board meetings we've done together. Good news, we've done probably too many to count. But share with this group the significance of trust as it applies to boards, your perception.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone here would discount sort of the importance of trust, the inherent importance of trust. But the reality is that what we'd like you all to sort of focus on or contemplate is it's more than just trust between the individuals in our room today. It's trust between the community and the superintendent and the district. It's trust between the community and the school board. And then there's the relational trust between the school board and the superintendent and his or her team. Right? It's utterly important in terms of mission accomplishment. And so the other thing that I would say is that the real value of trust comes in when there is sometimes disagreement or friction. The trust and belief that the other person on your board actually cares about you perhaps and comes from a place of good intent. And I think that will become clearer and clearer how important that is, particularly when you get into some hard discussions and some hard votes. So I think that trust is really important. Intent.
Trust, as we know, doesn't come easy. It usually comes because it's tested. That's when you find out. So we say that if you really trust somebody, it's something that you've given to them. If they've earned it, it's really not trust. If they've earned your trust, it's really favor brokering. It's mutual something, right? I've seen, I'm aware, and now we're going to make this work. At the heart of trust is I'm going to believe the best about you and that we're going to do something together. And I'm bringing the best version of myself to this opportunity. And we're trusting that they're going to bring the best version of themselves as well. So it's something that we get to expand all the time.
Right, before you go on, I want to talk about, sometimes, they always say there's no I in team. We've all heard that, right? But we're going to talk about the one I that's an amazing thing. And so one of the things I'd like to say is what is required for trust to take root? In order for you to trust me, what do I have to do to allow that to happen? You have to open yourself up. Open yourself up. Starts with an I.
Integrity.
Integrity. Right. I believe that integrity is sort of that core principle that I have to maintain that allows trust to take root and to take hold. And that's a two-way street. We're going to come back to that, but integrity is one of those things that will help me not to undermine one voice, undermine a vote, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to go back to that I. I will say there is an I in team because it's team trust, but there is one I and it's integrity. We'll go back to that.
All right, and so what we're going to do is also acknowledge that once trust is extended and you're building on that culture, then you actually get to model something magnificent, and that's collaborative problem solving. So that's what boards do. They come together and they solve problems. Oh boy. I can remember sometimes we get on the board and I'm looking at you, Cheryl, because this is new to you. I remember when I got on board, I thought, what did I get into? That's what you
I've never had that
That's
thought yet.
I know that. And, well, for me, it was because of the phone call, hey, fire the athletic director, hey, go meet with the union president, brother-in-law, hidden, hiding behind the bushes waiting for me to come out and get me stuff. So I just didn't think it was gonna be that charged, but it was that charged, right? And so there's a sense where we're gonna look at it, and we're gonna have to be able to say that we are going to solve problems. And if that's the right expectation, then I Cheryl's ability to say, yeah, I kind of expect that we have to solve problems. Now we're at a good place, but to solve problems, sometimes we're gonna have issues that they're too complex, or it's a crisis mode, or it might not be the right, you might not have margin for it. So margin means, when you're reading, you have little gaps on the side, you can make notes, you can do things, so you can come back to it. There's times when we aren't going to be able to address all these the different issues, the different dynamics. So what we try to do is we just put them on a parking lot. We say, you know what, that's a legitimate concern, but for us to be able to have the effectiveness that we need within this meeting, we're going to stay the course of what we should do today. And so therefore, what we do is we put those issues on what we call a parking lot. And in that parking lot, and I don't know if that's the best term or not, I don't mind it. But you know that vehicle's there, you know that concept's there, and we're coming back to it. So today I'd like for us, hello Erica, good to have you here. For us today, what we'd like to do is to acknowledge that there can be a parking lot. And so I'm making an ask of this opportunity that we have together to be together today, that as the facilitators, if there's an area where we go, we just don't really have margin, would you allow us to put something on our parking lot? And we will come back to it, we'll save time at the end, and we'll say that, yes, this was a real issue, this is how we hope to deal with it, this is what I could fit in later. So we're in agreement with that, just looking for head nods, it really helps everybody in the room, because now you can bring up something that isn't particularly directly connected to this, you might think it is, and then this is where it could fit, we'll put the parking lot, so it works for both people. I'm gonna ask that we do another thing, which is, just because we came from the meeting where I like what you said, that the temperature got high, heated, and we had to put a pause on the meeting, take a break. That's what just happened to them. I think last week. But anyway, those things happen. And so sometimes if you also allow it, because we're facilitating, if we say, hey, we're going to step in as facilitator now, and we're going to put it on pause and put it in the parking lot. And so that is just a chance for us to do that conversation reset to where we all say, okay, wait a minute, we had that tool last week, we're just going to let this go because we want to make sure that we have the ability to come back in a less emotional state or maybe charged state, but we still are going to make sure that we walk through it. When we walk through things, we want to do it as effectively as possible, which means retaining connection to each other. So those are some of the process. We'll also look to make sure we've got to clarify the 4 roles. What we talk about are the 4 pillars of great boards. Every one of these is alignment. So I like the idea of pillars because they're holding something up. And every now and then you can kind of make things work with 3 pillars. But if you're doing those little building blocks, and you're trying to do a foundation you want all 4 of them in place, supporting the places that they're supposed to support. So we're going to see where they all work together and circle back on that. And then we're going to have an opportunity to do a little assessments today. This is some of the strengths that I've heard, some of my passions, and some of my shared vision. And we're going to see those as strengths. We're also going to see those weaknesses. Is that fair? Because some of your greatest strengths can be a weakness to the team as well. And then we really want to move to a place really where we're going to allow this board and a superintendent, which is a complicated thing, to be one voice. So the superintendent is the face of the district. The board is the one voice that helps you be the face of the district. One of the things that we see repeatedly is that when you have the difficulty of being the superintendent on this team, but on the team that supervises, in this case him, that adds a layer of complexity to it. So if one voice is important in most teams, and it is when you have a person that's on head of the management administrative team and also on this team, it's extremely important. Therefore, each one of us as a board member has to create what's called one voice, so that you have one boss instead of multiple bosses. And so the one voice is going to go through a process of being able to have the inclusion of each to build for every. The primary voice of the board is going to come from the board chair, and then it's also going to be bolted out to the rest of us are able to carry that same voice or the echo impact of it. So we're looking at that again. That's an important aspect. Anything I've shared so far that you want to add comment to? All right. And then just aligning your initiatives. This is actually, if we get to numbers, is it 6? Yeah, if we get to number 6, this is where I feel it's good. This is where we actually get to say, I am passionate and I'm glad. And my passion is needed here. And so I was able to get here early yesterday. I love to come to community, get a little early. Remember my undergraduate degrees in urban planning. And so you can get the pulse of a community. You can get the pulse of a school. Sometimes just by going up to a school and you look at little human beings and they're either looking you in the eye, talking to you, and encouraging you. You just can. And I enjoyed the time, and I got out and walked around and did some interactions and things. There are some really wonderful people in this community. I also saw some hard places. There's some places that there's difficulty in your community. And so maybe from the outside, you drive through, you may not see it, but if you get out and drive around a little bit, there's a lot of shops that are vacated and different things. It was unique to me to look a little extra lens and say, this community needs you. This community needs an amazing school board. That was my, they're going to benefit from you bringing value to their community. And usually the most important thing is setting up their kids for success. If you set our kids up for success, our community is going to be great. You can do some things where you bring in economic stimulus from outside the community, some things that can have a help for our community, but there's no way to get around the greatest resource for the community. It's people, and the most important really is our kids, right? And so let's just be reminded of what we're doing today, and that now initiative, we're going to do something that this community is going to benefit from, not only this community for right now, but the now initiative that you come up is creating health in the years to come too. So that's exciting work. And then the last thing is I just want to make sure that you guys get to connect and grow as a team. The way this works is we ask ourselves, as always, this question. And the question is, can you imagine the impact? Do you even know what a great board looks like, right? And the impact it can have on your schools, your community. And so let's stay with that. But you'll notice up in the top of that, there's a whirlwind above that hill. And that whirlwind's always going to be working against what it is that you believe can happen. Because there's always these activities and responsibilities and crises and sideways energy that are just there. There's no escaping it. What you don't want to do is get absorbed in the whirlwind. You want to literally do what's right in the middle of it. So this is the practice that I like for us to be able to do. And so let's just all acknowledge that there is a whirlwind. Let's all acknowledge that, I think I've already stunned my phone. Let's all acknowledge that that if we're really going to be able to create a solid team, a team that is cohesive, then we get to start by recognizing that we're all real people. So again, I know we did this before, but would you just kind of look around the room and see each other as a person with real stories and life experiences? And some of us have had good things happen, some of us have had hard things happen even this day and this week. I was at a church on Sunday, and it was interesting. The pastor acknowledged that the relationship she had with her father wasn't a good one. So it's like, oh, this will be an interesting Father's Day message, right? But she shared, she processed through some of that. But it was good for me to recognize, not everybody starts where I'm starting, and it's okay to start at a different place. And then open the door for all of us to be able to connect around that. So again, we're all real people, we all have real stories. And thank you for being a person, but thank you most that you see people outside of this room as well. And that you're doing something for them. That's called community. For that to happen, we also want to acknowledge that we want to be present to this moment. And so even though all these things are going on in life, you know, we all have our stuff, right now is a chance that we have to connect with each other to be a cohesive team. So that's our agenda. I will be present in this moment. Why? Because I want to connect with the individuals right here in the team. It's not that you just got elected to, even though you have. So you should do it out of integrity. You should be responsible and be a cohesive team. I'm asking you just to love on each other, to care about each other. And so would you be present in this moment and not kind of look and say, give that look that says, yeah, you know what? I'm going to be present in this moment because I care about you. I care about us as a team. Go ahead. I'm with you, Cheryl, and because the hug isn't surface level. This is real. This is walking around your streets, walking through the AutoZone, walking to the other places, and seeing struggling people, some people missing teeth, some people picking stuff. There's some hard stuff I saw. I saw some good stuff I saw. These are real people here, and they're counting on their schools setting up a place for the kids to be successful on. It is real. I need a hug, I really do. And then what I want, thank you. And then the other portion of it is that if we really do commit to being a cohesive team, let's do something great. It's not just about being a team, it's about doing something great. And by the way, in the middle of trying to do something great, the whirlwind's coming after us. It's just how it works. And it's okay. But we're going to focus from the whirlwind to what we can do to provide a leadership that's great. Am I in the right route? Well, that's it. We're ready to go. If you do that, the result's going to be this. It's going to be a cohesive team. That's what it's going to take. So we talked about that for, and we looked at it last week, and then we had some tools that help make us get there. I'm reminded of a trip that I had. I was trying to remember the years. My oldest daughter had graduated from high school, and she took an internship in Nenana, Alaska, and you're here in Nenana, Alaska. It's further north than Fairbanks. And so I had commercial fished in Alaska as a young man. And so I hadn't been back since. So I thought, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take time off and go visit her towards the end of the internship. We'll go do some stuff together. So we decided to do whitewater rafting. Well, I've done a lot of whitewater rafting in Washington. So I can say I've done level 4 water. I feel pretty good about my little self. And so, can I tell you that level 4 water in Washington is not the same as level 4 water in Alaska? Just let me tell you that right now. And so we got on and with my daughter, we're coming around a corner. They made us do things to prove that we could handle the water being thrown out of this raft. So I already thought at the beginning, this is probably not good when they're making you, this is how you handle getting thrown out of the raft, right? Anyway, we get on, and then you're in a wetsuit. So Washington's pretty cold, but I don't have to wear wetsuits, or actually it was a dry suit, but anyway, I didn't have to do that in my kind. After this, I'm starting thinking this is kind of serious, you know, it's just weighing in. And then we get in, and we go around, and I mean, it just goes from medium to awful. And there's giant boulders, and we get stuck on a big boulder, and we're moving like this. And my daughter's up there, and I'm down on this end, and I'm just thinking, we're getting ready to flip. You know, what do you do? And I tried to say something to her, but what came out was a teenage scream. And everybody on that boat just started laughing. It's like, hey, there's the tough guy. That's screaming like a little child. But it was interesting. I had no idea that it was going to be that way, and everything inside of me was all intense. When I get down to it, what we're trying to acknowledge, in a sense, is there can be some stuff that's going to be intense. The more we're prepared and practicing the right protocols between now and then, tells us how we're going to handle that when it gets hard. What I'm suggesting is it's going to get hard. And the things that we're doing are important, and so here's a takeaway from that. Not only is it going to be hard, but the structures are going to be important. We got off the rock because the person that was commandeering the boat or steering it knew how to do a backward J, turn that thing, slid down, and we didn't even flip, and we made it. And by the way, we made it just in time to turn around the corner, and I literally almost brushed up against a very large black bear. So yeah, thanks a lot. Turning around out of this, I look around and here's a big bear right there, and literally that close to my face. I thought, this is the worst trip for me. But this guy knew how it was to maneuver us through, and in a sense, what I want to acknowledge, Dale, is I'm talking to you now as the board chair. Your responsibility in a sense is to keep us on that boat, moving down the river. We're gonna say somebody's gonna steer for us, right? You gotta have that person. As a steerer, what you're literally doing is trying to keep us moving in the right direction, keeping us from flipping, right? And the way that you do that, you have to have your eye on each team member the whole time. It's a hard place to be. It just is. And so I don't envy you, but when it comes time, I'm trusting that you will do the backwards, that you'll slow down, it will speed up, it will be inclusive, but at the same time, hey, you can't just sit there and not steer the boat. The water, all this stuff's happening. So I'm acknowledging it's really hard, folks. Let's be good while we're on the boat. Let's all do our part to make it as good as possible. Go ahead.
Go ahead, I want to.
No, I'm done.
So I just want to hop in there because it's a really good conversation, but I just want to ask you, why do you think this matters? Why do you think like actually being a cohesive team matters? Or does it matter? Some of you might say it doesn't matter.
I think it's important for the community to see that we can work together because we're here for the betterment of our kids and the community.
I like that. What else?
I think doing what you need to do in a public school district is already hard enough. If you're acting as a cohesive team, I think there are lots of opportunities out there to have your attention drawn to other things, and that keeps us from providing, to use your word, the one voice in order to provide a clear direction for the district's priorities.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. Anything additional? John, did I get that you were law enforcement, local hero? Thank you for your service.
Not that part.
Hey, I gotta tell you, I lived in some places, and when law enforcement showed up, I said, "There's my hero." So trust me, I full-heartedly support our law enforcement. You know, can you do your job without being a cohesive team?
Well, I think I touched on this briefly, but like the shift you're on, you gotta know your people, and you gotta know what their strengths and weaknesses are. And so when you go into that situation, you're not worried about like, oh, well, can this guy do this? Because you already know if he can do that or not. So the more you get to know people, the more you'll find out about them, and you don't have to call Ryan every day to ask him a question as to what he likes. You just have to spend enough time with him, you know what he likes, what he doesn't like.
Absolutely. I'm gonna say, I think this matters because the business that you're in is a life-altering business. For many people, they say, hey, education is the savior. Education is the thing that can get you from here to there, or sort of open up these doors that your kids can walk through. In some cases, the educational space is literally life-saving and changing, just like the job that John does on a daily basis, right? Is life-saving. You have to be great at it. You have to be a cohesive team. But what I'm gonna say here is that what Marty and I are trying to support is great boards. And he may have mentioned this last cycle, not mediocre boards, not just good enough minimalistic boards, but great board, right? And I like to tell this story, or like place this image in folks' minds of, some people say good to great, but I like to go from blue to black. And you'll hear me throughout today use a lot of aviation terminology, military terminology. Like I said, I was in aviation for more than 20 years. But when we talk about people that soar high in the high blue sky, you know, Air Force goes aim high, or maybe the Space Force is using that too, right? A lot of people are high performing. You're probably all high performing. I've met some of you already, and I know the individuals I met are already high performing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about going from blue to black, where the sky goes, that little thin piece that takes you from that high, but into space, into the stratosphere, into outer space. And that's where folks go from blue to black, from good to great. And that's what we're trying to do here, because at the end of the day, what you do really, I mean, I'm from South Central LA in the freaking 70s. It was rough. Then I met someone, his name was Lyndon Becker, who told me I could go to a school and the school would do this, and math and science and STEM and STEAM. This is before it was all, Vogue or what have you. And that he could help me achieve my dreams, right? And he was just someone, he was an educator that just, like, he was great. And so that's why this matters, because if you're not a cohesive team, we can meander through this thing, but it's hard, it's rough, high turnover of school board superintendents, right? So we really want to make it so it's not hard, we're not meandering. And that's not to say that this is easy, but we have a space, we have a pathway. And as a school board, you're not on the trailing edge, but you're on the leading edge, right? So that's really what we're talking about. That's sort of my piece. And I know connected it equates to effectiveness. It sounds all pretty, but the reality is that is true. So I just wanted to sort of, before we really kick it into second gear, we're just coming out of first into second gear. I just wanted to toss that out.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure we were in gear yet, so I'm encouraged by that.
All right.
And thank you, Doug. So here's the tools that we shared last time around this. Number one is we have to be willing to work together. That's it. That's the willingness. That's what you bring. I do believe in team, and I am willing to work together. And so once again, working together, we're going to be going through this. Yes, do I want to? Okay, great. I'm willing to work together. Why? To problem solve. So it's not going to be easy. We're going to acknowledge that right off the front. If I'm not really wanting to problem solve, I just want to be a part of, a team. Not so good. Now we're moving to that rubber stamp, which is you're not really bringing the value that's necessary in today's world. So you got to be able to problem solve and do it collectively. How do you really come together as a team? You have to be willing to listen to learn before you lead. Most of us who are type A personalities and are board directors are not great listeners. A lot of times we are change makers. And so some of us in that beautiful type A strength, coming to that in a collective setting, not so great. So we have to, it's okay, let's just stop and be great listeners for a season. As we listen, this is where most of us learn. And so I've seen it this way in my life, is that I'm gonna learn the best one, either listening, right? Or I'm going through adversity and remembering. Like, how am I really gonna go through what do I have available? What have I learned this? Can bring value right now in the middle of this crisis, right? And so I don't want to have to learn out of adversity and crisis all the time. That's a tough one. It's better to listen and figure it out proactively beforehand. So that's what this process is about. Sometimes what happens is we get stuck. We say, I want to be listened to more than I want to listen to someone else for whatever reason. And then we put ourselves in that box of, hey, this is my limited perspective. This is really what I'm trying to convince the team of. Instead of listening to the team, I'm trying to convince the team, and then we find ourselves in the personal agenda box. And that's where we see most people, where there's conflict on boards, become cohesive. It's not that they don't have great ideas, and it's not that their idea isn't even right for their sphere of influences, but you were connected to. But now you're connected to a whole bigger picture, so we've got to listen. If you aren't willing to listen and learn in that box, you'll just stay there. And unfortunately, what usually happens is then you'll say, I want to get other people in my box so I can get a majority vote and take over the board. The bad part of that isn't only is that not cohesive, but now you're bringing your limited perspective to your community and kind of forcing it on. And so what we really want to do is be collaborative. So that's how this really works.
Better together?
Yes.
That's another way of saying it, right? I like to, I'll tell a quick vignette here, but better together, diverse opinions. And so you'll hear a couple sort of reoccurring motifs. One is the question of why does that matter? Why does that really matter? But in the education space, I've already heard this story a couple times, but being able to problem solve, being able to, I used to say in the ready room, where are we? Where are we going? How are we gonna get there? What are we gonna do when we get there? Once you get there, who to loop, right, orient, observe, decide, act, avoid cycle. But to like paint this picture in your mind, I'm gonna just sort of give a quick vignette in the education space. So I know many of you will remember these words here. Droplets, mass, shut down the schools. I remember being at a long table. I mean, it was a huge, long conference table, lots of folks around the table. The governor was around the table, Surgeon General was around the table, and those words are being tossed around. And then they said, oh, there's this ship stuck off the coast of San Francisco that can't come into port. The state of Texas doesn't want to take them back in. You know, there's a lot of us and we don't all know each other, but we're trying to work together to collaboratively problem solve. You guys are, those are March, April of 2020, right? And at the time, I was the superintendent, I was deputy state superintendent, but I was also in charge of our state schools, 2 schools of the deaf and 1 school of the blind. So we had made the decision to send all the kids home. They were either, as you can imagine, either deaf or blind. But I also had 10 students that were both deaf and blind. And trying to collaboratively problem solve in a situation that I had no freaking idea on how I'm gonna distance learn students that were both deaf and blind. Why does it matter? That's why it matters. And it got hard. I mean, it got really hard. And I had to know, and folks had to know, because you had different people on different state masks, like all sorts of things, right? But we had to know that we're all there with, you know, at least some basic level of good intent. And so that's once again why I say why that matters, because at the end of the day, what I learned from the pandemic is we don't know what's coming around the corner. We try to peer around corners, as they say, but we don't always know. And so working together cohesively to collaboratively problem solve, I think it's important.
Yeah, it's interesting. Cohesive teams actually know how to solve problems that they haven't seen yet. And that's what you do. It's pretty fun. We do know when it's going backwards or in the wrong direction, which is what this slide is. Look at that. So sometimes you say, okay, we've changed, we made it, we've got everybody up and running, moving in the same direction, we feel great. So that's when you have the top line moving in the right direction. But a lot of times we look around and we'll see that, hey, we aren't where we need to be. And this is, remember, this is just a good chart to look at it because this is the no fault chart. This is a cost benefit, metrics of change. Change is complicated. And so what we don't want to do is add difficulty to it that we don't need. That is blame or fault. As soon as you bring blame and fault in it, man, now it's like you're on the team and everything just got worse. It's just, I don't know. I haven't hung out with blame and fault yet and had a very good party. It doesn't work. So what you do is instead is you identify, okay, there's some frustration. That's great. Why might that be? You can kind of look on this chart and say, okay, maybe it's because of this. And then now we're already moving to analyzing and problem solving. So I've included that chart. So when we send all this stuff out to you, I'm hoping that it brings value to you because there's going to be times when you're frustrated. There's going to be times when you're feeling exhausted with these things. So you'll just want to look back. I'm exhausted. What? Well, maybe we don't have a clear strategy plan. We keep doing things and we're not getting the outcomes that we want. So let's slow down and focus on strategy planning. So these are tools that we gave you last time. The other thing is, this is a prettier version of the last one that I gave you, the conversation reset. So there's going to be times when we're going to see things differently. We really are. And at that point, this is where everything gets real. This is it, right? That's fine. Are we going to accuse or ask questions, right? Are we going to attack or be combative, or are we going to be collaborative? This is where we get to practice. And for a lot of us, we're going to do a little bit of both. That's why it's a spectrum. Sometimes I'm doing this. And even when you're doing it well, friends, it's still, look at the bottom, it's still awkward because these are hard conversations. They're not easy. And so we get to, if you're on a team, just learn to embrace awkward. It's like, yeah, it's a little awkward being on a team. And that's okay, because in that space, we give margin for it to be awkward, is where you're giving an opportunity to come together to be cohesive. And a lot of us, we get to awkward and we shut down. Or you get to awkward and we get real aggressive. What I'm saying is get collaborative. And here's what we're asking you to do. When it gets hard, please begin by asking questions and giving another person a right to even process what I've done that's had an impact on the team without feeling blame and fault. As soon as the blame and fault, now I'm feeling judged. If I'm feeling judged, now do I feel part of the team? That's how it works. And so while these things look like a nice little chart, this is it. This is how you do it. Become a cohesive team like this. And I don't know, I haven't been judged into a better person yet. I haven't been shamed into it. I played sports. I've had so much stuff happen to me in my life, and none of it was shame and blame or fault. It was enjoyable. I'd also say to you that I am a hyper person, always have been. That's probably why I've been in the hospital 21 times, not to mention I was a little unsupervised as a young person. But I like to see things happen. But I will tell you this, I don't like drama in wrestling. Because drama almost doesn't, it keeps from getting things to happen. Drama, you're just kind of in this thing, it's the whirlwind. But when you can step out of the drama, get out of the fault, get out of the judgment, get out of the, the crazy, and say, if we did this, it would bring this to you. So that's why I get back to questions. So in the minute I go, hey, wait a minute, I'm feeling charged. And so would you allow the person who's steering the raft to say, you guys look a little bit nervous? And so I know we're getting ready to go around the corner and there's a bear on the back, okay? So let's all just take a moment and hang on to this and work together, right? Because I need you to steer real hard to the left and you want to go to the right, but I know there's a big black bear. Because more people are killed by black bears than brown bears, and that's I know that. I mean, literally, when I first saw it, I thought, when I heard it was so still, I thought somebody put like a stuffed animal, the bear on, just to make this like exciting. Yeah, I thought that, yeah. But then I realized, oh, no, that's true. But anyway, as we're moving through this stuff, we really do have to have that ability to give some trust, extend some trust, and then ask questions. And so, hey, what are you seeing? And so that is important. The outcomes, your outcome is what Kyle was alluding to in terms of really seeing children prosper. And that is what's at stake. And in that, you won't get there for your community if you're only representing a segment of the community. We talked about this last week. It's really hard to do each and every, but that's your job. So it's a really hard job. Are you good with this? Remember the after effects, even if we did this all well, we're all gonna feel a little bit awkward. I don't mind feeling awkward if it's moving to amazing. I hate going through awkward if it ends up in awful, right? If nothing's resolved, if we're further divisive, if there's camps, if there's all the stuff that works against it. So let's work it hard at it. Why? Because we've got to get these 4 things right. Because these are the 4 things that actually cause a community to be able to do well for each and every of its citizens. So we talked about these 4 things. We're going to hit today on really 2 and 3. We talked about 1 the last time. 2 and 3 is what is the shared vision around student success? Can we really articulate it? Can we articulate it for those who aren't in this room? And can we also remember that going forward, it's going to be growing as we add student voice to it. So student voice has to be a part of a shared vision around student success. So these are where we're moving today. And I would also acknowledge that if we're going to do it, we're going to have to slow down a little bit to speed up. And I'd love to hear from the board members. And when I say board, Tim, you're part of that team. So in terms of this adage, which I used to hate, and I kind of still don't like it that much, but go fast, go long, go far, go together. I'd like to hear from your perspective how you bring that balance to it, board, to be able to slow down and speed up, however, and what you would see being in your best interest today. If Kai and I really did some things right to help you to slow down and speed up, what is it that you want to get out of it? Right? What can we do to make sure that those 4 things are in place for you today? Go ahead, John.
What was the last part of your question?
Yeah, so like, if we were able to bring value to this moment that we have together today, so you would really be a cohesive team, what would that look like, and what would be some of those specific things that you know you want to address?
Well, I think I mentioned, the last time we met that, when we filled out those postcards, we all have a lot more in common than what we sometimes think we may.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a matter of finding that, that shared collective success goals. And, you know, some want to go harder, some want to go slower. It's just finding some balance. Can you show some balance with the rest of your teammates
That's awesome.
to move the needle?
Thank you. Sometimes just to save time, what I like to do is just start here and go that way. Okay. Heidi, can I go to you next? Thank you.
I think talking about what our goals are as a board, what are some of the things that our district needs that we want to focus on too. Because I think that now mission and the vision, for me, that's missing. What is the things that we're working towards? What are the things that we address?
That was so interesting, because some of the follow-up, we went and saw the 3 things that the district's moving at. And even in our discussion with the cards that we had last time, because those were opportunity, potential, just jumped out almost everybody's cards. I like what you're saying. But I think having it all come together might be what's missing, sort of, it's out there, but have we all put it in a place where we can all see that it makes sense to us? Claire?
I would say knowing our position as board members on who we truly need to report to whenever we do have questions and whenever we're addressed from the community, know our role, where we go to first. I feel like that's very important, because I know he's going to be driving our canoe, and I don't want it to be too stressful on him, but I also know that we can't always go to Tim, and we can't act on our own either. So I think that direction would be.
Thank you, because we have a whole section towards that today, so thank you. And you're right, that, again, organic structures are really hard.
Mhm.
You gotta have them.
I guess I'm gonna put 2 of what you've already heard together, and that is the process piece and the mission piece. If there's not a organized process for what happens before the meeting, and I think then the meeting is, we're not adequately focused on the mission because we're dealing with other stuff that's around us. I'll go back to what I said earlier. I think that a public school district needs to excel, and I think that in today's society, that's harder than it's ever been, which makes the processes and the identification of the mission indispensable.
Thank you. Yeah.
Echoing, I guess, the direction from the board to help our team, our administrative team, to know how to carry out the direction. And I like the adage here of slowing down, because it's like these 2 days, we need to take time to truly identify and collectively agree upon what that direction is, to then take steps towards arriving at that goal.
It's gonna come down to it. The collective wise, the process is in place to create momentum and move it forward. Because you're on a board, so that's part of it. Now you can either do that in a cohesive environment or not cohesive environment, but that's what you're gonna be working towards. And Erica, last time I was here, you were talking about having work schedules and all this, and that you weren't sure that you were gonna make it. So I'm just letting you know that I'm very pleased to have you here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a lot more response relationships.
Yeah. Thank you. Dave, you've had a lot of stuff thrown at you today. Anything you want to share?
This is light.
Yeah.
No, I think as a board and organization and part of that, groups, be it here, any other organization, we are part of a board, leading an organization. So come together knowing that not everybody's going to be on the same page, agreeing to disagree, but listening and being respectful, moving forward and have a common goal. It's to help kids learn and grow. That's our objective as a public school. And we move forward with that. All the other stuff, I'm with you. Minimal tolerance of patients with trauma. It takes away from a lot of the business that needs to get done. And when you're a professional and you're an adult, you get beyond that. And you focus on what's important and your purpose. And that should be where you are. That's where you are grounded. That's what you're supposed to do. If you don't, I have an old adage I've learned a long time, being 21 years in this position here in this district, through a lot of boards and a lot of challenges. If you don't hear it from the person's mouth, if they don't come to you and have that conversation, take it with a grain of salt. Because they don't have the integrity to come and have that conversation with you as an individual. What you heard probably wasn't all that correct. And so, you just go from there. And if they don't come and have that conversation with you, to open that door, then that's that. It's not important to them. That's just it. That's just working with people in general.
So what?
And agree to disagree and moving forward with it.
So you shared a lot in the 2 paragraphs or so, which is fascinating because all of what you shared is tied to your work with the relationship. So it's just fascinating. So here's all the pieces that make the relationships work, especially in structures. I love it.
The beauty is we all bring different things to the table. The challenge is how do you get that gun moving stuff to move forward in the right direction?
They need to work together.
Being it,
Cheryl.
Well, I'm gonna go back to your number 4 that you had just up there, and the community engagement aligned to leadership development. And I think that that's just key. I mean, that the community supports the schools, the board supports the schools, the administration, the teachers, the kids, the families. I mean, it's crazy.
Wonderful, thank you. And Chrissy, you have anything you want to add?
I think, thank you all for being here. I think when we're clear on our mission and we're clear on how we're going to accomplish it together through those standard operating procedures, I think that helps us build team and feel confident and trust. So I think if we can get some of that stuff nailed down, I think we'll feel really good today.
There's 2 things that are resonating in this conversation. And one, again, is the structure, and one of them is tying it to real people. Another aspect of the structure is, I like that word balance, Dale, to where you have the mission and the vision, but you also have processes that get us there. So that's what we're really working on. But let's remember that our commitment needs to be that what we want to do is to recognize that each person's voice counts. Each person has potential. There are X amount of opportunities to move X amount of things forward, but the responsibility of this board is to be aware of all the things that could happen, right? Or could be important, and moving down to the ones that you now have impacts through influence to be able to create the greatest opportunity for your community. So that's where it's going. It's about a potential, a lot of opportunities. How do we bring those 2 things together? One of the first things that we said is we want to make sure that we're calling out the best of each other, basically. that we want to be the best version of ourselves in order to call out the best in others. So that's the personal commitment that each and every one of us can do right now. So just remember that that's what it looks like here. Be the best version of yourself in order to call out the best in others. Because why? Because you're on a team. Here's the complexity of that. So this, I like this one. I like that font because it looks nice. It looks kind of cheerful or something. You know, it's like, yeah, I want to be the best me, and I want to bring out the best in others. And I actually mean that when I see it, and I like it like this. But here's what it looks like mechanically sometimes, is that the way what I wanted isn't going to go through. My idea that I thought was really, I've been giving my best to this idea, and now this idea is not kumbaya by the rest of the team. Ouch. So what's going to happen here at this point, this is where I'm going to say, do I really want to bring out the best in others? Was it about me and my idea, or was I really committed to bring out the best in others? And when I listen to the other people's best ideas, was I able to find a new idea that mine's going to align to or bring value to? So what if I have my best that I can bring to that new idea? That's kind of where this goes. It's called, Frank Covey calls it a third alternate. But the idea is maybe there's a greater vision out there that I haven't really considered or seen how mine lines up to it. And so what I want to make sure that we understand is that we all have visions, we all have ideas, we all have passions, we all have agendas. And sometimes we make agendas like it's a negative. I like to know people's agenda. I don't see it as a negative. If somebody came up to me, and Dave seems like kind of a no-nonsense guy to me, but if I came up and I said, hey, Dave, there's 3 things I'm hoping to accomplish in this meeting, here they are, 1, 2, and 3. My idea is that Dave would say, thank you, let me look at those. I'd give him my 1, 2, 3, he would sort them out. I think maybe 2, 1, and 3 needs to be the order, and this is how we might be able to do that. Oh, by the way, you're number 1, probably not gonna happen. Thank you for letting me know that. You know, sometimes we get to go and it's almost like, hey, because you shared your agenda, I now know the structures and the systems through all HR, these things, of how we align to that. And, or it might be like, I never thought of that. If we were able to do that thing, it would require, boom, so now we get to have that conversation. But if I don't tell people what I'm really thinking or really wanting, then it's called a hidden agenda, which is why most of us don't like the word agenda. Because we all don't like it because people are trying to force it on us or there's a hidden one. But when it's a collaborative thing, it's a great thing. You know, but we've learned that sometimes we just need to rename the word agenda with something different, which is idea or a passion. You know, here's a passion that I'm bringing. And that's helpful sometimes because now we know you really care about it deeply, right? And so we don't want to just brush it off. So if somebody says, hey, these are my thoughts, these are my ideas, we need to see, is there passion aligned to that? Because if there is, don't be dismissive of it. Because even though it may not fit right now, that passion may be energy that we need to be able to move that greater agenda forward. Another sphere of influence.
Well, the thing to note too is sometimes how do those agendas show up? Like in execution, how do they show up, right, for school board? Sometimes they show up, early literacy, he has a passion, want to make sure every student's reading by 3rd grade. Sometimes it may be, hey, IDEA is not fully funded, we want to reduce our contribution to special ed or that encroachment, so maybe that's somebody's particular passion. Something could be like, hey, we want to do a new turf football field or something like that, right? But so agendas, don't have to, like Marty said, doesn't have to be this negative thing, right? Sometimes it could be, right? Like they get on the board, they're elected, and I'm only going to serve these, 17,000 people that elected me on the school board, right? And I have to. And so perhaps there's sort of this undercurrent that takes place. But typically, if you have that good intent, agendas show up, and Marty's heard this before too. I had a colleague, his daughter's elementary school was going to be shut down. They're like, oh, we're going to shut down the elementary school down. So I'm running on that school board. I don't want my daughter's elementary school to be shut down, right? Who knows what the economic situation is like, right? You got in California, $32 billion deficit, taxes are delayed. Who even knows? So the school board and school district are making hard choices. And I guarantee you, not one of you joined your jobs to shut down schools, right? And so I'm sure however that decision was made, it was not an easy one. But he has an agenda to get on that board and to sort of counteract what he heard. So I just wanted to note, like in a real way, that's sometimes how agendas show up, right? For
So we get to build our agendas versus dealing with somebody else's agenda. That's the Now Initiative. And Ryan, I just want you to know that I feel bad for leaving you out. So I'm gonna slow down to speed up. I'm sorry, I make mistakes.
Oh,
I'm learning
that's
as we
all
go. Look at this, no fault, no judgment, nice guy, Ryan. Anything you want to add to our previous conversation?
I'd probably say the drama. I have 4 kids, 2 boys who went to college and left me at home with my wife and 2 daughters. So I now understand the definition of drama. So I've learned by trial and error to just sit and listen. That sometimes my opinion doesn't really matter in that group. When they're bringing their ideas to me, they just want somebody to listen. But the other thing with agendas, I think everybody has a personal agenda, and it's fine to bring your personal agenda to the meeting, but then you have to be able to abandon that personal agenda if it's not maybe the will of the group or what's best for the group.
And what I like to do on that, and I thank you for using that word personal agenda too, but is to recognize that it is important to me, right? And so sometimes if the deeper the passion, the harder it is to let go. So I'm looking for places, how does that bring value to the collective? Because I want to stay connected. It's a cohesive team. It's not, I'm on the sidelines hoping I get my shot. It's like a second string quarterback agenda. Hopefully you're not hoping that, boy, I hope the first string goes down so I can play, or he doesn't get his cover. Hopefully you really are watching and observing and saying, one day I may get called, and I hope he doesn't get hurt. But So anyway, we want to find out how it will bring value to the whole. And it's okay to have it be important to us. What I don't like is when people tell me, hey, I'm sorry, but we don't have room for your ideas. That just doesn't, it's never felt good to me. Right? I'm sorry, there's no room for that at this table. Or, well, then I'm going to be on this for 4 years or however long, and there's really not room for me. That it is a lose-lose situation. So what can we do to really hear and be able to remember, we're hearing from each, building for every. So the ultimate responsibility is to be able to communicate back to this community where they can have confidence in what the district's doing. So that's where it's going. Look for that alternative. And again, remember we said that there's a difference between buy-in and build-in. Buy-in is where I'm trying to convince you to do it my way. Build-in is what can we do together that might be better than what I could even thought about now. So these are all the concepts. This is the content. This is how you do it. Let's watch this video and then have it ready. Is that fair? I'm hoping the sound works. I didn't touch it.
I was talking with Michelle a couple days ago, and one of the things we talked about was how we all wait in life for things to get easier. I think in your own life, if you waited for something to get easier, I just got to get through this, and then I just got to get through preseason, and then it'll be okay. I just got to get through my junior year of high school, and then the classes are going to get easier. Or I just got to get to my spring, my senior year of college, and it's going to be easier. That's what we do. We wait for stuff to get easier. It will never get easier. What happens is you handle hard better. That's what happens. Most people think that it's going to get easier. Life is going to get easier. Basketball is going to get easier. School's going to get easier. It never gets easier. What happens is you become someone that handles hard stuff better. So that's a mental shift that has to occur in each of your brains. It has to. Because if you go around waiting for stuff to get easier in life, it's never going to happen. And then what happens? Oh, it's so hard. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, this, I don't know when is it going to be easy for me? Oh, it's easy for other people. It's not. It's hard. And the second we see you handling stuff, handling hard better, what are we going to do? We're going to make it hard. We're going to make it hard. Because we're preparing you for when you leave here. Not just basketball and life. And if you think life, when you leave college, is going to be all of a sudden get easy because you graduated and you got a degree, it's not going to get easy. It's going to get harder. So make yourself a person that handles hard well. Not someone that's waiting for the easy. Because if you have a meaningful pursuit in life, it will never be easy. if you're trying to win a championship, if you're trying to have a family, ask your parents. Do you think it was ever easy for them to raise kids? Karen, is it easy? It's not. Any meaningful pursuit in life, if you want to be successful at it, it goes to the people that handle hard well. Those are the people that get the stuff they want. People that wait around for easy, you probably see them at the bus stop. They're waiting for easy, the easy bus to come around. Easy bus never comes around. You've got to handle hard. Okay, so don't get discouraged through this time. If it's hard, don't get discouraged. It's supposed to be. And don't wait for it to be easy. Oh, I just got to get through the summer. And then it'll all of a sudden get easy in the fall. No, it won't be easy in the fall. So make yourself someone that handles hard well. And then whatever comes after you, you're going to be great. You're going to be great, okay?
All right, we'll take a break. I want to acknowledge that it does get hard before it gets better. Every team's going to have to go through some hard stuff. And that's actually when our level of excitement should be engaged. Hey, this is when I really do get to be the best version of myself. Right now, that's what it's easy. It's easy to be the best version of ourselves when there's nothing going on, right? But when it's hard, is we find out, wow, we really got it, and we're employing it. We're bringing it to the team. And so thank you for being a board member in the year 2023, probably one of the hardest I've ever seen it. I appreciate that. But Board Chair, if we can take a 5-minute bio break, and we'll come back. 10-minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break.
We know the good guy, bad guy.
Yeah. Thank you.
We have about 70 teachers downstairs doing training today. I'm gonna get some steps in on your break. They're on the second floor. It's the first time we've used the second floor this way. It's like oriented to the west. All the techs working.
My finger is kind of sore from pushing those elevator buttons. I was off the steps. But I got to work out.
That's why I live just outside of San Diego now. It's about there. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
No, I was like,
It's
a hospital.
Yes. In my flats is different.
Not yet.
When I started on the first 15 years, I sat back, with the teacher and first time. I just sat here, I didn't talk, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know see how it works, and then second year, now he has an opinion on it.
I'm sorry. Good morning.
Yeah, that's been one thing I've changed with coaching. First, 11 years, it was just me talking all the time. Okay. What do you got? What do you got?
What do you bring in?
Yeah, and the kids don't like that. The kids just like to be told. Sometimes don't like to give their opinion.
Yeah, it's hard to tap into student voice. It's a lot of work. They don't trust us. They don't think that we really do care, and they oftentimes have to have practice. But I've said to them, hey, I would like for you to articulate what you think is important. I can't just yell, I want that.
Right.
There's a guy who does filming.
Oh. If you see me yawning, I'm not bored. I just yawn all the time. What's wrong with me? The night after lunch in my office, there's a couple people right outside my office, and they hear me yawn all afternoon. I'm not tired. I'm just yawning.
I'm trying to remember, somebody says you yawn a lot. It has to do with either ears or oxygen.
That's what I would always yawn, like coaching varsity basketball, I would always yawn like during warm-ups and like the anthem and everything. And I had one of my players, I'm like, I don't know why he's yawning. And he said, as a student, he said, it's your body's way of building up adrenaline.
Yeah, what it is or indoor. It could be, it's like a giant deep breath, right? To where, which is bringing oxygen in, which is processing.
And like soccer, it wasn't that big. I never knew, but you're out there, but basketball, everybody's on top of you, and the spotlights on the introductions, it's like a little more stress.
Just a little.
I did that for 5 years.
This was fun for me. Let's see if I can find it. This is where I was at, Father's Day.
So I don't know.
That's Newcastle's world's largest basketball stadium right there, 3 hours from there.
I went to watch my nephew who lives in Michigan play baseball in Indiana this spring. I think it might have been at Newcastle.
That was, it really is pretty cool.
I mean, those, my dad sent me a picture of my nephew. My dad would watch my nephew play this weekend. They're at a small college, in the backstop behind is the baseball dorms. So it's like the dorms surround the field. Right? I guess they're fully engulfed in baseball when they start. But yeah, some of those places in Indiana.
Yeah, they're pretty sports-minded.
Yeah. We in Southern Illinois, they had their 1% sales tax. They got like 10 years before we did, because we've really upped our facilities in the last 3 years. But if you go down to Centralia, some of the southern towns, Marion, and they're like small colleges, high schools. It's amazing. The money that's spent in the suburbs, I'm sure. Hey,
I saw you on break.
this is my wife, Marty.
Hi, nice to meet you. See you right there.
Yes,
She teaches, she's the facilitator for the child care.
and we're having a camp right now, so.
Seriously.
No, I'm just.
So they're barely human. When you're in middle school.
I taught there my first year here in Madison. I taught middle school. I can't believe she married me. We were dating that year. And
So we're giving a tour of the building, because some of them have never seen it before, so we just want them to.
David and Janet come at 2 to get a tour of the building.
89.6. I'm like, so it's just, you struggle with it, really did struggle. No, she's one of the classes because I had problems.
Okay, well, you guys have fun. It feels kind of warm in here.
It is a little bit.
He just has no.
Yeah, if you see me playing.
And then I think the other one.
You know me.
I know.
Whatever it is. I'll adjust.
I don't know where the.
Maybe it is, maybe it's like.
There's just chocolate that they just got better.
I know. I tried to stay away from it so far. All right, enjoy your tour. All right. She's always a kindergarten teacher and does a building, so now I work across the street. She was here, so.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, so we get to go to lunch at least once a week.
Good to be here. Hi, good to see you again.
Yeah, thank you. Good to hear.
Okay.
Chocolate? Was there chocolate last time? I don't know.
Hello.
Hello.
I know, you guys keep talking about it, I've avoided it so far.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
You're well, good.
What is your position role?
I have a son who's a senior and I can listen.
That's awesome.
Ask questions.
So you only have one child then?
I have three. I have a 22-year-old, an 18-year-old who's my senior. He plays football. Anyway, he plays football and baseball and all that kind of stuff. And then I have
Where's Christian leave?
But I actually have.
Well, we're not sure yet.
No.
I mean, for sure he reports on it, but they have an AUT and the coach will let somebody get on and continue.
So it is great.
Yeah, no worries, it's something.
During COVID, like, when COVID hit, he came home, so he's actually enjoyed it a lot.
I know,
He's kind of been back and forth, back and forth. A lot of the kids didn't adjust very well, but he did because he had been. Anyway, I just.
National Jalen signed yesterday.
Yeah.
That's similar. Is that a
Today, I like.
I think it's not part of the it's Cushman.
Yeah, it sounded like somewhere that would be in Wisconsin.
I know, yeah, it's actually in Chad's hometown, so.
Oh, really?
So-
So is it in Wisconsin?
No, it's, Sycamore. It's-
Oh, okay.
It's close. So,
Yeah, my, I'm, yeah,
I hope it works
6.
out for him.
And so there's 20 difference between my oldest
Yes.
and my son.
yes.
I've learned that one.
Well, it gives him a chance to lead that too. You know, just kind of growing up and even, it's amazing when kids leave their hometown.
I don't know, schools that it's gonna say, yeah. His son and my son, they make all the.
I went to suburbs for 2 years. This isn't for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Came back.
Well, there's definitely a cultural change.
Yes. Yes. 2 years. was-
Yeah, they're very good.
I'm going,
There's
yeah.
chocolate today, so yeah.
Were you out on boat?
We were Saturday and Sunday. We went out. Actually, Saturday was just Lori and I.
What's
That
this on?
never happens.
Special dark with almonds.
Jake and Shane were
Oh, not big.
on a float
Oh,
trip
always
somewhere.
Let's
Billy worked
say
all
that.
day and Maggie's at dance camp.
And
And my parents were at my sister's house in Michigan, so it was like, so it's, yeah, just Lori and I at the lake.
I love how you reframed it. Oh, you had a date.
It was, we went for a boat ride, just the two of us.
The boat ride.
Every day, so now my husband and I, every day's
Yeah.
a date day,
I
right?
see how long you
Saturday's
like.
gone,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we got to listen to our music on the radio in the boat.
Where are your boys?
They live in Charleston. They graduated with a history degree.
Okay.
No teaching. He's gonna be a teacher then decided not to. So he's got a history degree. And then Shane's a senior, or gonna be a senior, getting his finance degree. And then Shane has a landscaping business.
Okay.
So his older brother works for him.
There you go.
Shane.
With
Shane
a
has-
history degree,
Yeah,
that's.
that's maybe what he does with life.
You know, we have a friend in Southern Illinois where we go all the time, and he was a history major, but he like is in the library at SIU, does a lot of, so, you know, but it's his passion.
Right.
I mean, he's an adult man now, you know, but it's his passion, history, and he just loves to,
We'll get to that.
yeah.
He's talked about just going out west and seeing what's out there, you know, going and be like a ski instructor for the winter or something.
There you go.
So who knows, I think, but he's got a serious.
That'll last a year or two.
Yeah, and now he's got a girl.
Interesting, a ski instructor coming from the Midwest.
I know. Well, there's a couple kids from actually Lane Gas and another kid.
That's funny.
They went, last year, they went to California in the summer. And, like did the firefighting thing in California.
Uh-huh.
And then they moved to Utah in the winter and live on the mountain and do ski instructor. And they're like, just, so Jake heard him talk. He's like, I'm gonna do that.
That sounds like my goal.
I was on the, when we were at the Lake Sunday, I brought up Indeed on my phone and I was reading through local jobs. How's this thing? How do we do this? So,
The lawn business is only gonna
Yeah.
go till about October.
I think about that one, but then for me.
It's so dry, it's like, you don't even have to mow right now.
And they have
I
60
know.
lawns they do, and they drove around yesterday, I think they did 5 of them.
Oh, it's
So
insane,
they're
yeah.
not getting money this
I
week.
have been praying for rain.
So, yeah.
When do they call for rain?
That's what I'm praying.
Oh, I thought you said, I was thinking.
I'm cautious.
She's calling.
Yes, there's rain in Colorado.
She's
calling- calling in
Yeah, yeah, we
advance.
do, we need rain bad.
I thought we were gonna get it yesterday.
I know, we were in Southern Illinois and it did a little bit, but then they totally took it out of the forecast for that too. It was like, we were supposed to
Yeah.
get 50%.
Between 3 and 4, I thought, you're fine. And then nothing.
Oh my gosh,
Then
thank
it's
you so
literally
much.
Thursday or Friday.
Friday.
40. I had been still on my thing, and then I chocolate today, and again later in the day, and went down to 20. You know, and it's like, oh my goodness.
Watching, you know, last 10 days I've been watching my brother for the wedding, you know, since he's an outside wedding and everything. And it's like, geez, one day there's rain. The next day is supposed to be fine. The next day, this Saturday. Then the next day is supposed to be, you know, sunny and 95. And then it goes to, I'm like, whatever, it's gonna happen, whatever's gonna happen. I got plan B if it rains. I'm not gonna worry about it. I got a tent. And you know what? I got a message from the tent guy while we're sitting here. Hey, I'm gonna come Thursday instead of Friday. I'm like, yes! Yeah. So it's Thursday evening, I can start decorating the tables and, you know, putting the curtains down.
You are doing hard.
Was that good or what?
That was good. I wrote that down.
I was actually rooting for them the very first time in they made it TV. And still, that that y'all makes intense people look.
So that's like one of
Way to exceed the time limit is to take one of the,
Yeah, you'll actually.
right, corner one of you guys. Well, both my boys are in the military, so he and I were talking about it. And one's a flyer, training to be a flyer, so.
I think he's been in 130 something countries. Because he worked with.
The movie about the guy who had all these life experiences and,
I'm not, I'm sorry. If you're asking about
Never
movies,
mind.
my kids and my husband are so good at boom, 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 no one's movies and times.
You're all right?
I choose not to steal my brain.
I don't know why my son wouldn't have. I'm not sure what that
No,
was.
it's.
Yay.
Back in and get a little bit of control back in front. Cheryl and Heidi, we're gonna move back in the direction, Tim.
Where's John?
2 years.
Okay, I got it.
Just three, yeah, see, I.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's John.
So Ryan did a beautiful job of responding, I think it was to Ashley, so Ashley had a cohesive question, she was talking about the chocolate, she said, how many have you had? So, can you help me understand why you had 7?
He said when he started this job, he stopped running around coaching as much and started sitting and eating chocolates.
That's not helping at all.
So that brought up a little bit of accusation, so I'll back that up a little bit. It is, it's good to be a part of a team where people care about each other. And sometimes when we care about each other, we also get to put that in the same ingredients to make something that we care about our agendas as well. So again, what we're doing today is we're going to grab some agendas, we're going to put them together, we're collectively going to build something great. But to some of the earlier conversation, this is the process that we have to go through to get there, okay? And so number one, you've got to have the clarity of the roles. So standard operating procedures become mission critical to that. So if you want to be a great board, you're going to be active. When we're active and we're coming up with ideas, we've got to make sure that we're giving direction, action steps, strategies come from you in your department. And you said it perfectly earlier on, you know, when the direction's there, then your team knows how to formulate, move the right initiatives forward. What we're also going to see is that when you're getting to do your job, now we can evaluate it in a non-punitive way. So the evaluation then looks like if we're setting this as a direction, what are the resources, what are the policies, what do you need, what is some of the community involvement that would take place to help move that forward? You're sharing that and you're bringing strategies. That's where we come together. And ultimately from that, you'll build an accountability plan. So that's why it's important. So the standard operating procedures are going to be mission critical. We usually look at them in 3 layers, friends. One layer is this is how we're going to behave before a meeting. The other layer is this is how we're going to behave during a meeting. The third one is this is how we're going to behave after a meeting. So we're going to get to that today. But that's all under that first one. The second one is if you're really going to move towards being a great board, you're going to not just have to have the standard operating procedures, but they're moving you towards one voice. And your superintendent naturally said it, which was a wonderful thing, but and the rest of us have alluded to it, and even use that word as well, one voice. One voice isn't dismissive of the other voices. It's building something that all of us can come together as one. And so it's actually processing each voice to get to one voice, right? And so that's going to be a part of what we would end up calling a now initiative. This is the one voice of the board right now. These are, out of all the things we could do, this is what we're going to be doing, and we're going to be doing it with integrity, we're going to be doing it with heart, we're going to be doing it with clarity, intentionality, all those flight words. All right, so but to be able to do that, and this is where sometimes we as leadership waver a little bit. This is where it can be hard. But to do it, you've got to have clear leadership, great facilitation. And so what we're seeing, because it's more complex now, that a lot of the board chairs are just not equipped to be able all the stuff that's being thrown at us, it's really hard to know how to map through all that and move those right initiatives forward. You've got to have board chair expertise. And so what that means is that we're going to be able to say, because the team voice is this is how we're including other voices, this is how we're prioritizing, this is how we're moving why, so that district can actually implement a few things and do them very well. So what I don't want us to do is sometimes, and I was the board chair, in our board, we rotated every 2 years when I first got on. And so I rotated once, and the second time I came up for the rotation, I said, I'd rather not. And they said, why, what do you mean you'd rather not? Do you not? It's your turn, and this sort of a thing. And I said, no, and his name was Walt Kelso. Walt is doing an amazing job. We were doing a thing on it was called, value-based decision-making. He was leading us through that. We were just figuring out, why would I get in there and lead that initiative that wasn't really, where I had all that expertise and he did. And so I said, I'm just going to step back. We'll let him do it. But it was interesting later on. They said, then they did ask me to be board chair. It was my term on rotation. And I did it for 7 years. And it wasn't because I wanted to necessarily, but we took on some major initiatives in our community. We created what was called a community engagement leadership team, which we'll get to. But we became Washington State's largest school board of the year in 2019. We were school board of distinction 7 of those years. We started just doing amazing stuff. And it was just right because of my undergraduate degree in planning and doctorate initiative. It just was in the right place at the right time. So what I'm suggesting is that you may not even want to move away from some board leadership, or even when you are board chair, now who's also being trained to be able to come into that place. Where are you going? The initiative and the need of the community should really drive who's facilitating the meetings, right? So that's a different mindset. So we don't say, hey, we want you to be board chair, or now I want you, it's my turn. It's not about a my turn. It's about us being the best version of ourselves as a team. Therefore, this is where we're at. And your experience and your expertise are probably going to be able to move us forward to the best level. So I'm just asking you to think outside of the box. In our standard operating procedure, sometimes what that means is we need to deal with how we're going to handle the rotation of board officers. And so those things have to be understood. But I would suggest, I like to come at things with the growth mindset. A deficit mindset is term limits and rotations. That's a deficit mindset. That's trying to use standard operating procedures to keep us from having one person lead too long. The right person in leadership is not about time, and I appreciate some of the comments that I was hearing earlier, but Ryan, who we missed, had said that he learned a long time ago that you really don't learn a lot when you're speaking, but you learn a lot when you're listening. And some people know how to facilitate that better than others. And that's part of being a board chair. Board chairs don't even get to speak first. They speak last, and they only really vote when it's a tie or something. And so in Robert's Rules of Order, if you're a board chair and you want to speak, did you know that you have to, half people want to, if you're on Congress, you have to step out of being the board chair and give it over to the assistant so that you can speak to that motion on the floor. Isn't that interesting? And so the point is that a good board chair is factor steering it, making sure that we're facilitating that each voice is heard so you can come to one voice. So these are just things that I want to make sure that I'm going to be putting them out and making us think on today. Or we are. Sorry, God. All right. So ultimately, can I ask you if we were to go around the table and say, on a scale of 1 to 5, we are student-centric. Most likely you guys are saying, yeah, we are, but you're going to be student-centric from different vantage points, which is okay too, right? Because there's hardly ever anybody who says, no, I really the reason I got on the board was to keep the school going, but that's student-centric. No, well, it's student-centric for your kid, not, for all kids or whatever. I came to do this. I don't want us to have to make it be a, smoke screen or hidden agendas to prove that we really are student-centric. I just want us to be committed to it. and give that a chance today. And so what we're going to have to do then is, once it is a student-centric, then board chair, it's your responsibility to start building opportunities for that voice to be echoed, right? And so usually a board chair helps to understand the process for the board to communicate with the district, new ideas, all these different aspects, but also you're layering that through how does this align with what we've already decided to do as a board. So that, it's always processing. So we usually have more good ideas than we have capacity. So then we as a board have a lot of great ideas, even about an initiative, but you're going to look at it. The great ideas that you expressed have now been given strategic action steps. So now if we add other stuff, guess what we just did to you? We've asked you to quit doing some things to do the new things. And so we have to be very careful. So we have to have processes in place to hear new ideas, and then to make sure the information is coming back to us on the ideas that we put into motion. So one voice isn't a concept, it's the way it has to be. And I would agree with this. If you want your community to know who you are and where you're going, give them one voice. If you want your community to be confused, tell them 5 or 6 different things that you think are important, right? All right, so the shared vision around student success comes from this concept of being student-centric. So if we can ask ourselves this question and then lean into that, we're going to do this now, we'll start moving towards that, genuinely being student-centric from the vantage point of a question. So Cheryl, I'm going to ask if you wouldn't mind reading this question for us.
Imagine what students could achieve if they felt fully supported by a community truly committed to their success.
Does this question get us to being student-centric? I think it does as well. And do we, oftentimes in board meetings, we don't even have time to get to imagine stuff because when's the last time you saw Agenda 2.3 is imagine together? You hardly ever have that. So that's why we have board workshops and training, so we can slow down to speed up. And so we've looked at a lot of stuff that you put in motion, but board, when we don't build in time to imagine, guess what we're doing? We're moving forward with things that are mandated on us. So it's usually, if you don't imagine, this is what it usually comes down to: graduation rates, test scores, grade level completion, right? What are some other behavioral incidents? What have I left off? Attendance, something like that. Or it's going to come down to those indicators of how well students move through our educational systems. That's what it'll come down to, because that's how we as a board are usually graded on those things. They'll say, hey, graduation rates, hey, test scores, hey, grade level completion, are you kids coming in attendance? And then the one that we're all afraid of is behavioral incidents. It's like, yeah, how fun is it to monitor behavioral incidents post, COVID? They're pretty rough. So anyway, if that's what we're being graded on, that's usually what we're asked to think on. I'm asking us to think on what really moves the dial for students.
I feel like we do address that. Whenever we bring in the kids to speak, during our board meetings, a lot of times we have groups come in of students and talk about, like, especially this year with just starting, kids came in and talked about where they are today compared to what they were a year ago, and where they didn't think they were even gonna be in, didn't even want to come back to school. But then they got involved in how they have succeeded and how they feel so much better about themselves. So I feel like we, as a district, do strive to bring that into their
focus.
Yeah,
that's what the word is.
Yeah.
I love this, but let's tether on that. And I said we'd have a reoccurring motif of why does it really matter? And so again, imagine what a student could achieve if they knew they were fully supported by a community in a school district, fully committed to their success. Why does that matter? What does that mean? I mean, in execution, you have students, some students have special needs, they have 504 plans, they have IEPs, certain school districts, that could be where they go could be the difference between, well, you can just get a certificate of completion, or maybe you can get a high school diploma. In some places, I mean, for me, right, it's the difference between setting expectations for kids, right? Do I expect you to go from the preschool to prison pipeline because of bias? Or do I set expectations because I expect for you to achieve great things? That's why that matters, because so many people are where they are because somebody believed in them. They breathe life in them, their teacher, their coach, their counselor, the PTA person, the lunch lady. My mom's a retired lunch lady. Come on now, and they come on, baby, let me get an extra coffee cake. Come on, she's from Louisiana, so and then every time they go, because some students, that's where they get their meals. So once again, imagine what a student could achieve if they know, like I said, it's just that lunch lady. I saw a news story the other day. My stepdad is a retired janitor, or they call them custodial workers now. But, I saw a news story the other day about a custodian who played chess, and then somehow I found now he's leading the chess team at a school. So imagine what those students are doing. So that's why this matters, at least my opinion. I just want to take a second to circle on it for a moment, and for you all to think about, your vision of student success and how you as a board come to get to that. And I don't mean the profile of a successful student. I don't mean sort of what they got on standardized testing, I think, but student success.
Very good. Thank you, Kai. And that was a good pause, man.
Yeah.
So we worked on this over the last week. We wrote down, and I appreciate John's recall, because it was really reassuring. You're absolutely right. You could see commonality and all that. So sometimes we look at, well, my agenda is this and my agenda is that. It was very similar and easy to connect on some of those pieces with those agendas. So I'm glad that we got to work on that last time. But remember, what we're going to do is now it's for it to become a shared vision. That's when it comes together. That's where you can, with the word veracity, say, I believe in this vision. I believe in this. These aren't words on a wall. These aren't, a nice way to say we're moving in the same direction. It's I believe in this because I believe in those kids. So we're going to move in this direction. Remember, to do that, we get to be able to acknowledge what our agendas are, but we're going to have to also say we're going to be moving. We're moving from I have a need or to lead. We're going to be moving from I'm representing certain people. And so it's amazing to me, being on the board for 18 years, how many different segments of people there are in our communities. It's amazing. We have people that believe in certain things and other things, and hearing all of that and coming together to move them to become one community is hard work. Because again, you're hearing from each, you're building for every. And so then we get to find areas where things can align, and maybe some of the eaches are able to interact and bring value to and benefit from the whole. But that's the kind of
Well, I remember when you first brought that to me, from each to every, and my brain's a little slow, so it took me a minute to sort of really understand that. Could you sort of tether in on that? Like, what do you really mean from each to every?
Yeah, so in a community, so I was for 16 years, 17 years as a full-time pastor in the ministry. We had a large campus. Florida. We had our own school. We had the highest achieving school in the state of Florida for years. It just so happens we were on the East Coast in the Kennedy Space Center, and so we had all the engineers from NASA our part. So you had a lot of homework helpers right there in the mix. It was pretty easy. When you're being graded on math and these things, and you have people that are really strong in that, you probably shouldn't be overly confident that it's you. It might be. But it was interesting. In our school, we had those who were in private school, we had those in public school, and we had those in homeschool. It was fascinating. And so we had three different things in that. And so we built processes for all three of those things to work together. So each, maybe this is your preference, boom, boom, boom. We brought the eaches to the table and said, what can we do to where all three of these things can work together, right? So that there's a sense of community in that. And it was difficult, but we heard from each, but we built forever. There's times where we just couldn't have to build forever. And then we found that there were things that you can do. So you can bring homeschoolers into the private schools. You can also be able to utilize public schools in some of these areas. It takes a lot more work. It takes fewer initiatives. I'm not, please don't hear me saying that, but this, because you get to do what's going to be best for you in your community. I'm just saying, you hear from each, but you build forever. Then I went and I got on the school board in Lakewood, Washington, Cooper Park School District. We had 12,776 kids when I got on. We are the most socioeconomic, ethnic diverse city in the state of Washington, 60 languages in our school, 16% special needs. So all these amazing dynamics, 31% military families, 74% free and reduced lunch. Number one ethnic group in our community was Latino Hispanic. And so it was amazing, those dynamics. So what we ended up having to do to go from each to every took so much more work, so much more work. So we had to actually go to our community, make sure we had what we call the listening groups and building a platform. So it wasn't, we're telling you what we're doing in your portion of the community. We're listening to what you believe needs to be done from your community perspective. You want to know about slow down, so I had to hear from each. After every meeting, we would say to them, we're here to listen, and at the end, we're not exactly sure what we're going to be able to build, but your voice is going to be a part of that, and you will be transparent as we're building it, because we have to move from each to everyone. Building this for every, but we're hearing from each. So now that's the board's perspective, but this is what we didn't notice him going into it, but we learned pretty quick. That's hard as a board. You know where it gets vice jamma hard as a superintendent, because now as you're implementing it, now you have federal requirements, you have state mandates, you have all these just different things that you have to do to move that for every, and it gets extremely hard at that point. That's why the board all has to be, together on it. And we have to tell people from the very beginning, you may not get what you want, but can you please have confidence in us that we're doing the best we can to hear from each other.
That's particularly difficult in certain environments. I mean, different states have different sort of circumstances in terms of their finances and their state economics and uncertainty. But one of the things that comes to mind is school choice, charter schools, traditional public schools. California's 6 million students, right? So you have 1,100 traditional public schools. You have about an equal amount of charter schools. The boards are different. The way boards are elected or appointed are different. And the way that a school district or a local education agency either approves or disapproves a charter school, right? But that board for that school district has to, once again, hear from each, build from every, because different students learn different ways, right? To include independent study, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what resonates with me and the difficulty for a local education agency and school district themselves.
Yeah, and it comes right down, that's the ingredients for a cohesive team. You get to do it with the folks you have right here. If you can't do it here, then you multiply it out there, probably not so good, right? And so, welcome to being part of a board. It's hard stuff. But when you come to the every, that's when all of a sudden there is that sense of community. And again, in the United States, the number one area that people identify with as their community, what is the hub of their community? The school. And so what a great opportunity to have a positive impact on the right things. So that's this. So we're going to be able to say what I kind of heard, and this is called a lead seed, because I want to be careful when I give you a lead seed. So I do have, a degree in urban planning, which means I have a lot in terms of statistics and projections and surveys, these types of things. But they caution you on having questions and statements from a planning perspective, because your lead, so that was a lead seed. You're trying to get them to think that way. Well, I'm only using words that I heard from you. I went through all your stuff. I took pictures of them. I typed them up and sent them back out to you for the things that you shared on your agendas and your desires last time. We heard some lead seed stuff in there. We heard potential. We heard opportunity over and over in that. That was a connecting point. So I'm at least going to start there, but at least I'm acknowledging that I'm starting there, okay? And so when we look at it, you're going to have to move to, how am I going to really build opportunities and potential for these students to be successful? I think that's a potential place for you guys to start. So if that's the heart of what you're doing, it's going to come down to how will you do that, right? How do you articulate it so this community understands it, that how will you build it? That's the rest of the day. Remember, students' success is in the center. This is the way superintendents work with boards. This is the way boards work with communities. This is the way we impact students. All these 4 things, and you guys will get all these slides, but this is the way that it's pulling these 4 things together. But if you don't have student success in the center, then when you go to that person that says, I'm from this portion of the community, and we can't say yes, and we care about your students, we've heard from your students, then you don't get to use that word veracity. Then it's, can you please fit into our educational system? And oh, by the way, we're being graded on graduation rates, attendance, test scores, grade level completion rate, and incidences. So if you would take care of those 5 things for us, it'll make us look good. That's what we don't want. That was me being sarcastic. Like, what we really want to be able to do is say, yeah, we've heard and we have some understanding. Can you help us understand more what your students need to be able to thrive in the community that she or he's in? That would be a wonderful conversation. And then, but remember, every conversation you have like that, you get to say, and we're doing our best to hear from each, but we build for, this is what you guys say, every. That's the hard work. We have a process we call it Leader Me, but it's an expectation and a belief that we have as an organization, that we believe every child is a genius in and of their selves, that they have genius to bring. We believe that they have untapped into value. We believe that our greatest focus can be an opportunity to call that out and set them up for success. And then to watch them move in it and develop leadership. And we're all different. Some of the things that we're going to be able to bring, but we believe each human being should be a leader and be given opportunities to lead. And so that's a culture. What I'm suggesting is that that's a culture that you believe in, because it sounds like potential and opportunity is part of that leadership. That's what leaders do. What do? Leaders build leaders. Leaders don't lead, leaders build leaders. That's what we build. So you're building students to become leaders. That's how you know your community is going to go well. You got a bunch of leaders, people that are willing to step up and do hard things and create teams to do that, right? That's when you feel great. So you need to have that as a culture, but you also have to have it as a common language. If we're not modeling it as a board, then you don't get to use the word veracity. If you're modeling it as a board, then you get to use the truth that you get to model. We are collaborative problem solving, and sometimes it gets hard, and that means we listen harder. Sometimes it gets hard, so we make hard decisions that not everybody likes, but we come together as one voice and we do the right things forward.
Well, I was talking to the superintendent. We have a leadership academy going on now. Is that correct?
We've got students here that are here for camp that are, yes, experiencing the leadership in their camp this summer. They do in this building as well for students that attend here. So
yeah, our colleague Christina Luthold, she's not here, but she like totally lifts up the lift up the lift center. But is that the leadership, the culture of leadership? Is that something that's inculcated throughout your board, throughout your schools, or is this just a one-off, or is this an initiative like the leader is?
So I think it was 2018 we went out to Colorado. A small group of district staff went out to Colorado to learn a little bit more about opportunities that surrounded competency-based education. And in that process, we were exposed to students that had taken on this philosophy of leadership. And I think as our discussions came back and shared with the board at the time, there was a strong sense of passion around, if students can do that, our students deserve that opportunity as well. So I think that's when it started. That's when the district's vision, those 3 statements evolved to incorporate the leadership that students could bring. And where we are now, it seems like that's been such a long time ago in a certain perspective that it's come such a long way in a short period of time. And that's due in large part to the board's leadership around that and support of that. It's also due to our district's belief in that. Our staff have come to believe in that as well. So I see it as an undercurrent of who we are as a district now. It's awesome.
Well, I appreciate it. And one of the things that I just wanted to mention it because my colleague Christina, who's not here, she's mentioned this place at least a year ago. And I've mentioned this place to other colleagues in California months and years ago. So what you're doing here, I don't know how far California's away, at least 1,000 miles. I'm not too good at that, but it's resonating. I just want to say it's resonating and I appreciate it. And for one who next part of my career in leadership, thank you for what you're doing. So I just wanted to speak to that because it's going on.
So that's that concept of leadership. And so what's interesting, Tim, is at one point your district had to have a focus on leadership for that to work. Then once leadership started getting embedded into the process and becomes part of that culture, now you get to take on a new initiative of this is what we're going to do with leadership, or here's another element of it, right? So we don't ever rest on what you did 4 years ago, because we're talking about now initiatives, the now initiative. And so, again, we get to keep moving this forward. What I would acknowledge is as what we're seeing is across the United States, the companies and the agencies that are employing people are asking for what they would call right now leaders. And so leadership is very important to them. And they're going to define it. And I'm going to show you some of the specific things in which they define it by. But if you look at it, it's going to come under framing the challenge, collaborate, solve, and then design for impact. So they're saying people that can do these 3 things really well are the kind of people we want to hire in our organization. And they don't mean CEO, they mean everybody. In that organization, you've got to be able to collaborate, you've got to be able to work together. That's the middle thing, that's the number 2 thing involved. But they're going to have to be able to frame the challenge, and I love that. In other words, they're able to see it's going to be hard, and they're going to do hard better. That's why I showed you that video. And so they're not shying away from hard. They're going, yeah, I expect it to be hard. Let's frame this. Let's leverage hard to do something great. That's the mindset that they're looking for. And then the last thing is, how can you take all the possibilities that you could have, move them down to the right steps to get the right outcomes and have a real impact? Because it's not much fun just to talk about stuff. You're looking for the outcome. So that's what great organizations do. So I took that and I'm saying, okay, these are some 3 things that you said is going to define students for being successful, right? So they have their 3, you guys have your 3. If you look at them, there's not, you can see cross-sectionalization in these, right? But if we took each one of these particular 3, so increase, opportunity, these are y'all's, this is this district's insight, not mine, not Franklin Covey's. But I would love for us to expand on each one of these a little bit. And so that Kyle, I can have a better understanding, but maybe even each of you can have a better understanding of what it looks like, right? So let's just take the first one, increasing opportunities for the students. What does that mean, board?
Knowing every child has a different strength. And so we have to dive in and give them opportunities on how they learn, what they are passionate about, and let them grow in that avenue, their avenue.
Individual student strengths, increasing their capabilities in those areas. Further discussion, further insights.
When you look at opportunities, you also have to understand, and you kind of both alluded to the fact that students come into the building in different places and different, their homes are different, their economics are different, their ethnicity is different, their religion is different. So how do we help that student be successful and have all of those opportunities? And so families are different, they're not all email, they're not all checking mail, so how do we make sure that students get those communications and opportunities individually or privately?
So very interesting. So we've heard two things so far. We get to hear from more. One was, here's the concept to come in on that. Then you went to making sure that the school knows how to tap into these things, right? Which is going to be your lane. You also hit the theory in the heart, but then you went to the community and understanding, right? But you also went to communication. Some other things on communication, some of that's board and some of that's district. So that's why we have to have these processes in place. Those hitting areas that need to be done, different lanes for achieving it. The board has to say, you make sure you're doing this well. You have to say, this is what well looks like. This is what I need for you to do it well, right? That's the conversation. But what we don't want to do is, oh, we'll add some stuff to what you just said, right? We have to organize it to make sure. Keep going. So if I'm a person in your community and you're trying to tell me with a compelling reason what opportunities for my kid looks like in my neck of the woods, help me understand it.
We have to know it first. So we have a lot of things that already exist in this district. And so before you create a new opportunity, you should probably know what we already have, because maybe it doesn't have the same name or label or title that we are looking for, but the opportunity might already exist. And again, I'm gonna say that goes back to relationships, because I feel very comfortable asking Tim, hey, do we have this? If we don't, can we create this? What would that look like? Okay, ask Christy, sure. Christy, I have a really good idea. I want to create an app. I think when COVID first started, I was like, I really want to do this thing for students. Like, how do we do this? It was a great idea. Did we ever really follow up on it? No, because it was kind of it was a lot. But she told me that there was a way for what was most important for me, for students to be able to communicate if there was an emergency that did exist. So we didn't need to do this new thing because we already had a way for that to happen. So I think before you fix, learn what we have, and then come up with a new idea or a different idea.
And have space to be able to know, here's my concern, what are the current practices in place that address it, right? And that opportunity to do that. It was interesting because last time, you talked about some issues in building continuity of processes and track and field, where I might say, are integrating it. And so great ideas that you have, but you get to share that. And then as soon as you share an idea, if it is something that could impact now it's got to come back to the board, right? If it's just a thing where you're going to report, yes, we're doing this and I'm looking to it, that's each, that can work. So the hard part for you, Tim, is when we have great ideas, and you have to ask yourself, then in your interaction with the board chair, you have to say, is this a each or this is an every? Because some of them, even though it's, if it's for track students, that's one thing, but if it's for all students, now it's for another thing, right? So now we get to have more of that collective work on. So those are just some things that we get to figure out as we go. So when we board members are bringing great ideas, one of the best practices is to bring your great idea to the superintendent and the board chair so they both understand it. So you just send an email, they both got it, they can look at it. Then you can decide, okay, we're just going to send an executive summary back to let people know this is what we're doing in this area. Or we can say, hey, we're going to have a workshop that's going to come up. We're going to talk about some of these ideas, or we're going to rate these ideas and see which ones we want to create margin to imagine around. So that way we're planning ahead. But it can be hard because you can come up with a lot of individual ideas. And then sometimes, even though it's an individual for the track, it's the most important one, right? It might be a really important one, or for communicating for emergencies. And so even though that, it's something that we have done before, we may need to revisit it or all understand how it's working, right? Or have we really communicated it to the community, because we all know. So it's just a process of being able to create processes for when I have a good idea as an individual, how it becomes embraced or discussed by the whole. So that's called agenda reviews. And so we'll talk more about that. But that's how we make these things work. But anyway, these are opportunities that we're trying to create for our students. If I'm a person in the community, can you share compelling reasons right there that make me go, wow, this is amazing? Or that I'm talking 2 years later about Lyft because that was really amazing to be here, right? What is it that tells me as a citizen of your community or as a student in your district, wow, that opportunity is really impactful for me. In any of these three things, just go ahead and share, because we're gonna start writing stuff down on these three things.
I think the school board, Lyft was definitely a risk in this area. But I think the school board has shown that that's a risk we're willing to take because the opportunities and the learning beyond the classroom, the creating the opportunities, we don't all have to go this way. There's multiple roads and we can choose our path, but we have to choose. Are we gonna be academic centered? Or are we more of a mindset that we want to be, for lack of a better term, more blue collar centered? And when you come to our school district, we're going to give you those options. We're going to show you, we're going to teach you what you need to learn to become a productive citizen. But we're also going to give you the opportunities so when you leave here, you're going to have a fairly good idea on where you're going.
And so now I'm hearing kind of like pathway too, like we're gonna set you up so that you can have options. We'll give you a chance to you get to carve your own path. You don't have to fit into somebody else's.
Right, you can carve your own path, and if that path changes because of that class you're in, there's another class for you to explore. So when you get to college or trade school or whatever, you have a fairly good idea on where you are, where John is, where Heidi is, where Ashley is,
That also gives the student their own leadership, their own
Self-agency.
yeah. They know which way they want to go, and it gives them self-worth.
Thanks for making eye contact.
Yeah. You were leading that, please say, come on.
Design for impact. When we first walked through this building, it looked nothing like this. But we had an excitement about the potential impact. And so when we talk about what this community will look like, what it will grow into, not only is it developing our students and developing them in layers. So it's not just preparing them to be employees. Many of them will learn the fundamentals here and become business owners, and they'll train other people. So everything that happens here is the nucleus, right? They're gonna take it home with them. We're gonna have people coming in from other communities who want to be a part of Lyft. We have multiple schools that are a part. This is a really big deal, and it is impacting the community. It is no purpose in us investing in having new houses in a community where students can't become young adults and own those houses and live with their families. And we're teaching them to build houses, to establish buildings, to work together, to utilize their technology, and to go beyond. I know we all love Maxon, but they've got to be able to exist beyond Coles County. And we're doing that. And that was the vision that we had as a board and administration and a district when we walked through this building that did not look like this at all. So we were walking through a very raw, stripped structure. And that's what we saw. We were all excited at the impact that this would have on our students and their families and this community. And every decision about this center was structured around the potential impact.
Can you see where this story is coming more and more alive as we go on? There's more and more compelling.
The vision piece is really important, right? That you have a solid grasp on what your vision, what your mission is. I'm thinking about a school that was started in a different state maybe 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago, and they were Academy of Math and Science. And so that's what they did. They prepared students to go to college, right? And focus on math and science. They weren't doing the whole, I'm preparing you to be a good citizen and leave high school and go into a job. That wasn't their jam at that time. Right now, more and more, like John is saying, it's, preparing for life ready, this ready, college ready. And so it's just important to know what your jam is, right? And I always give the example about the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps knows very clear about what they do. And they don't have 100 things that they do. How many things you think the Marine Corps does? 3. They only do 3 things. They make Marines, they win our nation's battles, and they return good citizens. That's it. There's a lot packed into that for sure, but they are crystal clear about what they do. And they do it well. And so I just give that as an example, right? I mean, it's a really sort of easy one to picture in your mind is when I do it. But when you're clear, like this, the vision you had around the Lift Center, look at where you're at. And so maybe you'll have something that, scaffolds on this, or maybe you'll have a different, vision, but that it's important that vision.
Yeah, vision got you to this place. These are just some of the components of it. Now, how does it move to being relevant now and compelling for other people? How does the Lift really get engaged towards moving forward and what you shared? So what you shared went all the way to families, it went to people to be able to live here and beyond, went to entrepreneur. The story just started doing what stories need to do. It became very, very impactful. So how do we as this board look at it and say, all right, so is Lift a part of the next equation? It very well could be, but I just need to understand what your now initiative is right now. Maybe in relationship to Lift, maybe not, but what is it that causes me as a student and a person in this community to say this board is really helping us be engaged? This board really knows how it is that we're going to be able to come back and have that kind of impact in our own lives and for others. This is really fun.
Relationship.
I think relationship really is a large part of it. Thank you.
And the animation was just because it's from a Martin scene, so. Rhythm spoons, if anybody has seen it, but Cole kept saying rhythm spoons, so. That's right.
I want us to take a few minutes and look at it and say, and this is where we want to do it individually for a moment, then we're going to do some group work. I want for you to be able to say, judge with us. I think that the most important thing to do right now as a board in the next 1 to 2 years is this. If you could just take a few minutes and say that individually, and I know that you're not trying to force your ideas on anyone else. I'm just trying to make sure that we have a sense of that in us. So one of the most important things we could do, and be as specific as you can in the next 1 to 2 years. And so would you write it down instead of speak at it this time? Take a few minutes. And maybe you can have 3, because if the Marines get 3, you can have 3.
Okay, so say the question again so I can write it down, so I can focus.
So if you were to look at some of the most important things that we as a board can do right now to truly say that we're setting our students up for success, that we're bringing value to our community. Let me see how. Go through it. I'll put it up there on that thing for you. I thought I had it in this thing. This has to do with the shared vision around student success. And this is this is where we need to go with the ability to at some point articulate to our community this statement. I think we may have looked at this last time, I can't remember. We did. I just need, as a person who's trying to provide or facilitate some direction, I need to know what you mean by this. I need to know the most important now initiative that you're working on. Yes, please, thank you. Thank you, sir. We just added it to your slide deck, so you don't have this. Everybody kind of had a chance to organize some thoughts around that. You don't, remember, we're not articulating it perfect because we're going to put it in the mix and it's going to be, but you just want to be able to have it well thought out enough to be able to communicate the concept. So now what I'd like for you to do is we're going to get into, let's do groups of twos and share your ideas. So if we can do Heidi and John, Ashley and Dale, Tim and Erica, and then Cheryl, would you mind just doing it with Chrissy? She's close by. If you say I do mine, it's going to be really awkward.
Be good awkward or bad awkward?
And then Dave and Ryan, I'm leaving you guys out on purpose because it didn't work easy the first time around, but we'll include you next time. But you two guys, if you want, just sit over there and share. Be interesting to hear. No, Dave. Just because you tried to pass, now you get to do it. Dave, you're on. You're over there. Talk to you, Jim. Take a few minutes. Well, I'm looking for some robust conversation here.
I
Don't do your emails, review the work, do this work.
You gotta be here. You gotta be here, right? Whatever it looks like.
Welcome back, Dave.
I had helping students writing scripts, giving them progress and growth.
Now, it's, that's just where I'm at. So, yeah.
In a marriage. So that's important, and then increasing things like. Not as just an but having them be part of the co-creation. So they're very successful, but they're also. You don't think to me.
No,
Not that
no,
I'm trying to think of them, but I just can't think of them, just for using our educator. But.
so many criticisms.
And I think increasing. Wherever. And then they're bringing where the solutions are being created. And that makes the solution better.
No, I based on, I didn't incorporate it into 2.2. No, I think we should have, I think we should be listening to the and have them as one and I can make because you disruptive that was like yeah, but I mean that's just such a thought. It's just because this it could be anything. Yes.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, here's the checklist. And I'm like,
I've really done a poor job engaging with Jim, so I am.
Oh, we're just efficient. Talking too much to the guys in the room.
I'm talking to the two guys that want to get stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Start thinking the next step.
oh, right, because that flows.
Yes.
That's true.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't like it.
I could just.
Oh, it's just this whole idea.
Yeah. You don't want to take problems with kids.
The last one, doing section.
Okay, just about 30 more seconds, then we're going to move to the second step. 30 more seconds, please.
We've got the problem.
You know what, Cheryl, you just moved us to the next section. This is awesome. I bet Tim and Kai are out there Exchanging.
Are you Dale?
Friends, or Dale.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, Dale was a bathroom. So I'm not sure.
That's not nice to do.
Yeah, discuss it in the bathroom, right?
We do. All right, so now we're gonna move to phase two. Are you ready for phase two? Phase two is you're going to take what the other person said that isn't the same as yours. Do you hear this? We're gonna take, because I listened so well, I remember what they said that wasn't a part of what I said. And I'm gonna share it with another person. So Tim, in this case, what did you hear from Erica that wasn't on your initiative? And I want you to share it with another person in a compelling way. All right, so now what we're gonna do is, we're just gonna shift a little bit to where Heidi, you're gonna be with Christy, okay? But then we're just shifted over. Cheryl, you're gonna be with Erica. Tim's gonna be with Dale. Ashley's gonna be with John, and we'll do it. But what are we sharing? We're not sharing what we thought. We're sharing what they said that was different than what we thought.
So you take one of my
Yep.
opinions that I from mine,
I'm gonna make a note.
and
here
you need to
before I
make
forget.
it.
Okay.
I need to advocate for your ideas.
Yes.
I'm trying to clarify.
Yes, basically that's exactly. And different, and we
Right,
both have
your
separate,
thing.
my thing.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to.
You were on the same page, weren't you? You had the same thing. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, we joked it for things in the role.
Got it. Okay. Carol's, that wasn't, we actually had the same, but we labeled them. Celebrating.
Yeah. Because that was kind of what
If this isn't good enough, then it needs to be, you know, you need to set expectations. Which I do. Wigs. Yes.
We need to have a conversation about selection. The process by which we need to have that to yours and mine's list of things that we You know, what's really, that would be great, right? Because we had all that time to kind of wait. Yeah. This is. It'd be really interesting.
That's good.
But the point to me is just
Do we have like,
can't cater to that, right? We gotta cater to the look.
About 30 more seconds, folks, about 30 more.
Tim's on board.
Got him?
Yeah.
So you need to figure out how to solve it.
I don't need to do it because I like.
She's got a better idea than you or something. Yeah, right. I didn't try to sell with my ideas. I knew that would go nowhere. In fact, what I did, Marty, was I took one of my ideas and told him it was Ashley's, and he was all over it. Right? Sometimes it's the author and not what was written.
Yes.
Oh,
No, I'm serious.
oh, today, which is both a good thing and a bad thing.
But that's no leverage. It's okay to leverage. Oh, I think that always.
Right.
That's helping.
Right, I would agree. I completely agree.
Sounds like we're actually using the voices and
Here, not even
ideas.
just like, that too.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's appropriation.
I'm trying.
All right.
Oh, really?
Mostly because they were.
So if you're going to create a now initiative, most now initiatives, guess what they are? They're edgy. They're challenging. They're hard. Otherwise, they're not really a now initiative. They're a keep it going initiative, right? So we're talking about now initiative. This is stuff that is not necessarily easy to do. So when things are a little edgy, that's good. You want some edge. Like you aren't going to create change usually without a sharp edge, right? You want something like that's got a little edge to it, which is good. The problem with edgy stuff is you have to really know what you do before you hurt somebody, right? I mean, if there's an edge of something, that's both exciting and a little bit disconcerting, at least. You have to be aware of it. So we're not just coming up with initiatives. We're discussing things that are going to have an impact on a real human being's life from this day forward. You could put them on a trajectory to be out of South Compton or whatever.
South Central, a little bit different.
Well, and I spent time in the third ward in Houston for a portion of my life, and it would make Compton look like Compton. And so I don't know all these, I don't mind discussing stuff that I've been through. That's just what I went through. People, Mrs. Bush set me on a trajectory to move something different. And so this is real stuff, and real stuff has an edge to it. We want to do it well, right? But we want to make sure that we have meaningful, purposeful conversations so that we do it well. So what I'm suggesting is when you look at it from here, here's my vantage point, that's great. Your vantage point is very important. Another person's is equally as important as yours. In fact, depending upon all the expertise and experience, it might be more relevant for this particular situation that you're in than your idea. It's not saying that you're a better person. It just means that might be the edge we need right now, right? And so we have to be open to that. We talked about that last time. You got to be teachable and correctable. You're not coming in with the answers. That's not collaborative problem solving. We're coming in to find answers together. And sometimes what Guy said is you got to find answers to problems that may not exist yet. So thanks for bringing that into the picture, right? So that's the mix. One of the things that you've done that's been important is we're sitting here in an amazing facility that my wife, who was in CTE and has been for 20-something years, wants to come out and see, right? And so you've done something tremendous here. Great, that's a tremendous thing. How do you leverage it? How does it move forward? That's all the things that you get to figure out going forward. But we're not going to say because we've done this, that this is it. We've got to look at it. It's got to be relevant. It's got to be now. It's got to be able to make the most for real human beings to be able to get the most out of this opportunity so that they can become that greatest potential that they're going to have. In doing that, we have an edgy idea. We also have to be edgy listeners. We've got to listen for stuff. It's not just validating what we already know. That's what you might be teachable and correctable. We're usually good at listening to somebody to feel verified, to be affirmed. And that's helpful because we really do want to make sure that what we're doing, connecting some dots, that's legit. But that being verified or being affirmed gets you there. Being edgy means you better listen for something that takes you there, right? So that's the part that we're trying to do here. That might mean that we get to hear things that aren't necessarily what we were expecting or want to hear. But we're still leaning in and listening and wondering and imagining what a student can achieve if they felt fully supported by a community truly committed to their success. That's an exciting thing to listen like that, right? So anyway, and then so you got to share that from your perspective. This would be a Now initiative. Then you got to hear somebody else's. When you were hearing somebody else's, was it resonating with you because it affirmed yours, or was it resonating with you because, wow, I hadn't really thought of that? So those are just things to think. Then when you shared it with another person, were you able to share with my little favorite word, veracity, their vantage point? Yeah, man, to where that person didn't even know if that was really your idea or somebody else's idea. Because the next step that we're going to do is we're going to create it as a team. That's going to be our idea, right? And so that's the power of getting to do this. And now we as a team, like you got to talk individually. Now what I want us to do is share some things that you learned. We're going to go around the table, but as we share some things that we learned, we're building a Now initiative for this team. We're building some of the ideas. All right, ready to go? Can we start? Cheryl, would you mind if we start with you, and then we'll just come this way? What are some things that you learned from hearing from this and sharing? What really do you believe needs to be leaned into as a conversation for Now initiative?
Sharing from what Christy told me, are we sharing with other?
All of it.
Okay.
After listening to Christy, after writing mine down, after listening to Christy, after sharing some of my ideas, this is what I like to say about Now initiative.
Well, what Christy shared was the talking to administration. This is a plan that they're already putting in action, which I loved, was bringing families in to get, instead of buy-in, kind of named it, get the build in. And I think that is absolutely wonderful as an idea, to share ideas, hear their perspectives, and build. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think what Christy and Cheryl talked about and what Tim and I talked about was very similar. What I added to that was I kept saying more, because we do those things, right? We do engage with members of the community. We have them on advisory councils, et cetera, but doing it more. Because again, I want to acknowledge what we do and the opportunity to expand that. And so that was encompassed, that suggestion was encompassed with what Tim and I talked about.
Earlier, you had taken one of our Turn and Talk opportunities, and you put it into one word, relationships, and you can see where it was embedded. And I love the way that Dave took it. Not necessarily it was your idea, it was also his, but he took it from his vantage point, and he had several different elements to it. If you were able, because board directors usually are able to do things in 1 or 2 words, right? They're boom. If you were able to take more, and I'm not asking you to do it right now, but as we took that idea of more, can we give life to what more is, right? So a few things that we know what more looks like. So thank you.
I guess I would focus on something that Erica has shared and both Ashley. Or Dale said he stole her idea and used it as his own, but this focus around student advocacy at this level. And I think we've done a good job at our building levels, and our administrators, our staff, included students on leadership teams, academic teams, cultural teams. I guess I see that as how does the board support that for the students that we serve?
First, I want to say I appreciate the different way, I think it's different because I hadn't heard it before now, manner in which you characterize what the Now initiative should be. Because you and I have talked a lot in the last, and this kind of setting and what we're trying to do here, for me, is a struggle sometimes. For me, it's like trying to hold a football made of Jell-O in my hand. I'm just like, I can't get the form of it. I don't, what am I supposed to do with this? And then when you characterize the Now Initiative needs to be edgy, challenging. And I wrote down perhaps improbable to some. Because I think that if it takes on that characteristic, people are more likely to focus on it and say, wow, that's a big thing. These guys are trying to do something big that will impact students in a meaningful way. Anyway, I wanted to say that to you because it gave me a little bit of a second wind. I wrote down two things. Ashley wrote down two things. I mean, I heard from. I mean, one is a safe learning environment, and I don't mean just physical, although that's obviously imperative, but the notion that, and that's for teachers and students. Thank you. The more people are allowed to say what they think, the more likely other people are to learn. And that may be, wow, I can't believe that person thinks that, right? Or, wow, I hadn't thought of it from that perspective before. I mean, it could be any, or 100 other variations of that. The other thing that I wrote down was setting expectations for our students. The video that you played, I thought was fabulous. And to me, implicit in that message is you better up your game, right? Because it gets harder at the next level, so you better up your game. And I do think that sometimes there's a tension between trying to be caring and loving and compassionate, and it's okay. You're just, whatever you are, it's just fine. And hey, it's time to set expectations. You need to perform if you want to be here. Sometimes there's a tension between those two, and more our public dialogue, it's all over here or it's all over there, and we need to strike that middle ground of being caring and compassionate and loving, but saying, you know what, you got to do better than that. This is where you got to be, right? So let's figure out how to get there.
So we talked about standards last time. Remember, the standards are important. They're helpful. Standards aren't the answer, but you do need to be able to say that these specific things need to be in place for a person. Remember, you start out as a dependent, you move to independent, and on maturity continuum, you end up being interdependent. So we need to help people walk through and achieve well in each one of those areas, but there's a reason for it. The reason for it is so that we can set you up for success in life, so we have a part. But I'd like to add to the reality that it's going to be hard. Knowing what we're seeing on the landscape for a board, hey, guess what? Board's probably going to get harder going forward. You just be a board director. And so we better learn how to do hard better, which is why I like to show that, because that's our new normal, is that whatever you figured out now gets you this far, but the whirlwind's growing in intensity, so we need to make sure that we're clear in what we're doing. The other portion of it is when you talked about helping others see that they need to do hard well. Part of that is listening. It's amazing. We already know it's going to get hard. And so elevating that voice for them to even hear what they're saying sometimes, they go, wait a minute, I just said it. Yeah, you better set me up for success, because this wasn't, that's on a collision course for difficulty, right? And so elevating voice helps us to come to that place of hard, but it's almost like, oh yeah, we figured it out, it's going to be hard. And so sometimes you don't want to tell them, it's going to be hard, it's going to be hard. It's like they quit listening to us. But if we give them a chance to speak, they go, oh my goodness, this is getting hard. And then that's when they're engaged. I'm rambling, sorry.
One of mine came from last Thursday. Increasing community involvement by having the pre-meetings, like maybe doing an hour before our regular board meeting, so we can allow more community input. It would give us board members time to discuss the issues on the agenda, and then find a way to make it to where the community can be involved also and feel like they're being heard and doing that. I feel like that is a very important piece to make them feel part of this. And then my other one, of course, was the student voice on the board on this level.
Both of those aspects at the heart of it have elevating voice. Both of the things. So that's the common denominator, what you're saying. I would say that you'll really want to be careful with standard operating procedures to get there, because elevating voice elevates voice.
Yeah.
And so you need to have really
Yes, and
strong.
that's what we were saying.
Self-agency, self-efficacy is nice when it's in a vacuum, but when it's in public, sometimes it's not so nice.
Yeah, that's Dale and I were like, oh, we're gonna have to figure that out. That's gonna have to be.
And that's why we have a team, to figure stuff out. John?
When Heidi and I met, we found that we had two goals that were pretty well identical, different wording, but please step in if I get things off base. But having our school district's kind of, going two ways. There's a lot of different subpaths you can take off those two paths, but you're going to be an academic, you're going to be somebody that's more blue collar. Both those ways are great, and we want to provide those opportunities for all students. But we also want to make sure that those students are competent in the basics of English, writing, science, math. And but with those opportunities comes that's something that we're offering you. But if your actions speak that you aren't willing to take those opportunities and you want to bring your bad behavior in here, it's not going to be tolerated. We have to look out for everyone, the health and safety of everyone, and behavior is not going to be tolerated. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I get as a board member from the community is like behavior. And I feel like we need to make it well known that if you want to act a fool, some of these opportunities can be taken away from you.
It almost sounds like you're from law enforcement. Can I say that if we employ some of the best practices around behavior change, remember Franklin Covey does three things: human behavior, change management, and leadership capacity, people leadership. That's the things we do. On human behavior, changing human behavior, it's really hard. You've got to get to the heart. And so one of our best things that we say, and man, I wish I was smart enough to have trademark that is seek to understand, then be understood. And so it's a wonderful thing when we can say, help me understand your behavior, or you meet behavior isn't in alignment with their success with a question. And not, remember, we do sometimes, having three daughters, they'll say, yeah, that's your dad's condescending question. That's what they'll say to me. It's like, rats. I tried to play that card, it didn't work. So you don't get to say a question like, what were you thinking? Or, why did you do that? It used to be a question from your perspective. I'm asking how to understand how that's going to create or put into motion things that are really in your best interest. I really want them. And then you just get to listen. So that's the slow down to speed up to get where you're going. But if you just sit there and go to behavioral modification, all I'm telling you, behavioral modification rarely works. To change human behavior takes connecting with people. And so it's slow down and speed up. But as the one who also, I was saying, appreciates law enforcement, one of the things we did in our district is we had, what we call SROs, I don't know if they call them, the student resource officers. It's a beautiful thing. We need in our community. We have a lot of gangs. Our graduation rate when I got on the board was 56%. And that's not good, just in case you don't look at the numbers. When I got off the board, it was 89.8. I was so mad. I said, come on, can we round it up to 90? 90 just sounds better than 89. But anyway, we made a huge impact. One of the things that we did was we had to bring in an SRO just to level set, right? It needed to be a safe environment for all people who aren't. So we started moving our SROs to truly relationship building. And then our goal, and this was, I felt so great about it, when I'm no longer on the board, so and they did, and the board voted not to do it then, and they're still not doing it now. So it must not have been that great of an idea, but my idea was instead of just having an SRO, we're gonna have our SROs, we're gonna pay them to teach forensics. So because kids were interested in forensics, right? And now if you're trying to build a relationship, that's my teacher, not just a police officer. Take it to another level, and then it got us around needing to pay the extra money sometimes a week because right now law enforcement's like education. There's not a lot of those human beings alive, right? The supply and demand stuff. So it didn't work because of supply and demand, but that was my goal. That was one of the, see, that's an edgy initiative. It's different. And so then you even have to look at it legislative-wise. Can you bring somebody in that they don't have a degree? And so our governor said, yes, you could if you have expertise. So you have to do all these advanced type things. But would that be worth it? Would that be a long-term? Well, Franklin County would tell you, yeah, it'd be worth it because you're doing behavior and change management, which is more important than just behavioral modification. So let's think like that.
And we have SRO, I don't know if you know any of this.
No, I don't.
There's an SRO at the high school, there's an SRO at the middle school, but then there's retired officers that are at each building. So the police department would get called to say if lift had an issue, but they're there to basically corral it until we get there.
And maybe build a relationship with kids. Because guess what? When you're teaching forensics or when you're there building relationships, you're setting up the next pipeline for law enforcement or for teachers or for nursing or whatever, right? Have them in there.
Yeah, so like John said, we had two of the same, and really our third one was similar, talking about health, and it kind of talks a little bit, Dale, what you said, as far as just safety for all kids. And I think one of the things we all learned through the outcome of COVID is mental health has to be at the forefront and the focus for us. And that includes anxiety, includes just basic health, safety, stress, just anything that the child needs in order to thrive. Because we can have all these great ideas, but if they're not okay where they're at, then it's in their way of learning and being their best self. So, and then one thing that Christy shared, which I absolutely love that you and Cheryl talked about, is just more inclusive opportunity for the community. Getting connected.
Christy.
Well, I'm lucky to go last, but here everybody's ideas.
She just watched.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say, I think the things we started off with in 2018, those were super edgy. To say we're going to do leadership preschool all the way through Lyft, calling this a leadership institute as opposed to a textbook, those were edgy things. And so thinking about how to incorporate all these things, I wonder if it's something as simple as every student has an individual plan. Because within that plan, there's self-advocacy, right? I'm in charge of my learning. I know what I need to do to get better at X, Y, Z. My individual strengths are in there. Maybe it's behavior. There's also, you could have mental health. And who helps develop that plan? The family is at the table, the student, their teacher, and we can connect them with community at a certain level, right? Where they start to think we have an academic, if they have an academic plan and they have a whole person plan and then they have a next steps plan and everybody's at the table developing that, that's edgy. Nobody's really, it's an individualized learning plan for every kid. That's big. That would be a worthy, hard endeavor that we could be proud of saying, this is something that we do that gets at everything that we said is important in kind of a snapshot way. And as a parent, I'm district shopping. They see my kid as an individual. My kid has his or her own plan, and that's different than their best friend's plan because they're different kids and they have different strengths. And who's driving the plan? The kid. They're monitoring their progress. They're helping set those goals. So the work we've done since 2018 to equip students with those leadership skills sets them up for something like that. And maybe some kids' plan is to serve on a board or to be in a student leadership organization or to serve, like we've seen kids here at the homeless shelter. Like, so that's what I feel like I get to take the best of everybody's ideas and what if it could just be packaged into one thing?
That's where we're trying to go, to package it into one thing.
Yeah.
So a new one thing that I'm hearing, and Kyle and I didn't get a chance to debrief what we're hearing yet, so I want you to speak into it. Well, one thing I am hearing is that self-agency that's coming with that opportunity and that potential. And Chrissy, one of the things that's interesting about what you said at the very, I mean, everything you said was interesting, but at the end you talked about it's the student would say it's my way. So if you build that, the hard part would be we're not imposing our plans on you. So this is what would be good for you. It's really, so you're going to have that culture that says what that person, I see that person as a unique individual, right? And so now I'm aware of where other components in the community, the school district, and others will reinforce their voice versus, well, we need to get Marty figured out quick before we release him on the community, right? So it's a little bit different mindset, but that's why culture is a big deal. So sometimes we talk about, hey, let's just build the structure. The structure, remember, it's got to have a common language, but it's got to be a culture that we really can look at and say, yeah, they have my best interest in mind, that those aren't just words. One of the things that I would have, and we don't necessarily need to speak out on this, but one of the goals that we have in doing this is, for me, I hope that now Christy and Heidi like each other better, and that you and Christy like each other better, and that John and the people that you spent time with, I hope you like each other a little better. You just got to spend some more time connecting. So I'm looking, I'm not saying, yeah, that was really true, I do, or so we didn't give you enough time maybe. But isn't it cool when you get to be with another person? It's not just about sharing ideas. That's what I'm trying to say. You actually looked somebody in the eye and you gave them ear. And you heard, I hope you even kind of affirmed their ideas. You probably would say, oh, I hadn't thought of that. I like that because I heard some of that in the discussion. And then you're giving each other credit for stuff. That's team. But you might as well learn to really like the people you're with because you're building team together. So let's just like each other. I like the times we have to be able to get see that.
Helps build trust.
Yeah.
Helps build trust, which is really important. And when you learn where folks are coming from, like when they're really coming from, it's better when the difficult times come. You know what I mean? And I always, in my family, we always say this, hey, listen to what people tell you about themselves the first time.
Yep, that's good.
And so if we're listening, they will tell you and help connect. And then we know folks are that authenticity, that integrity.
Yeah, you should be surprised. Wow, they really didn't like it when I said this. As I told you from the very beginning. All right, so it's getting close to lunchtime, isn't it?
Yes, I need to go check to see if it's set.
All right, and so we'll do lunch when we get back. We're going to, if you don't mind, we're going to take a few passes of finding a now initiative, and then we're going to start working on some SOPs before, during, and after board meetings. Is that fair? All right, so we'll take lunch. I wanted to say thank you to everybody for your high level of engagement up to this point. And just good to be with you. Let's lean into lunch at some point.
Are we coming to back?
I don't know. I have very good questions. Does anybody know? I guess they're gonna come back and tell us.
Okay.
I will tell you that I've eaten at Cracker Barrel twice in the last few days, just because we don't have them. And if you eat that much lunch, it's pretty hard to keep going afterwards, I can tell you that too.
Yeah. It's not a restaurant I ever really go to that much, but you don't He does.
We don't have them, and I love chicken fried steak.
Oh,
You just can't get chicken fried steak in the
Like real home cooking.
Yeah, like everyone.
Bad for you.
Yeah.
Yes. I just want some food that's bad for me. I don't want salmon and asparagus for the lawn. White gravy, bacon, fats.
Well, and definitely, a huge lunch, 'cause that's trash time.
Well, my lunch usually is an apple and a protein bar. So like last week, eating that sandwich is like, oh my gosh.
It does slow down.
I'm kind
every-
of glad that we left early because I'm not used to eating.
Go home and take a nap.
Oh my gosh.
Did they get married at your farm or?
No, the tree farm, over to the tree farm.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's neat.
yeah.
Is there parking there?
Yeah, there's parking. It's funny, Cody's the one that owns, Cody and Sophie on it. And Cody sent me a message yesterday that he had like an aerial. And then he showed how you need to have somebody there to park people. And this is the parking. You have to leave this open and this open for people to turn around. And so I'm like, oh dear, okay. But I've got kids, some of Sawyer's friends, to drag the golf carts and pick them up and, that kind of thing. But I think I'm gonna have to have one of my adult friends, Rob Patterson, actually,
Actually be in charge.
yeah, and have him, I haven't told him yet. I haven't said, hey, I got it out for you the day I learned it. So, yeah.
We went to a teacher at Reynolds' wedding 4 or 5 years ago. It was- God, I can't think of the name. It was about west of town. They got married outside their farm. And it had to be 102 that day. It was so hot. It was like surrounded by
It gets hot here.
cornfields.
Oh, and no airflow.
Yeah,
No
there was
airflow.
none. And it was, it was so hot. And that, I'll give it to the bride. She just danced her night out.
Did
She didn't act
she?
like it was hot at all.
Oh,
She teaches kindergarten. Riddle, I think it was. Buford, Sam Buford.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, and she just, like it didn't bother her one bit.
Wow.
She just,
It was funny, whenever Miller Construction came to start my house project 3 weeks ago. Well, we had just cleaned out one of the cattle barns and we don't have our wheat fields cut yet. So they had to pile it in a pasture, which is right across my driveway. And he's like, you're not having the wedding here, are you? Because that nice pile will not go well. I'm like, no, wedding is not here. Wedding is not here. Thank goodness, because, oh man, the flies and the smell are unbearable. So hopefully they don't start cutting wheat right before the wedding. He keeps saying, yeah, he keeps saying, my husband keeps saying, do I need to be there Friday night? Because we might be cutting wheat and getting a straw. I'm like, yeah, it's your daughter. You're gonna be there. But I don't think we'll be cutting wheat this week, so.
It was so fun driving through because, you hear the song Amber Field with Rain or whatever.
Uh-huh.
When you see them, it is.
It's beautiful.
It is.
Fall is my husband's favorite part of the year because he likes to go out and see what he sows, so, but yeah, we do need rain. We need rain terribly.
we need rain just so my boat can come out of my lips at the lake. It's getting shallower and
Mine's
shallower.
money related. Mine's,
Mine's all pleasure.
mine is not.
Our bay's not very deep, so if the water goes out too far, the boat will come off the lifts.
My lovely soon son-in-law blew my engine out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So it come into the family?
Yeah. So, first day out. So, yeah, I'm like, what do I want to do? Because we obviously didn't take it out last year, they took it out.
Yeah.
Every weekend, they took it out. And, you know,
That's what we've kind of lost ours this summer. Jake and Shane bring their friends out. And it's like,
yeah, I heard Zach was out there.
there's 8 of them on the boat and like, I guess I'm not going tonight. I'll sit on the shore and watch.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And that's what Chris and I said. We're like, you know, honestly, we have the boat for the kids more than us.
As long as it keeps them coming to like,
Yes, as long as it keeps, and that's why we put the pool in, whenever we did, because the kids were young, and it's like, you know
keeps
what?
them here.
It keeps them here, it keeps them here, so.
It's nice because every Sunday everybody's out there. still.
Nice, that's awesome.
Girlfriends and boyfriends and
Mhm.
friends and.
All the above.
There's always a fridge full of hamburgers and hot dogs
Oh,
just
I
in
can
case.
imagine. I can imagine, yeah.
We got to the point, like 2 years ago, we told the boys, like, if your friends that come out, they have to at least bring a bag of chips or something.
Yeah.
Like, we're not asking to pay for boat gas or whatever, but at least a box of cookies.
A little bit.
Yeah, and just throw them on the table. Like, because we're feeding
A lot.
10 kids 4 or 5 days a week.
Well, and that's, Sawyer always, his friends always came out to work, you know, so it's like, especially on Saturdays, it's like, Mom, you know, so, I'm like, all right, so it's a big thing of barbecue and shit, you know, and all this stuff, and it was just, you know, we all like working on the farm, that was fun, you know, they were town kids, they wanted to come out on the farm and work. And so, yeah, I know exactly what you mean, they all know where my snack drawers are.
Yeah, and they know where the key's at.
Yeah, yep, well, we
They
don't,
knock.
I'd say we don't lock the house.
Yeah,
The
neither.
only time we lock the house is at night.
A little like we do.
Yeah, because you're not there all the time, right? So I.
Food here yet, Dale?
What?
Is food here yet?
Yes. Christy and John are unpacking it as we speak.
They said tacos. Did I say that?
I think that's what I heard. Taco bar.
I was asked a question about where I thought the cheese dip should be in the line, and I left because
That's a good.
I'm now out of my level of
You were
expertise.
wrong.
That's right. As long as it's somewhere.
Lori always said, like, you're so picky because I always like to have the cheese or the lettuce before the cheese because I don't want the cheese to melt on the meat.
Oh, I love them.
She says I'm backwards, but
You have to have the lettuce last.
no, not me. Cheese is last. Cause she'll bring it.
Well,
If she makes me one, brings it to me, I'm like, I did this wrong.
Isn't that sad that you didn't know how to do a taco yet?
24 years, you think she'd know how to make a taco?
That would be good, yeah, so we can, afterwards, we can see how collaborative we really are.
Before anybody eats, we have to look at your taco. How did you layer it?
I watched something, like, one of those basketball players at Illinois a couple years ago, they said, as the meat he said, he always takes a soft taco shell and lays it on his plate, and then he makes his tacos on top of it, and then when he eats, then all the scraps are
That's a
left, and then he
good
makes
call.
another taco out of his scraps.
What a unique.
Yeah, I heard that on the news one day when they were talking to
You're
him.
basically eating your plate.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That is a great idea.
So that's what I try to do that too.
Okay. Well, guess what? I eat like taco salad. I just crunch it all up and eat it in a bowl. My husband likes to be like, you're crazy.
Yeah, no.
I'm like, "Oh, I like it all mixed up, and I don't, yeah. I like Doritos instead of.
Get it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Which that's what I was gonna fix tonight for supper, so I guess,
Dale, I was gonna do a couple parking lots of the Now initiatives, just getting some words for us, putting them on the parking lot, and then I'll send that back to you. I said parking lots, kind of are typing them. Because we're not gonna be able to come up with a refined Now initiative, but maybe at a work session, you can move that forward. But we'll get some expression to it to where you at least have a few of the words, and we'll see how far it goes.
Okay.
But then sometimes and not even sometimes, most times, what happens is you do a subcommittee that says, we're gonna try to refine this, and then we're gonna report back to the board and grow it. That's another way to do that.
Okay. For planning purposes, I've got a work call I have to be on from 12 to 1. So anything important you need to do, probably should do, schedule for that
All
time.
important, Dale.
That's
Dale, like, how far are you out if I wanted to set up an appointment with you?
Oh, yeah.
Weeks, months, days?
No, 10 days.
What if I want to make an appointment for my parents with you and bring them to you?
Same.
Right,
Yeah.
set something up for your parents here?
Yes, they're too busy to go see him to set up they're retired and spend 7 days a week sitting in the lawn chairs at the lake, but they're too busy to go meet
I
Dale.
saw them on a bike ride earlier this
Well,
morning.
they do that, they do 10-mile bike ride and straight to the
But they're
lake.
riding to Dale's house.
No, they weren't. I'm going to load them up in the car and bring them.
So Tim, would you share with us one more time? what we-
Lunch is
Yeah.
over in the kitchenette area. We've got a little taco bar, so feel free to
My
help
grandma
yourself.
had a little
There's
notepad,
drinks over
one of
there
those
as well.
little spiral ones. She had CDs released from 15 different bands.
Yeah, right.
That's the
Do that.
Right. Right, that's what they keep saying, well, we need to do this, we need to do this, because I have a lake house. It's got my name, and then but their own house is something, so my sister lives in it, so. Yes, they have a plan, there's one executed.
Just perspective, yes, this is. Just make sure. Usually the way we write they will do similar things, so we're gonna do that after auction.
Exactly, yeah. They have it where they have it. And I don't want to.
So it's done,
Yeah,
you know.
and that's what we need to do, but it's just.
We'll map that out.
18 months ago. And I need to too, for my kids.
Yeah, we did one, gosh, the kids were young, and so we really need to go back and read.
They may or may not do the same.
Yeah, and it's all set up that you shouldn't be arguing with your sister
Exactly.
about it.
We need to set up for us. I mean, yeah, I know that's.
Or if they'll do a workshop.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think Chris Wetzel can do ours anymore.
He's a
Can he?
judge.
That's right, he's a judge, so Chris Wetzel can't work on our will anymore, can he?
That's correct.
So. That's great. He took care of all of our family wills.
Chris, I didn't think we'd ever need a family lawyer till the boys went to college, and then we did. So Chris is like, here's our family lawyer. He's helped us a couple times. My boys were teenagers.
Hey, I know.
You know their age, or you just know the kids are?
I know, there's this, I know what the circumstances were.
Oh, yeah.
Road course festival.
Uh-huh.
We want to see us kind of discuss, just the next one, kind of build that, and then what kind of. This is the framework that could work, you as an organization.
You're fine. Thank you guys, let's go eat. Kelly? Dale?
Yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
Are they all eating in a different room or what's?
No, I think they're bringing it back here
Okay.
because we're supposed to like do stuff.
Here's my, oh, yeah. It was so crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh. I feel like I'm back in grade school. I know. It's like, I don't feel very good bringing up. No, peanut butter. That's like all, but you know what? Okay, so in kindergarten through, 5th grade, No, kindergarten through fifth grade was at grade school across the street from my mom and dad. So I walked back and forth every day and then brought home.
I just want to give you a
I ate
heads up.
chicken
I'm gonna
nuggets
be
like
ready
every day.
today at noon.
Okay.
And
So
Okay.
I'll get the
And then,
video right. We can watch.
they changed it to fifth and sixth grade.
The audio, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No
so that
problem.
won't be-
Okay. I'm glad you've been here.
Yeah, thank you.
We have some things to work through, but there have been some, I think, some fabulous ideas
Mhm.
put forth here, and we'll engage on them.
Yeah.
Okay, as a group.
Yeah, that
Later,
sounds
okay?
good. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll just get the audio or notes or however, I can get that from, we're not doing the working lunch, right? We're gonna just eat in there.
Oh, I thought we were doing, I'm sorry, I thought we were doing a working lunch. Is everyone sitting down in there?
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I apologize. I was wrong about that. I thought we
You
were
guys
doing.
wanna go outside or you wanna?
I
get
thought we
some
were doing
fresh
it
air,
yesterday.
or- Well, I thought he said that and then.
I did too.
I think because it's messy, that is
You don't
So-
want
Right?
taco
You know,
down
with cleaning up tacos everywhere
I don't know, I'm.
on our laptops.
We have 6, I'm the youngest of 6, and so we used to have tacos every Sunday because it was easy. You come home from church, it could be ready, you know, you have starving children. And that is our biggest thing, like we drip down taco contest. That's the way, you know.
Well, and there was a question there earlier about where the cheese dip should be in the line.
I heard you.
So there is an issue, right?
There is
Well,
an
there's a
issue. That's
potential
the
there,
part.
right?
That's the part. We gotta get our priorities straight, okay?
So yeah, they're just so that you guys know, they're just sitting in there. I thought it's not here working.
Okay.
Okay. And
We're
then-
getting in here.
Yeah.
Okay. So you well, enjoy this sometime. I feel like I feel like I'm in like second grade and eating like my lunch sandwich because I'm very picky.
Nice, nice you're prepared.
Yeah, yes. I was told to prepare, so.
Actually, it's running late.
I know. That's funny. I was running late too, and I was like, oh crud, she's gonna be there. I'm like, well, maybe she won't be there yet. Because I didn't walk in, I didn't know where to go. I'm like, oh. I'm like, oh, no. But it worked out. All right.
What have you guys thought of this?
I think it's great.
We're a big fan of y'all talking to each other, and I feel like it's always been a mystery to me, like how you got work done once a month in a meeting, and I didn't really understand the Open Meetings Act, so I thought there was discussion that was happening outside of meetings, and there's not, and so like the idea.
Well, there is, but it's limited.
Right, and so the idea of these workshops where you all can discuss, like, I'm wondering how you've been able to function without doing that, honestly. I mean, I think
Right.
that's really beneficial. And then the town hall meetings that came with the election, you were at some of them, they were so valuable. There were board members there were teachers there were students there, community members, retired people, everybody throwing in opinions and talking. And I was like, we need this, like this, and if the board had buy-in to this, like this builds community trust, because not everybody, most people are not gonna speak up at a board meeting, right?
Right.
So like having discussions like that is amazing, and I think that needs to happen, yeah.
I mean, the Open Meetings Act doesn't apply to the Illinois General Assembly. So I've never had to, I could sit in a room with 10 of my colleagues and talk about an issue with the door closed for as long as I wanted. And I think there is value in that, because, you know, you're able to like not worry about the politics of it, and you can, I think there's just like there's value in confidential conversations in a family setting or a work setting or whatever. But this has been an adjustment for me, because it's like I can't pull together 3 or 4 board members. I couldn't sit down with Heidi and John and Ashley and talk about it. I can't do it. It's against the law.
Right.
And it makes it very difficult. I mean, I get the rationale behind it, and there are certain exceptions, but hey, let's just sit down and talk about some issues here and get real with one another is not one of the exceptions to the Open Meetings Act. Well, anyway.
Yeah, I think
Well, I'm glad you have found this useful, because I've been on again, off again, because I'm not a seminar guy. I mean, I tried to express that earlier, but I try to be diplomatic with these guys because I think they have the best intent. I think they're smart and experienced and very capable. And I'm just like, okay, I hear all these softy, feel-good terms, and I'm like, okay, but I got stuff to do, right? We got a list. We need to improve the education in the school district.
But
Tell
taking
them.
something away from it that you can use and take back to, apply it.
Right,
And
but
so I feel
like I said, this idea that, hey, let's put together a goal, something that's edgy, aggressive, something that, I mean, because there are so many people that are just wringing their hands and giving up on public school districts, right? We need to say, no, that's not what we're going to do, and here's what we're going to achieve.
Yeah, well, and I feel like that, your question, I feel like the edgy part of it, I think that sometimes questions come off as like non-agreement or dissension.
Hostility, aggression, right,
dissension.
absolutely.
And that's not the case always. Some people just want to know.
Sure.
And they have questions. And I feel like if those questions would be met in a different way, that the hostility, the edgy, that kind of stuff can be taken away and out of the equation.
Right.
Sometimes. Now, sometimes it's not. You have a few people that come to the board meetings that are there to be edgy and very hostile. And I understand that. But
Sure.
some people are there because they want to be informed. They want to make sure. They want to know what's going on, and it's not always a bad thing. I mean, and just to have other opinions. I mean, sometimes other people have better ideas or good ideas.
It's almost always a good thing, I think, absolutely.
So, I do. I mean, I feel like for the most part, questions should be allowed and asked and answered, and like, hey, we'll get back to you or whatever. So, because there are a lot of community. That's what the town halls. There were a lot of questions and concerns from the community. That my eyes were opened a lot. I went to most of them, and I didn't know that some of the practices, those were state mandates, or they were, that's why they did it, because they were coming down from,
right.
and stuff like that. So I feel like the more you hear, the more you learn, the more you can understand, and the more you can work together as a team. And so I feel like it's good. Anyway.
Well, I do. I really appreciate that, because we need a goal that is big enough and important enough to where most people will say, we don't have time for the small ball because we got this going on, right? We have to get here. The question is how you wordsmith that, right?
Well, go eat your tacos, or else you're not.
I'm not hungry, because I'm like, I got this stuff in my head. I'm just sitting here. I've been sitting here taking notes, right? And I have to do a work call between 12 and 1, so I'll probably just grab something then and turn the video camera off. Just say Dale Ryder on it. I can be plowing down my tacos then.
You'll just be there and.
Right, listen and participate, but they don't need to see
Make sure you,
me.
You don't want you dripping on a Zoom.
Well, not only that, but make sure that I'm muted when I'm not talking, so they don't hear the crunch, right?
So Dale, I plan on putting my thoughts together in an email.
Good.
I'm sending it to
Okay,
all
terrific.
experts just to,
I appreciate that.
since I'm one of the two people that are here from community, so.
So did Bill, when he got back from Brick World, when did they get back? Sunday?
Late Sunday night.
Okay. Okay. They had fun at Work Life?
Mhm.
Yeah, I heard you talking about it a little bit, didn't you? Slater was my Lego guy. Tatum is kind of a Lego guy, but Peyton, no, not so much. Peyton is more my, got to get my hands busy with outdoorsy kind of. He likes to fish, he likes to play basketball.
Well, we'd like to get out of that big house sometime soon, but I don't know how far Lego. I mean, that is it's a great hobby for a kid.
It is.
So when it goes that far, I don't know.
You have it downstairs, or where do you guys have all, is it still in that room, that one?
So
there's the room off the kitchen that's full, and then one of the bedrooms is a complete studio.
Okay.
That's where he films, and then he has all the storage and
So does he do
shelving.
like YouTube videos and stuff?
His YouTube channel
Okay,
and
for
Instagram.
Legos? Okay. Chris Walden's little boy, the chicken. His little boy is really into Legos and Slater, you know, because we're in our little mini baby house right now before we move back out. And so he went down to the basement the other day and got a few of the Technic ones for him and gave them to him. And because he's been going to garage sales and picking that, but that reminds me of him.
You should share Caleb's channel with.
Yeah, just send it to me. Will you? And I'll share it with him because he would love that.
Because for Lyft, he made one of his capstones, he's making a video
Oh, okay.
of going to Brick Road last year,
Oh, last
displaying for the first time.
Okay, so did he display this year again?
Again.
Okay, I didn't realize that he was going as a designer. That's awesome. That's really cool. That's neat. Now, what are his favorite ones to do? Like, is he like, Slater used to love the Technic ones, the ones that had the motors and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, not
No,
that
he
at
didn't
all.
like that. He likes the buildings and stuff.
He does, he likes the
Okay.
modulars.
Those are cool. Travis built Slater a table, had like 4x4s and then on the top, and then I bought the Lego, you know, like so the Lego topping. They used to have those like 12x12 squares or whatever, and I bought them at Toys R Us when we were in business. So.
What do you think? You don't have, you don't have
Yeah,
all those?
I'm not sure how they work. Yeah, my children,
Don't worry about that.
I'm telling you, my children are.
I found it's an age thing, like I remember, just looking stuff out with the bag wide open. I remember getting on my mom all the time, I go home and visit and I'd be looking at this for the refrigerator. When was it expired? A year ago, this expired, whatever. And now I'm finding that I'm not carrying this stuff right, and my kids are like,
Okay,
"This
my
is
mom,
expired."
I cleaned out her medicine cabinet the other day, and she had some Visine in there from 2002. And we joke with her, because she's watching this, like, mystery, like, murder mystery, and she's like, yeah, I know how to get rid of somebody, and she calls it marine medicine, Visine, she's like, yeah, that's it. I'm like, well, you have something more probably kill somebody, just by,
Did you send the ones? What's a money box? From the expired. No, well, no, I think they were contaminated with the bacteria.
I might see that.
Adds a little extra flavor
It
to
does,
the
like,
PJ.
I need something salty after I eat that sweet, so I'm like. I need to try to FaceTime this one.
You could grab a little snap next over here.
Do they have a trash can over there, Leah?
Yes.
Okay, and they're over here. All right, I'm gonna throw my stuff away.
Is it almost done?
I think they've got a few more minutes.
Okay.
I can say that those are some, little snacks. I hope that carries you through lunch.
Oh, I brought a sandwich. We already ate peanut butter and jelly, yeah.
PB&J.
I know, we feel like,
Third graders.
we feel like, yeah, we're like at the lunch table here.
PB&J was one of my favorites growing up. I still like it.
I grew up on, my mom and dad lived right across from the elementary school, and then they changed it to 5th and 6th grade centers. So I stayed there from kindergarten through 6th grade, and the bus stop was right outside their door. But anyway, I walked home every day. I ate chips, cheese, and hot sauce every day. My mom would have it ready. I'm very, very lucky. Yeah, and I still do that. I'm terrible.
Is the training making sense to you too?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
I
said.
said, is the training making sense to you?
Yes.
The processes that were of connectedness equates to effectiveness. Because I grew up in that. you know, a large family, they really make sense in a lot of different, you know, situations or environments, whether it's school board or whether it's.
Many different environments.
Well, my husband and I own a company for 23 years, but then we bought one a little over a year ago that's completely different, retail, lots of staff, scheduling. So I was hoping that I would pick up a few things from being here that I could use with them.
Yeah. It takes, and again, through change management, it only takes 3 years to create a new environment that is consistent.
It's all about 20-something young men. So,
A different environment.
right?
Good luck with
Thank
that.
you, thank you.
We have children that age, like,
I
so we should
know.
be experienced in this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as I got mine out of the house, I got
One more,
I
boy.
got 6 more. 6 more kids to take care of.
Oh, that's funny.
I like Dale had, said, reiterated the edginess. It's not always gonna be roses, I mean, you're always gonna have some, and I told him, I said, sometimes, questions and opinions and thoughts and ideas and agendas, whatever you wanna say, get kind of a negative connotation
Yep.
rather than, some people genuinely want to know, how things are going and how things are going and stuff like that. And so I feel like sometimes that kind of drowns out the question.
Right, and so if we could approach it with that growth mindset that you just spoke of, right? Now we're seeing an agenda as a perspective, and every person's perspective brings value.
And I like that you said, I like the other words that you used for agenda because, so they have an agenda. Well, I mean, that, if you say they have an idea, then to me that means, that's a little softer and it's a little, then you can take that and consider it and everybody's opinion and thoughts. So yes, we're learning too, so hey, it's good. I've been on boards, been on lots of fun stuff in my lifetime.
So yeah, the homeschool group's having trouble.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, oh, I'm running from that.
Been there, done that, right?
Mhm. I do feel kind of bad because I have Tatum and I probably should be more involved, but we're involved in 9,000 other social things, and so I'm like, I don't really.
I tried to go to quite a few meetings this year, so now last year,
Mm-hmm. It's just not the same.
It is not the same, not with Ashley and you and Amy, and that's okay. But I don't feel like when I came home, I needed I needed encouraging advice, I needed.
I just think it's bad that guys be like, it's okay to have a bad day.
Yeah. No, I didn't feel the same. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Don't they have clicks? They don't like that. It's just different. So I feel like that kind of started happening for myself, and that's where a lot of stuff there because of how I and I love the things that are just great, but when they shine their attention to their own group and stuff, I was like, it's kind of, I just trust in good. And they are really thick and tired, I mean, in everything, not just in school stuff, they're like, yeah, coordination, and that's good, I mean, it's good for them. Yeah, I don't know how you balance it, it's a group, it's not good for them, yeah, and then they did that, I think that kind of go with their parallel too. I think she's trying to, I think I would, so whatever you just,
When you whisper, I just start listening to you. I just turn on. Isn't that true? It instant.
Yeah.
As soon as you hear somebody do something. Because you guys are talking some great ideas over there.
I agree. But you would think that our statement would guide and fit everybody, but because people have such general beliefs now. Absolutely. That, yeah, honestly, like when we were in, like when I was very active, there were several people, and I'm not even judging or anything, there were several people that I'm not really sure how they signed it, because Catholicism did not want to go along with those, like, they were a little bit not in line with the Catholic faith, that I was like, because of like, it was nice because she's very particular about everything, and for her to go ahead and sign it, statement faith. I sometimes it's really, I don't know things in that's really what they believe, but okay. And like I said, I'm not Catholic, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, because these are I'm thankful that it doesn't seem like they have some issue come up, so like, hopefully people are still being respectful of each other, yeah. So, I mean, I keep my membership up, and just because it is something I could do something on it, I'll see it. And I do, I mean, I had a homeschooling family just this weekend, and I gave them
Margie, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. I'll leave a little early today, but I just wanted to thank you for coming and
Just
your
so nice at
wisdom.
you. No, I just appreciate your countenance. You have a great.
Thank you for this, sharing your wisdom.
Yeah, we brought our lunch.
I think just, thank you. And I'm sure you get that all the time, but it's that love that you sort of give to all the people you already know.
Yes. Okay, so
And I
thought the
hopefully we'll
question
see you.
was.
All right.
Future.
I agree. I love working with you guys.
Because I think somehow, I'm not exactly sure, but he's gonna have to drop chemistry and then.
Well, I hope she does well.
I'll be in touch.
Okay. He needs.
You don't.
And he was afraid that if you took the, does it count for one whole?
So is he talking about like required credits for graduation? So it's not like he needs to
Oh,
science
yeah.
class. Okay.
You too.
That's my son.
All right, yeah.
That's amazing.
Oh, that's the hardest part of your job.
Yeah.
My first summer I ever worked, ever.
You need the direction. Maybe I need to make you the sign.
I know, for 7 years.
So he'll be SUMA.
Yes.
Okay, so then the courses here count the same as the capstone classes there. It just would be in terms of if he is elective. So who's his counselor? Who's this? I think that'd be the best person just to ask.
Actually, it's not in here.
I'm gonna hear you before she gets here.
They work.
If the question was like, so if.
Got to fly 8 minutes early. So You did it, yeah.
So Rocky's.
That's why I like it.
Wow.
I need the whole bowl in one
He
sitting.
can take as many classes as he is capable of taking. So like, if he wants, which classes he wants to take. Okay, let's just say if it's construction or architecture or whatever. He can take that and social media. He can take that and leadership.
This is
He
like
can
the
get credit
longest
for every class he
I
takes.
have sat for.
So if in the fall he takes 2 classes, that's 2 credits. In the spring, 2 classes, would be 2 different credits.
Older I get,
Yeah.
the tighter my hips get. And my gun belt doesn't help. So,
Yeah.
I have bone and bone in my hip, so I know, your alternatives, you can't get replaced. I'm like, I'm not there.
Okay.
my wife.
So I saw them and I was
I
like,
don't know what we're doing.
Who's she going to?
David and Jan Irons are gonna come and take a tour of this too. David worked here for 20-some years, so he hadn't seen it yet, so they're gonna come up, we're gonna give them a tour and then.
That's.
I don't know what my plans are. I need to get some sand. I took 2 tons of sand to the lake yesterday for the beach.
So basically,
I need to do that again.
You take the, no,
explain to me.
I haven't pulled it with my truck yet. Shane's like, it's gonna be fine, because he always pulled it with his truck.
Like a ball and.
Just have some.
So I did,
Basically.
and it, yeah, and it
So it will keep him on track.
just didn't like to stop very well. That's a big, heavy load. And that trailer's heavy. Yeah, I think
Borrow
it's-
mine.
You have a dump trailer too?
No.
Oh, your truck.
She lived with it for a while, but it finally.
All right.
last year it did.
I had to go buy a hitch. I didn't have a 2 and 5/16 ball.
Welding student who last year.
And it
Now I have one.
Finished up in the year. She ended up getting a job.
I still have your socket set.
That
For
helps.
doing all the
Oh,
work.
yeah.
But when I took my seats out, I'm keeping it so I can come back in.
The doctor basically.
I may work on that tonight, because we're leaving for at noon for St. Louis tomorrow.
Okay, yeah.
We're taking Jake and Ashland, we're gonna go play outlaw and then
Head down the game early.
go to the game early, yeah.
She struggled a little bit with the idea that, you know, 41.
Oh, yeah.
And so he had to get out
But
of that.
I guess somebody commented on Facebook today, the tickets for US national team in St. Louis aren't that expensive.
Right.
They're like whatever face value was right now.
Yes, but he had.
June 28th, I think. It's a Wednesday, because, yeah, it's a Wednesday.
And that's just it.
And it should be late because I
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
think the first game starts at 6 or 6:30. That was like 2 hours, and they'll need an hour warm up. So I bet it won't be over until 11:30. It'll be late night. But we're coming back home.
Now, I can't.
Yeah.
They have to look. See, they'll want you to do something.
I was out riding my
Just for
bike.
night, for
And then we're going down,
Blow away.
You know.
we're going down July 27th, and I think all of us are gonna go spend the night down there. They play Club America, which is the team from Mexico. St. Louis City does.
And that's a lifelong skill.
Dude, Brad wants us to buy.
Tournament. So we got hotel rooms for that, for all of us.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's probably what I'm talking here then, is that.
That's probably Saturday.
While you're here, you still got
That's a-
stuff on the fourth floor.
That's a Thursday night.
There's machines, CNC cutters, and like water jets and all of that.
So I got on my calendar to take off Friday. You gave up sweet tea for Coke.
Last week I had a Coke and this week I had a Coke.
Must be a smart man.
That's how I wake up most mornings here. Okay, crack on.
Really?
She got us 3 or 4 today.
Really?
Yes.
I usually don't. Well, whenever I got diagnosed with Graves', I stopped drinking.
That would
I really shouldn't drink caffeine
make
at all.
me feel more like it's time to go.
And that's why the energy drink that I have,
Yeah.
you know, it's just got the green tea mixed with it, so it's got,
I know. So my son's here.
the steadfast energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's just pretty much, you're like taking apart computers.
The most that I usually drink.
Things back together.
But no,
I
I
have
just,
comments.
every once in a while, I was like, I think I want a Coke.
They are good.
They are, very good.
That's how Lori likes it.
But I have been using diet, since I've been using diet, I do a sleep.
That's called.
Have you never heard that before?
I don't either.
Yeah. Well, I really,
And that's gonna be that way too. You're nice and skinny.
A lot of kids would like that.
Yeah,
That's
really so we're doing.
It's better than inside.
Before you see
We like all, like we done all this.
You're gonna see 2
Amaretto
people
flour, sunflower.
that are studying.
Wine.
You need somebody bartender?
Well, I hope it works out.
I'm getting the stuff from Gateway, and then I have 2 of those new friends that are licensed, or did the bartending
Okay.
classes and stuff, so I'm.
There's something good about
I'm-
see it all.
Ready to go?
Now that's
Things
what
that I
that's
would-
what I'm get off track.
Well, my video conference, turn the video off,
Let's, you know, you bought this car.
so you can see me plowing down the top over
I'm surprised, yeah, so it's a little bit of a struggle.
Well, you got an A?
Yes.
You think
Good
I can
Yeah, so we still, he asked me.
I have to go.
You're baiting me. You're just baiting me.
Yeah, let's see it.
You know darn good well I could.
Come on. I'm like, so, you know, you were like,
I've seen a guy eat 10 tacos once at a police training. He didn't come back for the afternoon, but he got them.
Mission accomplished.
Wow, he's a forward thinker.
Are we ready?
Yep.
Getting close?
I had to leave.
Oh, she's gone. Oh, okay.
Yes, just wanted to acknowledge, Heidi said she had a commitment and was very affirming to our time together. She's, I don't know, maybe just some people just eat lunch and take off, you know, that's easy, that's me, so trying to create some.
That was a joke, everybody.
Yeah, that was a joke. All right, so we're gonna move to this statement here. Now initiative. I've been telling you guys from the very beginning, this is the most important thing you do as a board. I mean, you collaboratively work towards it, so being a cohesive team, that's all that, but ultimately, this is your product. You get it? Makes sense? This is really important. So if somebody says, what did you spend 2 days of, training to do? It's because we want to make sure we have the most relevant now initiative for our district to have direction, so that Tim and his staff can build the right strategies around that, so that we create a healthy environment for families to be able to do well in our community. All right, so that sounds good. What is it you're going to do? That's what it's going to come down to. Normally, when you come to one of these things, you're going to have some words that make sense to you. We talked about it individually. Those words, put it like this. When you come up with a statement is a bunch of words put together as a sentence maybe, or a phrase. Statements that are well done are organized and impactful, right? They not only give you the idea, but they often paint a picture of what it looks like when you do it well. So those are the things that you're going to be building on. You won't do it today because it's just too hard. You've got to really get the right words, put them maybe in a couple different ways of expressing it, add some things to it, solidify it. But the words should be there. You want to capture some of the words. So I'd like for us to take a few moments and just give me an idea. If you were to take some words to put them in the idea, remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not asking you to come up with, this is the now initiative. I'm asking you, what are the right words? What are those compelling things in this community that they say, yes, that's important. I'm listening when you say that word. So what are they? Where'd Kai go? Who's gonna help me write it down? He escaped.
Do you need chart paper, or are you gonna do it out there?
I was gonna do it on
Perfect.
here. Bam.
If you
There
can
it
just
is.
there first.
So Kai, we'll write down some of the words. And in this case, we're not going in order. Think about it. What word made sense to you for this community? Success, thank you.
Plan.
Love it.
That we're going somewhere.
Direction, plan,
Trust.
trust. Eric, are you gonna make it about relationships again?
I was gonna say relationships, but I chose not to. But I was really gonna say relationships.
What else? Keep it going. And then Brian, they want to hear from you guys too. Christy, Tim, thank you for deferring, but we're all building something. Expectations. Elevate.
I missed that. John, what was it?
Elevate.
Respect.
Say it again, please.
Respect.
Ooh.
Innovation.
Love it. Innovation.
Communication. You don't want to get the swords, right?
Just keep it coming.
Safety keeps coming to my head too. Safety.
Yeah, say it, no, and please don't hold back, folks. This is, safety is huge. I guarantee you, all the communities we go to, people want to have a safe environment for their babies.
Inclusive and equitable.
Inclusive and equitable. Just a couple words if you want. That's good. You have a couple words.
Life changing.
Ooh. Words give expression to thoughts. Another way of saying that is words are reflective of voice. And so what you're doing right now is you're creating voice.
Unique potential or strengths.
Say it again, make it
Unique potential, strengths.
strengths. Potential and strengths.
Living this.
Engagement.
Engaged. Ambassador. Ooh, another good one.
Authentic.
We were kind of talking about this at lunch, generation, I mean, it's generational, so I mean, it goes on. I don't know what the word would be,
I
but.
think generation's a pretty good word, generational. Just stick with that word. That's the first word. They want to capture the essence, the voice of it. Make a statement of it. Dale, I think you use the word plan, and as an urban planner, kind of, the exciting part is when plan, often what it means is purpose. That's usually what we mean when we say plan. It's not that we're organized, it's we know who we are, where we're going. No, would you say it again? And I apologize, I can't remember.
You got it down. Where are we? Where are we going? How are we gonna get there? What are we gonna do when we get there?
But that's a plan, but that's very purposeful. And so I just want to, I'm aligning that with your word of plan, because purpose and plan, they run together.
Proactive.
Legacy. That's kind of known.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a big gift, I think. It keeps, forever.
Individualize.
Holistic.
Thank you. Each step has got to be in there at some level, doesn't it? Have you noticed there's not one word that any of you shared that we thought, what a loser word that should be?
Is now the time to bring that up?
Yeah. No, Tim, that's not, lack of losers. No, but just stop it. Look at the significance of the things you're sharing together as a team. Because your community is listening and they're not losers, but they feel like they're on the outside looking in. You need to have something that is compelling to me. I need to know where I can, the way I look at it, you need to call me. I need a call. Have you called for my leadership to be a part, inclusive, equity? Do you actually need me? Do you even see me? Is that in the words that you're sharing? And everything that you share, I think there's people that are going to say yes. That resonates with me. That's part of what I like to say. Now you take all that, and at some point you're going to have to give it direction, give it that. This is why these words carry us to this place. That's what you're gonna have to do. And so we're gonna give you these words. We'll do some what we call, we're available to do executive coaching to help refine some things. But normally what you do is you take these words, these ideas, and these aren't flippant things. This is the work of a day and a half. These are all the weed seeds that we've been planting, the stuff that we've looked at. These are ideas. These are opportunity to bring something to life. And we're going to send them to you. Normally what you would do is you would create a subcommittee to get some of these words and begin drafting this down and develop processes to get more voice to it. So you have to capture the idea of your board now initiative. You don't have to have all the words to it yet. That's what you guys do collectively, and that's also what you do with the people on on the district staff, as well as some people in the community. I just want to again urge you, because again, I've been saying this from day one, is that student voice needs to be a part of that. Don't do it after the fact, because then you're doing buy-in. Do it at the beginning. We're creating some of these words, and then say to the students, share with you, share it with us. We want to hear your words, so that things that are most relevant and important for you. How do we help create a legacy, a generational purpose that is meaningful for you, for your success? What is it?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll just do a quick read back. Success, plan, going somewhere, trust, relationships, expectations, elevate, respect, innovation, communication, safety, inclusive and equitable, life-changing, unique potential and strengths, limitless, engagement, ambassador, authentic, generational, planned, purposeful, proactive, legacy, individualized, and holistic. If I missed anything.
Can I ask a question? Because when we take all of that for purposes of advocacy, right? I think that we need to be very clear when we're doing that advocacy does not always equate to agreement. And I think that maybe that is the missing piece, is that instead of recognizing, no, we're advocating, we're hearing what you're saying, and we are advocating for the community, right? It does not necessarily mean that we will agree on what that looks like, or that we will agree even on what that is. So I can hear someone and I can advocate for them, but it may not be exactly what they want. And so I think that's probably one of the biggest struggles, is that the assumption is that advocacy equals agreement, and it doesn't.
Otherwise, what we're trying to build is consensus. And the way we get to consensus is usually through compromise. We're not talking consensus and compromise. We're not on that list. Mm-hmm. These are passion points. These are legitimate initiatives. These are now initiatives. Thank you. And so, but we will say with veracity, you've been heard. We care about you. We're going to take in each. We're voting for every. And as I didn't get my way a lot, but if I was given that, now I'm seen, now I'm heard, and I get it. Most of us get it. If you don't get that, you're not going to get it. You just don't have it.
But I think I also heard you say, in addition to nothing, so there's a sort of thing, nothing about me without me, or nothing for me without me, right? Making sure that they're at the table as you're building, making a significant one.
So Superintendent, I just want to share with you that your board has done almost what every board does. And out of all the things that were on their list that they really believed important, there wasn't one word about academics, not specifically. They said, we want grades, we want increase in attendance. So those are all the givens, you know that, but just be reminded of it. And what's interesting, in our community, we have things that we really care about, but the state grades us on those other things. Isn't that weird? So welcome to being a superintendent. What a tough job. No, can you see the way it really works, people? We know that these people are true. Have said we need success equals right now learners. We all know that. You all voiced it. Every community I've ever been knows it. And yet we're defining success usually in terms of academic indicators, which are almost small. And if you get the rest of this stuff right, what do we learn? The academic qualities. Did that. But you better get this stuff right. Otherwise, you're gonna have people, and I'm not bad mouthing Atlanta, because it's been 5 years now anyway, but you get a bunch of cheaters who can say, you see what, we got all these test scores. Yeah, you didn't do it through veracity, you did it through trying to get to the top. And when you have a program that says race to the top, you're already making you want to do that, right? So this isn't race to the top, this is now an initiative that creates a legacy for generations, right? So anyway, just making sure that we're mindful of that, because we oftentimes see school as academics, which we need to, it's a given, but it's not the driver. People are the driver. All right, so you guys get to work on that. We'll send the words back to you. My suggestion is that you look at maybe doing a subcommittee that starts drafting some of it. And then it has to be people on that subcommittee, you guys, that don't mind getting the insights and other things. I mean, if it's, I worked so hard to make this is the perfect, sentence, don't mess it up. That's not a good person for the subcommittee. It needs to be, wow, this was a great idea. I think it moves us toward having the right conversations with those kind of folks. But you want your, and I know you have to take a meeting, but you want your board chair on that. And then you have 7 people, so you can have 2 others on it. Are we all good with that thought? And could you appreciate the fact that a subcommittee could do some work, bring it back to a work session, and then continue to refine it? I'm seeing nods. I'm just making sure that everybody does that. Because that's the process we're going to recommend that you guys get to do with that as you will. All right. Once you get it, the beauty is, so now we have an initiative, we have a sense of where we're going. Now you've got to have a plan in place, and we call it an accountability plan. We think accountability is a good word, because accountability says it is like focus. We're going to make sure that we get these things right. And when you're in that place of trying to create confidence in the community, they need to know that you have a plan. They don't always agree. I kind of like what you said. We may not always agree even with that particular aspect of the plan. But once we know who you are and what you're doing, we're going to help hold you accountable to that even. Because it's not fair for us to come up and say, well, at the beginning we get to say, I don't like your plan, but at the end, when we're holding ourselves accountable to the plan, we don't get to come up and say, I'm holding you accountable to my plan that you did adopt. They don't do that. They're going to say, you said you would. And so now you've got to be able to make sure it's clear that you're doing what you said you would. And that's understood. So that's accountability plan. So you're going to have to create some evaluation tools to make sure that you know what you're aiming at, that you're in agreement, and that you're looking for growth opportunities. You're also at the same time looking for barriers. So I say we've got a plan. And you're not sure of some of the barriers that you may, because if you're doing something edgy, there's going to be stuff that you might not know. So you've got to look at it and say, when it starts becoming difficult, we have some room to be able to lean into that. It's not going to make us throw the plan out and try to create a new plan. So you start thinking what could be some of the barriers of doing this, and how we created the right opportunities for that to be successful. You also get to overlay your plan with state requirements for education, because academics are important. They're just not on the forefront of our community mind, but they're on the forefront of the district side, because that's why you guys are tasked, being able to cause academic achievement happening at several different levels, and by the way, that are reflective as important to the community. So that's what you're doing. So now you're looking and going, all right, so this is a plan. There may be some things that are barriers. We want to make sure that we look at barriers and allocate resources for the possibility of that. So you say you're going to do a lift building. If I heard it right, this thing went pretty quick. It sounds like because a lot of things came together to make that happen, right? But I almost guarantee if we said, let's hear the whole story, there's probably some barriers that came up that you guys had to figure out. There's some bridges you were building beforehand. So remember, just that's going to be part of it. In the barriers, identify some, be ready, allocate resources and time, and be willing to give a little extra time to the things that you need, because it usually doesn't happen on time. Then you look at it like this: we've allocated enough time, the district knows what their portion is, we've given them clear direction, right? And so what we're going to do now is say, this is what we believe we should be able to do over time. Here's the district's responsibility. That's going to be the superintendent. And we're going to hold the superintendent accountable for creating growth over time. And in that, the superintendent is going to utilize his staff to be able to tell us what he thinks accurate, fair measurement would be. But we're not going to tell him how to do it. But we are going to watch to see if you're making progress you said you could. If you don't make the progress over time, then what we're saying is, what other resources, what other policy, whatever support did you need that this board can give you? That's what I mean by non-punitive. You don't say, okay, you didn't do it, so instead of getting an A, you get a D. That's not it. You get to have, remember, we don't do accusations, we don't attack. So what we do, we go, superintendent, your staff believe that we can elevate student voice through this. We're hearing more disgruntled students now than ever before. This is something that we weren't necessarily expecting. Can you help us understand from your perspective why it's at this place? Right. So then we look at it and we go, well, when we elevated voice, that was part of what we were talking about to increase community involvement, create something of a legacy that required each generation to speak into it. We weren't aware that we would have X amount, so, and we look at it and go, oh, wow, so you had more people speaking than we thought. So I get that. All right, so now so instead of having 3 focus groups, you ended up with 15 focus groups. So that cost, right? So you just look at it, it doesn't necessarily mean you didn't do anything wrong. It means that we're trying to figure this out together, and it's edgy, so it's not a real simple thing. So that's why we have an evaluation. Then we ultimately will come to it. So, okay, superintendent, what could we do as a board to help it increase that effectiveness? Because in reality, you overspent your budget, but you actually did the right thing. What do you need from us? Now we get to have that conversation. That's an evaluation. Part of the accountability plan. Also, just because this is a good time, because we're all on your boards, we're all this type of people too, which is great, is we need to know that the buses are running on time, that we're within budgets, that the other things are happening. And so we're evaluating those things too. And so in the evaluations that we're going to build, some of them are towards the NOW initiative, and some are towards the daily operations of a superintendent. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that we give people the credit for being great managers, right? Because it's hard to manage a district, and that's what they do. We also then at the same time want to evaluate ourselves. Are we being supportive of the initiative that we put into place? Are we as board members doing things that create more work for the chair or less work for the chair? Are we putting things out in the community that undermine the direction? And especially have we gone below the line into management, which messes up not only the community, but the superintendent. So we've got to be able to evaluate those things. Also, again, it's not from a punitive standpoint, it's from a learning standpoint. We're teachable and we're correctable. We want to learn how to improve our processes and the way we conduct our business. So that's this concept of evaluations. How do we know if we're evaluating ourselves fairly? We've got to have standard operating procedures. So I told you the concept on accountability plan. Can we jump into some standard operating procedures that would give you an opportunity to understand your responsibilities as a superintendent and staff, and then our responsibilities of a board? Go ahead, Guy, please.
Tim, how often, or any board member, how often are you doing board evaluations?
We've not really conducted a board evaluation. Annually, the board conducts this evaluation of the superintendent.
Great question. Thank you, Guy.
So we've not really, I guess, traveled down that path as a board. I mean, we've had some workshops, I guess, that.
And the board erroneously put some board elements into your last evaluation. Items that we thought would be best to be isolated as a board evaluation, because they were things that he does not have agency over, right? They were things that were really specific to the board, but we have not yet done a board evaluation, but we definitely need to do 17.
It's a good one, because sometimes boards have, I don't want to call it a form or template, but they have the evaluation, and sometimes it just doesn't get used, sometimes they don't really have one, right? Sometimes boards have turned over, and we've seen some interesting things. I don't know that we've yet dug into, but we worked with one district, and they had like 2 or 3 people who've been on board like 30 years and 25 years each, and I'm going, I don't know. I mean, at that point, I'm just evaluating my brothers and sisters on the board, right? I mean, and so I think there's some interesting things in terms of board evaluations when they're non-punitive, right? There's those that are long and enduring, and then there's the, I think Cheryl mentioned, generational, but sort of this common language, or sometimes not, right? Folks who've been on board for a while, and you have younger folks, and then when you get to non-punitive evaluations on the board, how that might impact evaluations because of like generational languages and things of that nature. So I just wanted to throw that out there before we move forward.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so we would want to look how effective are your current superintendent evaluations, those are important, and how effective are your board evaluations, and then share some best practices. So a best practice is you have your standard operating procedures, you look at it, and then you say, how are we as a board following these standard operating procedures? And then you also have to look at it and be able to say, this is how I'm going to evaluate Marty, myself. Then you evaluate the team as a whole. So this is how I think I'm doing on standard operating procedure. This is how I think we're doing. That's usually year one, we get that far. Year two, you can actually go, this is how you evaluate, this is how I, Marty, am doing, and this is how Kai is doing, and this is how Ryan is doing from my perspective. And then we get to have dialogue on that. So now we're getting closer. And then year three, we ask you to do it like this. This is how I'm already doing, this is how I believe Kai is doing. And then we ask the people who are on the council or who are at most of the meetings to anonymously evaluate us as well. Because sometimes we think we're doing pretty good. After this kind of said, yeah, we did great. Why? Because I only ate 2 tacos this time instead of 6. Well, actually, that wasn't what, So you need, when other people are watching and observing, they can give you amazing feedback. But a lot of times we're not ready for that in that first year toward the 360 because we haven't done one. But anyway, so that, and we'll give you some templates for evaluation. But today, if we all agree that it's to be non-punitive and growth opportunities, we've done good. If we can embrace it, because if you want to do something edgy, you better have great intel. I don't think a fighter pilot and he has Marines and a helicopter wants to just go somewhere blind, right? They want to know, I'm guessing. I'm hoping that, please tell me you're winning. And we know what we're getting into at some level, right? At the same time, I'm sure that you're building in understandings that there's going to be barriers and things you didn't see too. And so that's how it works. So we just got to have that. Evaluations are important. In our district, one of the reasons we became a board of distinction one year, and again, I wrote the evaluation, but we did our evaluation the month before our superintendents. And we got a board of distinction for that. And it really is probably that important. So instead of just coming here and saying, okay, superintendent, this is our thought, we evaluate ourselves first. It's like, wow. Okay, before I just go there and start doing like that person's checking the box on that person, no, this is impactful. This really causes me to think about who I am and what I'm doing, right?
It is a matter of practice what you preach. You
I think
can't
so.
govern everyone else and not have some self-governance, especially too, like what John said about bad behaviors, right? Like if a student isn't going to behave well, we have all these things in place to say that's not acceptable. We should have the same structure and enforcement for ourselves before we try to implement it on anybody else.
The technical term for Franklin Covey is modeling the pathway or pathfinding. So that's exactly it. All right, so that's concept driven. You see how it flows through. And it's a beautiful thing to look at and say, hey, let's make some adjustments, because not every evaluation is an opportunity to improve. And Mr. Kai often talks about continuous improvement opportunities and debriefing, and that's what we want to be able to do. But we want to jump to the concept here of being able to look at some SOPs. But again, the accountability plan, you'll get these, is an opportunity for us to be able to say things are aligned, we understand our lanes, but we're also being able to now go to the community and say, you may hold us accountable. So it begins with hearing your concerns. Remember, it's okay to hear people's concerns because we want to hear from each. But it's very important when we hear somebody's concerns to not say, oh, we're going to change everything based upon what you said. We don't even want to give them that idea because we don't know that we can do that. But we can say we genuinely, or with authenticity, somebody used that word, because we genuinely care. However, we get to build for everything. So you start with the community concerns, you build a plan that's going to make sense for it to go, your portion of bringing support, superintendents, and doing the specifics, the what, and then we look at it in terms of how well has it cascaded through our district, which is really, for the most part, it's the district's responsibility to cascade those your strategic work plans, but it's a part of the boards because they reinforce things at the meetings, at the workshops. They say, we want to hear reports on this, right? And so that's where you get to tag team with your board chair and say, it's been a little hard to do this portion on student voice. Therefore, let's make sure we have some of these students sharing at the meetings and seeing the value of it. So, you're tag teaming on that. But when it rolls out into the district, the primary person, let's just be very accurate in terms of a school district, is utilizing your staff. It's the teachers that are really helping set students up for success. They're the ones who are reminding them of self-agency and other things that you're talking about. So the staff has to believe it. It can't be just the board and the superintendent. The staff have to say, I want to. Go ahead.
Can you share your experience in working with different districts implementing this type of model, strategic plan? It seems to be time intensive. On average, as a board, what kind of time in the administrative team would you just, it doesn't have to be accurate rather, just what's the time frame you're thinking of that?
It takes 3 years to go through that.
Right, in that 3-year cycle, let's just take a month. Is that 2 or 3 board meetings a month initially? Is that 2 events a month, 1 event a month outside a regular scheduled board meeting?
And what it is it's designed to work within most boards' current structures, which is.
So during the school board meeting?
So we'll say there's a regular meeting of the board, and then we're going to say there's perhaps a workshop intermittently that you're going to have, but it is giving you the requirement to have at least 1, if not 2, retreats per year to make it happen.
So
And then,
board meetings regularly 2 hours.
Mhm.
Then you're saying an additional hour, 2 hours upon that to do this, 45 minutes, or just embedded within that 2 hours?
it's embedded, it's a new culture of being able to have a focus. So you've looked at it, we know who we are, we know where we're going. So we're utilizing our current structure to focus on these elements. And what we said, and you weren't here last time, but your insights are just spot on, my friend. We said, if you're going to pick up something new, you have to put something down. So you look at what you're going to now, if we're focusing on this, we're taking some focus away. So we're having those conversations, but you want effective meetings. Our goal is to have a meeting that does not go out longer than 2 hours. 90 minutes is a great board meeting. 2 hours is an acceptable board meeting. 2 hours and 1 minute is a bad board meeting. It just starts, it's negative energy once you start going too long, and it really means that we didn't have a good plan. And there's going to be times when the public's going to speak, and you might have 1 or 2 one-offs, and that's okay. 3 or 4, that's bad leadership. So you got to be able to say, look, we gave 20 minutes. We've heard 3 people on this subject and anyone on the other subject. We're going to hear 3 people on that. Okay, we've now had 6 people, 3 for, 3 against. We're moving forward with the work of the board because this is a board meeting in public. It's not a public meeting. So those are all.
Correct. That's what I was going to emphasize, that just experience there that, we're a public entity and we have public board meetings as we should, by law, by code, as we should. But it's a board meeting in public. It's not so the board can do their business in public.
Yes.
And it's a business meeting.
I'm giving
And
you
so,
a high five right now. This
Yeah.
is across the room, high five.
and not that, but you want to immerse and engage the community and the stakeholders and gain that information, but it has to be systematic, organized, protocol procedures in place to do so, which we have those. But as you said, that I think the idea here of framing this in the procedure, protocol, SOP, whatever you want to call it, which you're embedding that, and here's the time for it, it's embedded in existing board meeting.
And we as
Here's
a
the
board have
framework.
built it.
Correct.
It's not just being put on us, we built
Right.
it.
Then other things aren't changed, and those agendas and all those other things that we all bring to the table, we recognize, hey, that those can't be barriers to the business of the board.
Yes. That's called, again, an organic structure. That's the beauty of it. That's why we start off saying, look around, we're in a room full of human beings, and which is good news, bad news. And so, who knows, one of these days, it'll be interesting to interact with AI at different levels. But
I
I'm
have-
thinking.
We already are.
So, I don't know, I'm just listening and taking it all in. Would it be appropriate if say we do get off on something in the board meeting, can we stop for a minute and put that in the parking lot and come back to it? Would it be okay if one of us board members do just kind of?
There's a couple ways you can do that. So if it's at a work session where it's a topic that's not being voted on, then you get to do it just like what you just said. And so then it's an idea, another word for idea can be motion. And so my thoughts on this are that it might be valuable to table this. But it's not so that we don't talk about it.
Right.
We'd like to table it so that we can figure out what information would be important to make a better decision, what's below the line, above the line. Is there stuff already in the district addressing this? And so it just gives you a chance to move it to where it becomes effective versus reactive.
Okay.
And so, and then if somebody says, yeah, I'd like to put that on the party line, I said, well, no, I want to talk about it right now. Now you're a little bit more awkward voice, but that's what happens. We get to go through it. It's okay. Ralph wants to talk about it, Gertrude doesn't. So what I would entertain from the board is that because we have 45 minutes left, we don't want to spend 40 minutes deciding whether we're going to talk about this or not. All right, so what I would suggest is that we take the idea of putting it on the parking lot and developing it. So how are we doing with that? If everybody's nodding your head, you're okay. If not, you actually say, okay, I'm going to make a motion that we do this, and we are going to do this, and we will have an executive summit to you by this such a time. Now you get to move on.
Sometimes when we have a long agenda and the hour, it does become more than a 2-hour meeting, and so yeah, it does get too much. So I don't know how to handle that.
One of the things that you guys are wrestling with as a board is that you have a new member, right? Or members, I'm not sure exactly how many.
I'm in.
Just-
She's in. I'm in.
You're in, you're as good
I
as
have
it gets.
2 board meetings under my belt.
So you get to bring people, there's just a lot going on in that. So what I like to do, because I don't want to hold the whole board captive if it's not creating a cohesive team, so if it goes after 2 hours, it's not becoming cohesive now, it's kind of becoming a distraction to me. And so I'd rather do a subcommittee where 2 to 3 get to really come together on it, report back to the board, now we're effective again. And so that's why we said, remember at the beginning, if you really want to do this well, you have to have board chair, expertise, and training. Because this is hard stuff, most of us weren't trained how to do it. So you've got to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think something that's resonating as you guys are processing this, it started with what you were saying, Dave, and I think I wonder if part of the standard operating procedures can be, how do we hear from each to represent every and still do the business of the board, right? Like maybe we're trying to do too many things. We're trying to do that during the board meeting, and maybe that's not the best method. Maybe there are other methods for hearing from each, responding, gathering information that wouldn't be everybody who wants to come. There's only one time a month you can come, and then everybody has to talk for 3 minutes about whatever they thought of over the last month, right? And maybe there's other ways to gather.
Well, I bet you not quite put that into motion, but you're going in the right direction. So
Right, so maybe that's something that as a standard operating procedure, we could talk about, like before a meeting, how do we make sure we had an opportunity to somehow, either individually or I don't know what the answer is, you guys will have a great idea,
Let's
come up
count-
with this.
This is exactly where we're going. So there's really three things that help boards be effective. And that is the way we behave before meetings, during meetings, and after meetings. Out of these, the most important is how we behave. Most of us think after, it's not, it's before. So have we created opportunities for people to be heard before a meeting? Have we set it up to where we're not taking board time for that, that we're able to move through and find agreement on the things that we really do want to lean into and address? Remember, our greatness isn't because there's a lack of ideas. Greatness is directly tied to how successful we are with the ideas that we're working on, right? So there's a lot of great ideas out there that can be, we're going to pick one that, or two, that is our now initiative, and the other things are going to be creating momentum for that, but they're going to take momentum away from that. So administratively, if you're not doing things well, and so it's taking, undermining our initiative, then we have to have more conversation around it. That's a legitimate reason to slow down and talk more. But if we talk about you and all your administrators all the time, and we're not even giving you a now initiative, that's an ineffective board. We can talk about how well you're managing things all day long, but if we're not tying it to the initiative we're trying to create momentum for, we haven't done our job on our side. So it begins with knowing who you are and where you're going. You've got to have that down. And then once that's down, you got to look at it and say, okay, for this to happen, what needs to be in place? What can we as a board take responsibility for? What do you as a district going to take responsibility for? And how do we move it through these three channels? Because these are three channels we've got.
I just had an aha moment. No, because I think one of the things that we experience the most is I think everyone feels like there's two positions. Either you agree, you like, and you applaud people on what they've done, or you disagree, you're angry, and then you tell them all the things they're doing wrong. There is a middle ground where I can say, okay, that thing worked, this thing didn't, but okay, what about these other things? I don't know that we are ever in that space. It's either we're happy or we're angry, right? And then everything else gets lost in that. We have students who come into these meetings and it all gets lost, right? Because they are overshadowed by this tug of war between these two spaces. And then the follow-up is, I think, and Ashley, you mentioned this, it feels like we are all on board with the workshop meetings. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I wanna do it before a meeting, just because of that same thing, right? The tone is not like, after that, I don't know that it will be effective to go into a board meeting immediately thereafter. But I'm also not on board with doing them every month. I think, I'm just being honest, right? Because I think in California, do you guys pay your board members?
Some of them receive a small stipend, but it's not.
Okay, we don't. So I would be on board for maybe 6 a year, or like some reasonable middle ground. But respectfully, I don't want to.
And after Thursday's meeting, yes, I felt like that. I'm like, I would want this every month.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, every other month or once a quarter or something along those lines. So if today I did say every month, I probably shouldn't have.
That's okay. I mean, but but it makes us all think about it, right? Yeah. I think maybe every other month or, some set number per year is really, really good. Because sometimes people just want to vent. I'm not opposed to listening to people vent. I just don't want to do it right before a school board meeting. And also, I do think that some of it needs to be removed from the school board meetings, right? Because then our meetings are just extremely long.
Yes.
And Erica, so one of the best practices that will support your position on this, just to be aware of it, is that again, after about 2 hours, our ability to really listen and conduct not so good. The work sessions, because you're not voting on anything, you're not required to have public speak. You still want them there, you want to hear from them. But this is a meeting for the board to go deeper on certain areas. Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't want the public to speak at them yet because you don't know where you're going with it. Mm-hmm. So you're not ready for that component. And by the way we're getting our community input is through focus groups outside of that anyway, right? So the board work sessions are, here's a few things that we're trying to move forward. Therefore, these things are the tools that we're gonna be able to try to put together. And then, so that work session can be done every other month, but it's an update, it's an opportunity for us to talk about making decisions so that we can actually ask questions and not feel like we were supposed to know all this stuff, right? Actually, this is a new area that we're trying to figure out together. We're doing this collaboratively. So we're having this opportunity to speak. And we're doing it in public because it's completely transparent, right? But we're not making decisions. So we don't want everybody else speaking into you because we don't know what we're going to put into motion at this point. We're just looking at it. So that's kind of where the work sessions go. And as long as you're not voting, so what you can't do is say, oh, by the way, we also wanted to vote in the school gym. We're going to do at the end of the meeting. So as soon as that, okay, you back up, yeah, they're voting. So it's a different meeting. They're going to vote on something, do it at the regular meeting. But every other month, have a work session. It's an option. But if you put them back to back, now you're looking at a 4-hour meeting. Not so.
I also think all of this is easier when everybody is clear on that now initiative. And I'm stating the obvious, I know.
Thank you.
But just connecting to what do we have the work sessions about? The filter is, well, does this support what we've said is our now initiative? Yes or no? What do we have focus groups about? Well, it's topics that relate to that, that now initiative, but we don't really need to talk about that right now. And I think that also helps you in public, when people are coming to you, you have an elevator speech, so to say, of like, well, this is what's most important based on what we've heard in the community and want to listen to your thoughts. Help me understand how that supports this most important initiative or initiatives that we're working on now. And I think a lot of the confusion and frustrations may dissipate with the armor of a very clear one or two things.
100%.
And so I'm gonna just kind of jump on with that because it also removes this immediate need for an answer. So instead of saying, I gotta tell this person today, I can say, well, you know what? We have a workshop meeting coming up. I'll add this to the discussion. If you want to join and you can hear the entire board give input, that keeps us with one voice. It keeps people informed. It manages confusion. Cheryl, because I can hear your glasses. Oh, sorry.
Let us know how you really feel about that.
Well, I'm kind of a squirmer.
She was giving staccato.
Right, and it sounded like drums or something. And I was like, but okay. But did you see me? I kept looking over like that. Okay. But I think it would be really good for people who have all of these questions, instead of hearing from different people at different times, that they come in and they can listen to the board, and the board will have discussion, and then they can make their evaluation based on what the board has said, not what they've been told the board has said, or what the board may think. And perhaps they can have so many questions later, because I really do. I think that there is convoluted information that is in the space that is not of the space. So I think that would be good for me to say, okay, so did you talk to administration? Well, okay, if you still want to know what the board thinks, we're gonna have a workshop meeting on this date at this time. It's open to the public.
So that's a standard operating procedure. And then before a meeting, you actually, if you hear things, you have a place of creating that point of contact, where if you have a concern, these are the processes already in place to voice these concerns. A great practice, the best practice is to also have a community parking lot. So our initiative is this. Your idea is that it's not like fitting, but hey, we want it on our parking lot because maybe next year or whatever there may be opportunity and margin, we can do it. It's not that we don't want it here. We're hearing from each, but we're building for every right now because we have to be a year out in the way we allocate funds and create measuring tools and accountability plan. We don't stop everything and go to that. We're a big organization. Therefore, we can take your great idea or idea and put it on a parking lot, just like we were looking at doing this day, so that we don't stall the movement and carry initiatives forward. So some people, they'll have it to where you can go on the district website and there's a place where, you can add your questions and those things. It's a great.
If we could have something like community parking lot, put your ideas here and, something that we could visit then.
You just have to have a board person and a district person monitor, because if you have the parking lot, then you forget to get back now.
Right, yes.
It would be nice to also have whatever those standard operating procedures are listed with that.
Yes.
So it's like, here, we collect your idea and here's full transparency, the way we address this and include whether or not it aligns with the current initiative.
And that should make an HR person very happy. Here it is, this is, and really they say it like this, and it sounds trite, but it's true, that the last stop of a community person should be the board. The first place should be the person that we had the issue with, right? So your first point of contact, if I'm mad at the homework assignment, then I should go to my child and say, help me understand how this homework thing's working for you. Right? You don't go to the teacher and say, quit giving homework. Go to that point, and then kids not making sense when you talk to your child, go to the teacher, start going through that process. But you certainly don't want to go to the board and say, stop all homework for all kids. You know, that's probably the last place it should be looking at all that kind of stuff. So anyway, just got to build that and have it clear. So we're over here on standard operating procedures. Things, one of the reasons for them is so that all of our personal agendas can find their place. It's not to stop agendas, it's to get in the right place to be connected. So the standard operating procedures are building processes for people to be heard and for moving the right things forward. That's what standard operating procedures do. So sometimes I hear people say, you're just trying to keep us from being able to show what we want. No, there's an appropriate way, time and space, and an effective way to do that, and we're building it. It's very similar to what John said about behaviors impacting classroom. You've got to have standards in place. So in that, if I was to ask you, before our board meeting, now let's just think about it for a board. If you have not read your material, you are not doing your work right. You should not come to a board meeting without having read your material. And by the way, superintendent, your office shouldn't give us our material 2 days before we're having it, right? And so we get to back it up a little bit and say, all right, if we're going to have a meeting, what days are your meetings on? Tuesdays. On Tuesdays. So really the Tuesday before, or maybe the Monday before, and of course legally you have to have the agenda usually 2 days before it's published, right? But a week before that, agenda and the necessary attachments and reading assignments should be given to us. A week before that, you should have a meeting with your board chair that says this is what we're talking on, and we're allocating the right amount of time so that we don't go over 2 hours, we're aiming at it. And so now when you send it out to me, I know what we're going to be discussing, I know about how much time is allocated for each, and I have the things that I need to read. If I look at it, I'm reading it, and it doesn't make sense, I don't do that on Monday, I do that on Friday. So if I'm going to ask for a change, I should actually go to the board chair Friday before and say, you know what, the information came back, I didn't feel good about it. And so I'm not really ready to make a decision. If I do, I'm going to have to ask these questions. Can you build that in? Because you shouldn't have surprises. You shouldn't show up at a board meeting and all of a sudden we thought, hey, this is something that made sense because nobody said it did make sense. And the last time we talked about it, we seemed like we were together, and you show up and it's all of a sudden, you know, where they say those things like, well, I've talked to the people in the community and this is what they're saying, which really means usually our three friends. And it's not the whole community, right? And so we're making these statements and now it's a stall and now it's a pressure cook situation as opposed to moving the right initiatives forward. And oh, by the way, guess what we just did? We just undermined the public's confidence in the direction of the board was going. So you can take care of that through what's called no surprises. All you have to do is plan 2 weeks. First week, here's how much time, here's the stuff. The board chair looks at it and says, you know what? That makes sense. We're going to aim for this much time. Then you send out a weekly briefing, you know, here's the things that we're talking about. If I have information and I want more of it, I go to the board chair. I don't go to you. I might go to you and copy the board chair, but I don't ever leave the board chair out. And I say, I'd like more information on this. And here's one of the reasons, not just that we can allocate the time, but what you think about that is important. And if we believe in collaboration, we need to build in time to collaborate. So if you're telling one person you don't like that, the rest of us need to be aware so we can be a part of that conversation too, right? So if you tell us now, at least we're aware, and at that point, say, yeah, we're gonna need some time to collaborate, or you can say, shoot right back, what would you need to be more confident about making a decision? And then you, oftentimes, I see usually it really is, it's just the executive, somebody from the, and then when you send that out, you're gonna send out, here's the information. And then what you can do, which doesn't violate public meeting acts, is you can say, I send out information too. That's not doing anything wrong. And now we're aware that whoever too has asked further questions, nobody's surprised. And that's kind of a healthy way to move into decision making. That's all the stuff you have to do before a meeting even takes place.
Are you doing it 7 days out?
So our current board SOP around that is 5 days for the agenda and all attachments included in that. And then the first Thursday, my goal is the first Thursday is have communication with the board chair, board president around, here's the agenda, here are the items. So it's not the full 2 weeks or the week out. And previously, I think it was 4 days, you would know best, I think it was 4 days. And what drives some of that is, it's traditional, I guess, or logistics of when bills payable can come in and be pushed out, or we got a personnel report in which principals have reviewed references, that sort of thing. So some of that's logistically driven, I guess. But again, if we need to make some changes, this would be a good space for the board to discuss what that would look like.
And that be, I know in the past, at board meetings, we have like addendums like for the personnel report. I mean, is that something that if we went to 7 days, that we could have an addendum, whatever we need, whatever has changed, yeah.
Yeah, I think
it's up to 48 hours, right, or is it 72?
So 48 hours is the Open Meetings Act requirement for the posting of the agenda. Callie typically posts that immediately following that Thursday, your board packets and information go out. So that's typically about a 5-day advance to the public of when that is. So
Do the board packets go out electronically?
Some.
Yeah, 3 or 4 that go out on paper also.
Yes.
But they do all go on the same day, so.
They do.
When we were getting paper, someone would physically drive it to our home and bring it to us. I guess I would ask for the board members, is the 5-day period not working?
So I want to jump in. I'm not asking you to change it to, when I say, I'm asking you like 5 working days is good, but if you really, if we were to dig in here and I'd say, have you really read your stuff? A lot of times 5 days, if there's another weekend in there, it's not enough. It's just, we're all so busy. And so then we say, yeah, I've read it because I skimmed it, okay? What I'm saying is we're making important decisions. You should read the stuff and be able to ask for right answer. This guy is the king of details. It's like, he'll send information and I'm afraid to even talk to him until I've read it. Because it's important, it's accurate. And he doesn't, and if I miss stuff, and Kai, thank you so much. I'm gonna see the stuff that I missed. And he's gonna be kind about it, but he didn't give me that information for me not to pay attention to. So I just want to make sure, so when we sit there and look at it, 5, 7, let's just be honest, because we have to do the logistics. I'm not asking to make more work, but if it is 5 days, let's just, all the rest of us board say, we will read it thoroughly within our 5 days and we're fine.
And that's what I was asking.
It's 5 days is fine with me. I have plenty of time. And have time to ask my questions to the appropriate person in that amount of time before the meeting.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I have 2 meetings in the show, but I haven't had a lot of, if there are questions though, and you're not actually able to read it until Friday or Saturday, Sunday, you have Monday and Tuesday and get a hold of whoever you need to get a hold of. So that is sometimes tight. Oh, I would suspect it. Like I said, I haven't had that come up yet, but I haven't been in there very often.
And I appreciate that because as a result of that reality, then we're getting calls and Tim's getting calls and we're getting calls about, hey, this came up. They just read it. We're like, well, I had it for 5 or 6 days. And now the day before the board meeting or 48 hours or 2 hours before, which has happened from time to time. We're not prepared to go into that yet because we've got to get them correct information. And so it does cause some issues.
Sometimes it's a,
And I'm sure you guys want to spend your whole Monday and Tuesday on them.
Yeah, the reality is we're doing other things as well.
Yeah.
you know.
And I think ultimately, we want to make sure that at the meetings, we are inspiring trust in the district and the board, right? So we want to be prepared for whatever questions you might have so that the community who doesn't know all of this fact stuff that's happening in terms of everyone getting their packets and having questions and not getting to the questions until the day of, like, we want to present to the community that we are working hard on those
And
topics.
give the respect and the response that question deserves.
Yes.
Correct.
And that can't be done when you're given, logistically, you're managing 2 hours notice.
And sometimes when I have it answered, now I don't have to ask the question at the board meeting, which way to come across like, well, did you understand, did you read? Because I have enough time.
So wouldn't backing it up 48 hours also make it more likely that another provision of a standard operating procedure, such as if you have a question about something that's in the packet, you need to email the superintendent or the board president or board, it makes it more, doesn't it make it more likely that you're going to get compliance with that if you move it back a little bit and create a little more space to do that?
And it comes at a cost, and now the district has to break some of their patterns and maybe do things a little bit. But then you just need to be flexible and say, well, some things we can't, doing because we're gonna have the payables or whatever at this point. Some things we won't, but what we can, we will. But yes, we want the standard operating procedure up. If I have a question, I'm emailing the board chair and the superintendent, not just one, because you just do the superintendent. Now the superintendent has to forward it to the board chair anyway, right? So you copy them right on the first, so you both know, and then you can begin to recalibrate what needs to happen.
Now, a process question, if you want both, right? So you want questions about what's in the agenda funneled appropriately. And a little more, let's say 48 hours earlier, the board packet, it's wise to approve the SOPs as a package, right? So that the narrative is, this is designed to do something that will help everybody, right? You get the materials earlier, you're committing to, if you have a question, you're reaching out to 1 or 2 people so that there's time to get you an answer or tell you we won't have an answer until after the board meeting. I mean, is that the direction?
So if I'm a retired person and I'm not working, 5 days is plenty. If I'm a parent of a child, and a single parent, and I'm working 2 jobs, and you want me to be on the board, and I feel like a failure because I can't get the money. So you build it as best you can to be able to create an effective board meeting where people have the information they need to make decisions. So that, I think we all have to agree that yes, this was a collective voice, like your point earlier. So we were going to function this way. And it may not be exactly the way I wanted it, but you know what, as I'm looking at it, for all of us to be able to do this, and for legacy people later on, if we want young people on the board too, with families, we might have to consider how to do it this way too. So you're just building it that way. Yeah.
If this just popped in my head. At board meetings, when board members don't ask questions, is that viewed as not being transparent?
Yeah, I think that's case by case. What I have done when I watch and/or lead board meetings, what I'm watching, I'm wondering, was that person not weighing in because they don't care, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it, so you can start kind of filling a judgment in there.
I know, and that's why because I don't ask a lot of questions in the board meeting because I take care of my questions prior to the board meeting. And so I don't always, and I do like to stay on track, like A, B, C, D, so I don't want to extend the length of the meeting any by just interjecting just to make, because I've done my homework.
So I don't want, I really don't want the community to think that I don't care. I don't want them to think that I'm trying to not be transparent, because I am. I've done my homework. So I guess I just didn't know.
And I think that every now and then you just get to say, I've reviewed this and I'm in agreement. I want you to know that I have.
Okay.
You just said that, especially if it's an issue that, what we don't want to do is if we know an issue is somewhat volatile, there is a time to speak up. So, and you can say, I know this is kind of a edgy, volatile issue, but I believe that we're making the best decision. And I hear the discussion on the board, and we have discussed this very thoroughly. So it's not like we're just making a quick vote. We took this very seriously.
To that
You just say
point,
that much.
I wonder how the workshop contributes to that. If you're workshopping and discussing things on off nights or in between, or however the board decides to do that, that's an opportunity for the public to see or hear your voice there. Also, maybe.
But then, on consent agendas, I made it a practice because a lot of times consent agendas are a great way to keep a board meeting going, right? So if you have 12 things that you're voting on every year, and it's always these things, you can put it on a consent agenda. You're not having as 12 different individual action items with 12 different votes on them. So a consent agenda, but I would say this consent agenda has been reviewed, we've discussed it. We have had our opportunity to research it, and we're in agreement that we're going to put these 12 things together for expediency. It's at least that way the community knows that you're not just sitting there rubber stamping.
So we use consent agendas at every meeting. Any member has a right to pull an item off of the consent agenda if they so choose. They're usually, they don't consist of things that have been previously talked about, although they can. They're usually for, I would call administrative or ministerial functions, paying the bills. Stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like that.
Field trip.
They don't require individual action items necessarily because they are a routine operation. So we just say that, but it's not like the board hasn't heard. It's not like the board doesn't know you're doing field trips. They do know. It's just that we don't have to talk about all 12 of them. But just to Ashley's point, you don't want the people to think that you're just sitting the rubber stamp and stuff. No, we've done it. We've researched it. We had opportunity. That's on the consent agenda. All those in favor of the consent, just vote.
It's also important to recognize, different people enter the space on the board at different times, right? So we've been on this board 5 years. Some of these issues are cyclical. You're like, oh, I've seen it 4 or 5 times, right? And then, you flip through. Some folks are new and it takes some time to read and digest. And, they may not have that question until later. I mean, there's some techniques, particularly there's only one new person on this board, but in somewhere there's 4 new folks, right? And they're trying to come up on speed, and so they do listening sessions and things like that. So that's also important to sort of recognize how you can sort of accelerate folks' awareness of some of these issues, because some of them can be dense. So I just wanted to go out there. So I don't know if you want to take a break here.
I think, can we just keep going and see if we can come up with what the standard So I'm hearing that we really want to entertain the concept of workshops. How and when, we don't know for sure, but that's an agenda item that we want to do. I'm seeing a lot of it. Is there anybody that would say, no, under no circumstances do I want to entertain a workshop, right? So, all right. So we're looking like workshops might be on our list to present to you guys on how to incorporate them into a standard operating procedure. The other thing is, the time element isn't necessarily important, the 5 to 7, but making sure that we adhere to agendas and processes for questioning the agendas prior to board meetings. And that if we do have questions, we're going to do it in a timely manner. We're not going to do it on the Monday beforehand. It's just not for anybody. So we're acknowledging that a standard operating procedure should say, subject to the fact that we will give the district 2 days. So that means you don't get to call on Sunday. You call, well, I gave them 2 days. No, human beings they're real people, right? And so they're not, hopefully not monitoring your emails on Sunday. They're actually being a person on Sunday. So you just want to look at that and create that understanding of the procedures. That's why I err to the side of the week, because that way you often have a little extra time, but you may not get everything this time. So all the stuff that come, maybe it's not perfect. That's okay too, either way. Before a board meeting, you also have a chain, whether you call it a chain of command or a point of contact for community concerns that has to be in place. So if I hear somebody that says, I'm concerned about, what do I do with that? And so I don't take it to all the other board members and violate the Public Meeting Act. I don't see who else wants to. What I do is I'm able to say, here was a concern that I heard. Normally the standard operating procedure is I ask that person to take it to the first point of contact. So instead of saying I'm going to do anything with it, I say to that person, have you gone to the teacher? Have you gone to the parent? And so there has to be somebody that said over there, but on our district website, it should say, here's the point of contact concerns. It's athletic concern, just that we know. That way that we have to understand when you come to the board, it's because everything else didn't work and you might have to look at special circumstances. So that's, anything else on before the meetings that you want to hit on? During the meetings, I want to encourage you, board members, when another board member makes a statement, don't qualify it for them, like I did for you today, because we're in a retreat and that's okay. But at a meeting, especially if it's being recorded or we're considering putting things into motion, you say, hey, John, that was a great idea. You're already qualified. So we just have to be careful about that. And just because we say, hey, I want it to go this way, that doesn't mean you make it go that way or any of your staff starts thinking, okay, now I've got another report. No, I'm sharing some ideas. That's an idea. It may be great, may not be great. That's not the point. The point is that the board chair now gets to decide whether or not that idea is going to become a formal motion and action will be taken. If action is taken on a new idea, you have to now look at your superintendent and say, how will this impact your strategic plan that we are evaluating you on? So what will you have to let go of to pick this up? And what kind of processes can you put in place? So it's a lot of work to ask people to do actions. And sometimes as board members, we do it too frequently and too casually. So the board chair will just want to watch it as soon as somebody says, well, great idea, you need to, or will you stop. And you say, Gertrude thinks this is an idea that they'd like to pursue. Are the rest of you in agreement that this might be? And if there's a consensus in terms of a majority of people that want to, then you look at it in terms of the superintendent moment and you say, if we were to get more information about possibly putting that into motion, what would be the best way to get that and what's the capacity you have for it? That way it's enabling him to empower his staff or not, right? So we just have to go, that has to be standard at meetings. And then superintendent, if you will ask your staff to do the same, like if somebody asks them a question, so if they'll ask Ryan or Dave a question, would you say, would you be the one that does your best beforehand to tell them don't ask any board director? Don't answer questions from board director, pause. So that you can say to your board directors, if you have a question that you're looking at trying to activate, would you bring it to the superintendent? Superintendent's the one who's supposed to engage the staff. Now, I know it sounds silly, yes, but it's not. It's really disrespectful to ignore you, jump over you and go to the staff when you're the one we manage. And so if you think that you want something from this staff, that's your person, and that's why you sit next to them. So you can look at it and say, all right, how do you feel about that? Is that a good one? Is that actually not that? So that's just how it has to work. So you tell your staff, don't answer a question, right? Just pause. If they ask you a question and it comes from board member, pause. Wait for it to go through the proper process. Are we all in agreement with this? Which is the board chair and superintendent. And that's fair. That's just good meeting. It's not trying to stifle anybody. It's trying to weigh things and give opportunity to move.
You tell it in the meeting.
In the meeting. I've just seen it too. We did the same thing in our boards. We're type A personality. We have great ideas. That's what we're good at. So we threw these great ideas, and then sometimes the staff was thinking, oh, I wanted to do that all along, so they jump in on it too. Well,
And I would say as assistant superintendents, we communicate as well. However, when we're posed with a question, they haven't went through the superintendent, puts us in a tight spot because that's my boss. I'm going to share with him what I was asked by a board member because that's his employer.
Yeah.
And I have a responsibility ethically to do that as well. So, for us, that the administrative team, it doesn't put us in a bad situation either, which then causes potentially more friction. It's, hey, so I think it's probably, hey, if we get a question from a board member, maybe communicate that, or communicate that with the superintendent.
That goes to the
Please
board
know
chair
that.
and the superintendent. Well, I wouldn't even say we're gonna communicate to them. I would say, this is me, I would say, have you communicated that to the board chair and superintendent? I'm not responding to it. I'm not really listening to it because I can't put that into motion. So that's a statement that would best be served to go through this board chair and superintendent, because that's the point of contact. Just like if community has a concern, they come to the board and they say, I've never liked green, I don't look in green, it washes me out, you need to change your color. You don't go, okay, I'll take it. You don't even give that motion. So you have to be careful.
I'm getting a little confused on this now.
Thank you for asking.
About, I'm hearing do point of contact, whether it be, teacher, administrator, whatever. But then now I'm hearing go through our board president or superintendent. Is that just at a meeting or beforehand?
There's two different things going on.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's where I'm
Yeah,
confused.
no, thank you so much, Rusty. So if a person in the community comes to you as a board director and says, I have a concern. We hear people's concerns. That's what we do. We can listen to that concern from that community member and then point them in the right direction to have it resolved. Why? Because you aren't supposed to spend every minute of your day hearing every person's concerns. You've got to build a structure that can hear concerns and move them through resolution. So we have a point of contact for that. Now that's a community sharing concern to you. If you, as a board director, have an idea, concern, or question, you bring it through this process. Don't go to a district staff person, and don't go to the community and try to create traction for it. Go through here to see if there's an agreement that would be an area that we would want to pursue. Honor the collaborative problem-solving process.
That clarified, yeah. When you have questions for Ryan or Dave or Christy, we still call them about questions about agenda. That's where I was getting confused.
Right.
Like beforehand, if we have
So
questions.
let's say that we have an attachment. The attachment is on hiring some personnel.
Mhm.
Now I have a question about that personnel. I'm contacting you and copying you. That's how I'm doing it. I'm not going over here. Because his responsibility isn't to answer my questions and concerns about the hiring of that personnel. I'm coming to you because that's your responsibility. So I'm not calling him directly on that. Now, if I'm sitting there looking at it and saying, I want to understand, I think that we pay this position this much and that position that much, and that's all it is, maybe that really isn't just a, hey, can you tell me where the funding chart is or something to that? But if you have to be careful, I try to do everything for these two, because you might have a great idea that somebody else needed to know, and now you've seen it, and you sit there and go, you know what? Ashley had that same question, and so now we know that we need to give more time and energy.
So can I follow up on that, please?
Yeah,
I mean, we need to have a conversation about that, because that would be a significant change from the way we operate now. I mean, if someone has a question, a curriculum question, most people they're calling Christy, or if they have personnel, Dave, or they have a finance question, they call Tom, or now Ryan, or whatever. I mean, what he's suggesting is funneling that here.
Yes,
And letting the superintendent farm that question out, and then the response comes back to Tim, and Tim sends it back out to the board member. I mean, that's right.
And the entire board individually.
Yeah, so it might be, and then you also can go, wow, you know what, 3 people were concerned about that. We're putting that in our bi-monthly work session to take a deeper dive on it. When you go to one person yourself, what you're not doing is you're not allowing the board to be the board. The board is a collaborative problem-solving team.
Can you say that part again?
Yes. You don't want to go in with your ideas or putting things into motion without going through the board. You were elected to a board. That means that you're going to hear each and build every. So we've got to hear each. If I don't know your each, you're not creating motion for that. In a sense, to me, I don't feel like you're being fair to me. Yeah, I really don't. So I signed up to be on this board. I'm giving hours of my life to this, and I'm not even getting a stipend, but I'm sorry, but at least I'm watching it. But,
You got lunch.
yeah.
Yeah, we got lunch.
So all I'm gonna do next time is throw some snacks. And you
That's
guys will like
right.
that. But anyway, this is hard. We're just a big commitment, and we're trying to change the trajectory of our community. Don't undermine it by jumping off into this. We're going to do this collectively. And so if I have those ideas and those concerns, we share them so that we can hear. And maybe that changes things because we did, as opposed to creating damage control.
That would extend then to communication with principals or other district personnel, right?
Yeah, no, you know,
Training the board members,
well, it's the board.
you two.
So it's the board building SOPs that you know will create a great leadership team.
That's what it comes back to, I think, is, you know, the Now Initiative sits here in the SOPs, then guide that. And I think if the SOPs are consistent and coherent, that's what the board can refer to in order to determine that, how they would either address a concern, share with the president and myself. I think while that may be a change in what our practice currently is, I think that it would allow board members to feel more confident that they're sharing whatever concern, question, idea, and then it's contributed to the whole board. Rather than.
And given not even, yes, our tongues right out, so I'm stepping on you, I'm being the third child of 7 kids. Not only will it contribute to the board, but it'll help you to be effective. You can't be effective. Effective board knows where they're starting from, where they're going to do, how they're gonna get there, and what they're gonna do once they get there. What we don't know is you just start moving stuff around. Now it's like, our effective board is doing all this damage control. No, oh, by the way, we're really effective because we create a lot of damage to control. No, that's not an effective board. We want to make sure we have a few initiatives that we're moving forward with fidelity, with integrity. And then what we're doing is we're aligning resources. We're actually creating policy for that to actually take teeth and root and become a legacy generational thing. There may be policy divisions that you have to, as a board, agree to do that change the way the structure of the district works. That's policy. That's a big deal.
If the response is to be distributed to all the members, that would imply that it has to be in writing.
I always did everything through email because then it is in writing. And then it's also that can become a public record request, which is fair if the public wants to know, okay, was there support for this decision or was it just Dale's, right? Or was it just one person? Be careful how you do it.
And again, I encourage the board members because it's super easy. You're on the road, John's right, on patrol, and thinks of a question that he's got for Dave on an issue. He's gonna reach out to Tim instead. Now it's like, okay, no, I'm not gonna call Dave, I'm gonna call Tim. By the way, now I'm not gonna call him, I'm gonna put it in an email. I mean, to adhere ourselves to that, I think that I love this in this setting, but when we get out there and we start doing this, it's gonna be like, wow, what a pain, right? I could have made a 70-second call. Now I'm gonna wait until blah, blah, blah.
Why do you guys think I showed you the film on Do Hard Better?
Right.
I'm going
Right.
so what
Stretch.
So what's the recourse for somebody that violates those?
Well, before I get to the recourse, thank you, law enforcement, speaking of So let's say John drives by and he sees some kids on the river. You're calling. You're not going through all this process. You see kids on the river. That's fair. And then you call him and you find out, yeah, we just patched it, we're doing this, blah, 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 okay. But anyway, that's okay. But if it is, I want policy to have fences around the schools that you don't just go in. So I'm saying that goes through this process. Here's the bad news to your question. If somebody doesn't the consequences are you undermine the board, you undermine the confidence of the public in this board. That's what you've done. There's really, the most teeth that you can have with somebody is to censure them. You don't even get to kick them off the board. I mean, you know, we see people behaving very badly purposefully, doing the wrong things to create problems. And unfortunately, we live in a volatile world where sometimes it happens. So that's even more important for us to have SOPs that we adhere to because we believe in that work.
I mean, the only moral authority that you have if someone steps out of the SOPs is to say, you voted for this. You agree, and that's why I'm trying to, right, I think that unanimity is really important here because that's them saying, yeah, I'm gonna be part of this process. I'm not sure I like 100% of it, but I get it, and so I'm gonna be for it.
You're killing it, right?
Can the board put in like a, hey, you violated 3B?
So you have to go to the state legislators for that.
That's right. Public shaming.
For during meetings, public shaming.
That's right.
So these are last resort things, but the goal is to have a cohesive team. Why would we undermine team? And so we build this together, but there are going to be times, and here is the caveat that I like to, because I really want to follow rules, especially when they're to my advantage, but it's hard sometimes because it does take extra effort when you have to rule it right. Well, what we do is to know standard operating procedures. We now have board evaluations. So now have a board evaluation, which is in public. So now we get to say, you know what, I voted on myself in this area. I gave myself a 5 because I'm doing really well, but I gave John a 2 because he doesn't. And then now at least we're letting people know the truth about that person's impact on the team. We'll have some conversation around it. And again, I believe in transparency. We want to be the best team that we can, but if we've got people doing counterproductive stuff, at some point the community's going to feel it. And at least if we can do it in a way that's non-punitive, right? And trying to restore and build, those board evaluations help us to just have the right conversations.
And I may have missed this part. What you're seeing across the districts you work with, board evaluations are occurring yearly basis, bi-monthly?
No, he told you the truth. A lot of boards aren't even have it.
But
so,
I guess what would be the recommendation if that's maybe we're trying to like? What's the most effective?
We're recommending that you do it at least once a year. Possibly if you do superintendent evaluations twice a year, some do, they call them, Jay wants to do it in January and in June. So that if the superintendent's correction in the area, you give them 6 months so that they can say, okay, here's the correction thing, which is fair, right? Because you don't want to just say in June, we're not renewing the contract. That's just so unfair. So if you feel like you're not going to renew their contract, then you have a J1. But we can work with you on those aspects of it, but you want to build them in your standard operating procedures. We will have evaluations. I'm suggesting that you say we will do our board evaluation the month prior to the superintendent evaluation, just so that we're in that place of fairness, what it feels like, effectiveness.
And if I may really quickly, there's no I in team, but I just want everyone to know that I have been going through the superintendent and the president for my questions. And I also read my packet.
And I'm also feeling pretty good about it. So this is it. So now let's talk about, this is the hardest, we haven't gotten the hardest one yet. The hardest one is after board meetings. You guys, this is where we ruin it. We set things up, we're gonna follow these, we're having evaluations, we're actually being effective in public. Then, and Kai, come over here and talk to us about some of our school members who post stuff. So are we seeing this, or are we not seeing board members going and posting things in public that aren't in alignment with what we should be?
Yeah, I mean, it's a typical playbook of undermining the work of the board, right, through social media. I don't think we would be telling anything new, but once again, the question is how do you respond to it, or how do you deal with it is really the question. So part of that, could be addressed through communications SOPs, through communications in terms of SOPs. The reality is in some place where there's a lot of political discord and friction, that's a way to rally the troops either for or against an issue, right? Rally the stakeholders and things of that nature. So
I call it throwing gas on a fire. You can put two things on the fire, water or gas. Social media, you're already pretty much throwing, whatever you're doing, you're exponentially moving that thing, right? So what we suggest that you do is that you have board bullets that have come through, again, the chair and the superintendent are saying, this is how we'd like to communicate on things. You're gonna be the face of most things that need to be communicated. You know why? Because when things go wrong, they want to fire this person, that position. So we're just gonna acknowledge he's the face of the district. Am I getting this right? All right, hey, you got a great face, man, wear it well. You're the face of the district. Yet at the same time, it's not your voice. It's the team voice. So you're the face, but you're one voice. You're not just sharing what they say because you're not a puppet face, you're part of the team. So we have to build collectively what we're gonna say to certain things. Most of the times you will say them. Most of the time your administrative team is gonna build some of the bullet points so that this board can echo that. And so that's still one voice, and it's not minimizing us. We built it, right? So that he could be the face of it, but it was our heart, that's our stuff that, that you're improving, solidifying, and articulating. We now know how to carry that. So after the meetings, we're reinforcing. In the last meeting I was at here, there was a lot of turmoil, rightfully so, I think some of them were posted. So you just can't, that's one instance, this is one instance, there's a bunch of instances, all of us have to think before we post, before you post. And really what you should also do is just ask the superintendent and your team to proactively give us some things to post. So that we should be using our social media to what? Move our initiative forward, but it's the board's initiative. We have an opportunity to do that, and when we do, we're not rubber stamping it. We're putting it in our sphere of influence. We're inviting feedback. If I post it on my website, I can get feedback on mine. What am I going to do? Yeah, it's really hard to hear from you. Thank you for your feedback. Oh, by the way, some of that feedback, you should put that on the community parking lot. But now we're echoing and we're moving it. And then the last thing we're not going to be able to get to today, because the days run away like wild horses over the hills, is that there's an opportunity for us to engage the community in our sphere of influence. And at some point, we want to use that, but the better our bullets, the better our one voice, the more confidently we can engage the community, and the less he'll have to. I believe it's wrong as I'm looking at each person now, so that you can know that I actually mean this, because I see it go wrong all the time. Is that we say, hey, superintendent, our community's not engaged, you're not having enough of that. So we do that all the time. And I'm looking at you and saying, I'm sorry that we do that. I did that for my first few years on the board, and then I would even say things like, because I was a football guy, right? So I mentioned high school football. Hey, superintendent, we had a great game, but you wouldn't know because you weren't there. I would say, I know it. I did it. And hey, I can do shame stuff. And then I realized, wait a minute, I was there. Right? Boy, I can be there. Hey, superintendent, I was at Chamber of Commerce, you weren't. You know what I started realizing? That's a good thing. You know why? Because our superintendent's in charge of the educational instruction of our students. I'm a liaison between the community and the district as to why they can have confidence that you're doing your job, which is, by the way, educating students. A lot of superintendents now are nervous about letting go of the community involvement that they have because they're not confident that we're going to be sharing one voice because it's their face on the line. So we've got to get this right. This isn't a simple thing. This is a very important thing. So this is usually a whole day retreat that we do on community engagement. And it's solidified. So once we have one voice in place, now we and your team are more involved, right? And so your team is really helping create some of the bullet points that this board has asked you to have them create. So that's what happens with community engagement leadership teams. And I just want to acknowledge that because in your SOPs, if you want to get it right afterwards, who are you trying to communicate to? What are you trying to communicate to them? Who's going to be the best person to communicate it? Delegate official.
So can we rewind?
Yeah.
To the social media piece? You work with districts that have standard operating procedures that address the use of social media after a board meeting? And what do those SOPs say about social media?
That things will not be posted that are not in alignment with one voice of the board.
So I'm envisioning putting into a proposal for standard operating procedures, a provision that reads something like that. There not being agreement, unanimity. There not being unanimity. And the response is, you're trying to limit my communication with the community. Which, I mean, setting aside this board, okay, let's just walk away from this board and let's just talk about it hypothetically, is not a bad point to make. I mean, you're setting aside government action, First Amendment, all that stuff, which is a problem, right? But it's a separate issue. Just the notion that, hey, these people, or meaning the board members who voted for the standing operating procedure that says you can't go on social media after the meeting unless you're speaking with one voice, or hey, I'm not going to be limited like that.
So two things.
Doesn't that happen? I think what you find is a serious concern from a number of members who don't want their voice muted or feel that their voice could be muted if they're dissenting voice, which is not always a negative thing, right? I think there's a level of tact, TACT, that goes into how we use social media to express what your position might have been, but without undermining. Hey, I had this position, I voted yes, but the rest of the doggone board is going that way, and I don't think it's the right way, right?
Even if you don't call them doggone.
Yeah, so that would be sort of the undermining piece, but yes, too, I think your macro point, we do get from those, sometimes there are boards that are, 4-1, and that one is usually like, hey, I don't want my voice muted, so we have to address that.
So the given is that there's two givens. One is that we're not trying to limit anybody's voice. We're trying to echo the right voice of the team. Very different. We're not trying to shut a person down. We've heard that person. We've moved in this direction. Friends, I can share some things and go sideways really quick, but there's a lot of politicians who post things to make it go different than the way it really is. A lot of fun in that. And so who has confidence in that now, right? And so playing that was already moving in the wrong direction. One voice isn't limiting people. One voice is acknowledging that we had a process to hurt each person. We're building it for and we're moving every forward to the best that we can. It doesn't mean that we didn't have a dissenting voice. It doesn't mean that it wasn't hard to get there, right? Those things are fair. But as soon as you move to undermining, now you eroded the public's confidence in this board. And by this way, this board represents the district that they're sending their babies to, and they trusted you to educate them and set them up for success. So that's the cost it's going to cost you. Number two, and we saw this last week where we had a beautiful board member doing a lot of great work, stand up and tell the whole group that he's doing all this stuff on the side. They'd asked about social media stuff that he was doing, and he framed it all through greatness. And in a sense, I could sit there, yeah, it was a great thing. And then he qualified it by saying, and don't worry, when I speak to them, I'm not speaking to them as a board member. I'm only speaking to them as a person in this community. And so then at that point, we get to say, time out. You were elected a board member. There's never a time you're not a board member. And as long as you're on the board, you're a board member. And so you can't sit there and pretend, oh, I'm just talking as a mom right now. No, you're talking about a mom who's a board member. We're always a board member. We have to remember this. So the things that we say are charged, whether we believe it or not. It is. You can't say, I'm the mayor, but right now I'm just visiting the school as the dad or the mom. No, you're the mayor and we all know it. And you're in the school and you're seeing stuff, and so that's the reality of it. When you aren't there anymore, then you come, maybe you are just alone with that one, right? So don't belittle your position. Your position is powerful. By the way, normally in every community, the school district's budget is up to 10 times greater than the city's. When you look at their sphere of influence, the amount of employees they have, the amount of budget, you are a powerful entity. And so don't minimize it by saying, oh, it's not that big. Oh, I just put that on social media. No, there's a lot of people's lives here that are tied into that, not to mention the trajectory and the legacy and the generational impact that you're going to have by building a great school. Why do we have to do that? Just so we get our ways that we can prove that we had a dissenting voice. I'm just saying, be careful of it.
Isn't our dissenting voice proven by our vote anyway? Like, literally, if I voted no and everyone else voted yes, it's clear that I didn't agree with them. I don't need, and I'm talking about me and just in the general sense of what you're saying, I don't need to create another monologue to say, just in case you didn't know this, I didn't agree.
If somebody watched the school, right, most, there's a push-pull, right? All of your community is not, that 2 hours going 100% folks watching your school board meetings, I assure you. I promise you that, people, right? But yes, your vote is where you make your public, your voice heard. I mean, the other piece too is, there's different ways, like Marty was speaking to, in terms of how board members engage their community, and so that they have their perspective known, the things that they're working for on behalf of the community, right? And then the same for the superintendent. I don't know if you're the superintendent, if you guys have a community engagement department or a family and community engagement team, right, that are doing different things to engage different stakeholder groups and to engage your community, which is not just parents, right? It's not just parents, it's the churches, it's the businesses, it's CEOs. It's the folks that are doing the ADR for your special ed. And so there are ways that the superintendent and his staff will conduct their business, and then other opportunities that board members get to engage in and interact with the community, and that they can show the community that they're supporting others.
I'm very, 18 years was a long time being on the board. And when I got off, people said, what's it like to be off the board? And I didn't even know how to answer for a long time. And then I finally figured out, because I've had 3 daughters that have grown up and gone off to college. I said, you know what? I put 18 years of my life in that school district. It's like this is my child. I wanted to do that. You don't undermine the work. And you can mess it up really fast. You can have a great reputation. And then all of a sudden, a few wrong things moving and out, everything's going sideways. We're seeing it too often. We're seeing it to where it's counterproductive. And that we're also seeing that there are certain political groups that know that, and they're utilizing it to try to come in and blow up school boards, right? And so this isn't us just talking off the cuff. This is us suggesting that when you know who you are, where you're going, how you're going to act when you get there, that needs to be a place in it. You can put a lot of stuff together. You can also use social media to truly create amazing momentum for the initiative that is now relevant and proposition for your community. Just use it that way. What we're often seeing is this word right here, when people don't adhere to it, it's not because it's a dissenting voice. We want dissenting voice. Edgar's right. And don't just vote no. Say, with all respect, I'm voting no because of these reasons. And then afterwards, you can also even say, and with all respect, I'm not going to disrupt the decision of this board, right? But you don't go out there and say, and oh, by the way, if we could get 3 people off this board, the next time maybe I'll win. That's what you don't get to do, in my opinion, because that you were willing to work with this board, you can't with a collaborative process. If you do that, and you can, because you're human beings who make decisions, then what you've done is you've undermined the superintendent, you've undermined this board so that you could get your way. That's what you've done. Is that what I really want? So I always look at it like this. Is this what I would want in the classroom? So now I'm the teacher. The kids, we're going to be studying this, no, I'm not. Let's take a vote. Do we really want to do a TV? You wouldn't want that in your classroom, or you want to model that in the board. Or afterwards, people, the kids posting all sorts of weird counterproductive stuff about the classroom. So we get to model a path. I think it is a little bit restrictive. I think a lot of what we're talking about takes a little bit extra planning and effort, and that's why we don't call it mediocre boards. We call it great boards. So I want to get the time back to you now to give you an opportunity to share. This is what we're thinking, what we're feeling, and then Dale, if you would ask us if there's anything that you need from us or further things that we can do to clarify stuff. So I give it back to you to ask each one of the board members how they're feeling about the processes. And then at the end, if there's anything specific that you want us to know, we'll want to see what we can do to do that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, I know Norman's mentioned doing like a subcommittee to come up with these SOPs. Is there any way that it could be all of us like in a workshop instead of just a select few? That way we can all have a voice at the table at the same time. Just a thought.
If we do it on a weekend or at night.
Well, and then, yeah, exactly, I know, because I had to take 2 days off work myself, so, and that was just something.
It might be that what you're saying, Ashley, is that I'm going to be on that subcommittee. Not everybody, because everybody else thinks, oh yeah, I want to be there doing this or
I'm
something.
not necessarily saying I want to be, but I just feel like it would be important we're 7 people, we need to work together. And I feel like if we subcommit on this, then there's gonna be,
There's ownership.
yeah, exactly. I feel like this is huge to me. This is gonna be huge, and I feel like we all need to be part of it.
This is, instead of 2 board members, there's 7 that say,
Yes.
we're in line on this.
Yeah.
And that goes back to an integrity issue. If you break those.
Yes.
You agree to the rules.
Integrity violation. No.
That's super loser.
Totally just.
I agree.
I agree with that.
By the way, I forgot to mention this, but our board every year assign the SOPs, and every 2 year we edit them or update them.
Curiosity, can that be something that can be, maybe, is that something that can be handled in an executive session? Right.
Should be. It's not.
Steer clear.
Yeah, I think it's just not a matter of personnel. It's a matter of personnel, legal, property. Just making sure it's the same in the state.
Other questions?
SOPs are great, but we don't have anything, to Dale's question, in the event that a member or all members decide we're no longer doing that, we're just not gonna enter that. Even if I sign it, I'm not, or and I'm saying this because I know of another entity not in Mattoon where people said, I'm not signing, I'm not in agreement with that. It only works if all board members agree and adhere to it. And so, to the question like social media, right? So if I post that I'm upset about whatever, the color of paint on the wall, and Ashley says, well, I like the paint. Now we're creating an environment for board members to discuss board business outside of the board meetings, right? And in this public space where we're just really going back and forth.
Correct.
We're all adults, and it feels like we shouldn't have to govern adults in this way. But it is a necessary thing. how do we best utilize all of this, right? The 2 days, the training, the information, the discussions, the attempts to build rapport. How do we really leverage that and make sure that we are doing all the things that we're gonna spend time creating, right? And then what's the deterring item? Like, what is it that will say, you know what, I really wanna do this social media post. Like, I have it typed up. What's gonna encourage me to delete all of that and say, I feel better now? Or I'm gonna go ahead and go with it. So that's where I feel like we have a huge challenge. Because we've done this, and some of this is in our board protocols, right? If we have a question, we'll go to the superintendent. So for us to have to revisit that, well, and you weren't here, Cheryl, so, but, I mean, we're revisiting that again, right? So what is it going to take for us to not have to revisit these same items again and again, right? Because now we're adding more context to it, but these are things that we've talked about before. I don't know if that was too long-winded to really be a question, but it is. I just want to know how do we get this board to adhere to the things that will help us function better? Or, I mean, I probably have some other suggestions on how we can navigate around it if someone decides they don't want to, but it would be really nice if the board was a collective board of 7. Not saying that we all agree, we don't eat the same things, we don't wear the same clothes, we don't go to the same places, but in terms of doing the business of this board, it would be really nice to have a board of 7.
A cohesive.
Yes.
But there's value in this aside from unanimity, right? I mean, I guess that's what I'm taking from listening to you guys in the conversation, is that there's value in SOPs, even if a member decides from time to time to step outside of this. It doesn't mean that all of this was futile. There's still value in that, because that's how we get to the Now Initiative. That's how we accomplish it. And even if it's 5 or 6 or whatever number you want, members as opposed to 7 utilizing this, that's still value added, tremendous value added. I mean, that's what I'm taking away from what you gentlemen are saying.
Yes. And so in terms of if Erica, and hopefully I don't make it too basic, but accountability, right? There's nothing legally binding, right?
In this state, now we are seeing in some states, North Carolina, others, where if you don't follow certain rules, then the governor can kick you off the board. So we're seeing some states saying this has gone too far, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, there's some different kind of places out there. So, but normally there's nothing legal, right? There are organizational norms, right? And there's standards as high functioning adults that are great, that we hold ourselves accountable to. And it's not always, even on the highest performing teams, you have blips, or you get folks that get outside of the paint or outside of the left and right lateral movements. To Dale's point, I agree. I think, if we're better today and we keep getting better, and the scaffolds, and there's less, I won't even say undermining. Undermining is sort of a word sometimes that's sort of a high impact thing, but a lot of times things aren't that just high impact, right? They're a little bit more nuanced, they're a little bit more, they talk to this stakeholder group, or they did that. What we're talking about is really putting some left and right lateral limits so that we do know what these structures are to help us be better and help us operate. Not just for the other people on the team, but for ourselves, right? And so I agree with what Dale said, yes, right? And you're in a different sort of a board than a legislature, right? Where there's these other types of penalties where they kick people out and stuff like that. So hold on to those. I personally, I mean, there's different ways to do this, so there's no one right or wrong. I personally like the group concept of building them in a group, like just a one or two, because I like, what John said, everybody gets that buy-in. So that's what I personally would suggest. And then hold yourselves accountable to them, sign it. You do that for your students. You give them a contract. This is how I'm gonna, first day of math class, this is how I'm gonna behave in the math class, and sign it. And then what happens when Johnny breaks the rules? When Johnny, you sign it. Right? So that's my piece on that. I recommend, I don't recommend that SOPs are, like a government contract, every little doggone thing, because that wouldn't be good.
Sorry. No, I do want to acknowledge, just so that you are aware, for the most part, in most states right now, SOPs are a collaboratively respected organic structure. We just finished with a school district where the county exec said, you are, as a board, not be competent. We take away your right to hire a superintendent, and we will hire a superintendent and give it to you.
Yeah.
So it's not the same as it's always been. There's no going back to a normal that no longer exists. Things are getting flammable and volatile out there. Build structures, create confidence in your community that you know how to do what's in the best interest of babies that are going and being educated by this district. So I can give you another one. North Carolina, they've done it. The governor now can remove somebody off the board. Somebody can make a bill. They're a bad board member, and they will look at what did they do. So they're looking for evidences of it. What do you mean not limited? You can, when you got on the board, you agreed to be on a board, on a team. And so you don't just get to do anything and everything you want. Right now, maybe it doesn't seem that, but you shouldn't have to have it as a punitive thing to hold you accountable anyway. We should do it if you have the I word that you started with, integrity.
And that's happened in Illinois too.
Yeah, in Chicago, so you look at
And in the Metro East as well.
Yeah.
Where school boards have been stripped of their authority by the state, absolutely.
You can't legislate bad behavior of sort of these individual board members. Just my opinion, it's a futile thing, right? If a legislature or state or some entity wants to, what word am I looking for? I guess there's a different word I'm looking for. Put someone in place and sort of strip that board of their authority, then that could be done too. And we see it in a lot of places too. We're training, so LA County School Trustees Association has 88 different school districts within it. So we did a leadership training program for that whole consortium of schools. And there are a number of districts in there where their teams, their board members say, hey, we're just in here to learn about this. So when we're ready to make decisions, because right now they have someone in there and the board is not a part of any of those decisions. So they're just trying to get ready. You ask them, well, how long, it's called receivership. How long has that district been in receivership? Almost 15 years. Almost 15 years, right? So they're really trying to work their way to get back to some decision-making authority. So it happens. I think what we're seeing in some of these districts and where folks are being stripped and board members taken off. I live in Temecula Valley. They're in the news. And so notwithstanding right or wrong and putting into judgment, but you see the state, looking more into the district, right?
So standard operating procedures have everything to do with a cohesive team. Do it jointly because it's right and that you have buy-in. And when somebody from the community is saying, why do you do it that way? Why is it from each and every? That's at the heart of what we do. That's why we have SOPs, right? And so it helps the community. That just helps you guys to be cohesive. It helps the community understand, hey, there's processes in place that that result in having the best effort, because effort is really hard. So do it for that reason.
Christy, what were you going to say? I was going to add to, if there aren't punitive measures, if our now initiative is clear and compelling enough and all 7 board members can share that vision, that's the consequence, right? Like, what was the impact of your choice not to follow SOP? What was the impact on our now initiative? Or if you choose to make this post, thinking through the lens of like, I really want to say this, but I care so much about what we agreed to, and I can recognize that, wow, I'm still mad, or I don't really agree, that might do more harm toward the fill in the blank things we talked about this morning. And so echoing that and talking about that often and consistently, I think might help us self-regulate whenever maybe we feel this urge to do whatever.
And you can still send that same email or posting as an email to the board chair and superintendent to see, right? So now it's found a place. It's not, we're saying you can't talk.
Right.
We're saying we're trying to build one voice. So here's my concerns after this meeting. Send it here before you send it out there. That's what we're saying. That's part of the SOPs. Just that we're not limiting what you can say. We're trying to become more effective in what we say. And that's hard. You guys want to watch the hard video again?
Yeah, I want to see that again. That was good.
Can you say that last statement again, Marty? It's not limiting what you say, but it's
It's
what?
increasing the effectiveness of the one voice.
Okay.
And Chrissy said it very well, because you have a now initiative. Remember, a now initiative is edgy, it's change, it's a challenge for people. We already are looking for a reason not to do it. We still have people show up at some board meetings saying, well, you need to go back to the 3 Rs. And I still like scratch my head, like arithmetic, A, writing, W. Anyway, because change is so hard for us, right? And so now here we are asking them to do something edgy, to do a change which requires trust, and now we're inadvertently or purposely eroding the component's trust. Yes, when we do something hard, get together, do it collectively. That's what I'm trying to say. But a lot of times we do all this stuff because we don't have a now initiative. So we just share what we think. Your now initiatives, so our 2 takeaways originally were going to be to give you the words of some of the things that you shared around a now initiative. You get to formulate that, which should be equally exciting, if not more exciting than doing the SOPs. But however you guys want to do it, our recommendation to you is going to be that you have 2 things that are on your radar screen, a now initiative and SOPs, and will be available to bring value how we can. That's our side.
Is that it?
On our side, that's it. Yeah.
I'd like to add, the other piece that I heard the board talk about, in addition to the now initiative and the SOPs, was some consideration around board self-evaluation.
What's that look like?
Do what? How are we doing on time? Wonderful. We have 12 minutes. You want to look at one real quick?
I would like to see one of them, but, yeah.
I see.
While you're pulling that up, what is the timeline look like for like the first time that a board could an evaluation?
I've never seen a board implement an evaluation that didn't have SOPs. So it would be after you have SOPs.
But anytime after that, we could, okay.
And if we agree with Kai that evaluations are continuous improvement, what do you call it, continuous improvement? Give it up. You say something other than that. Get some of your military terms, but anyway, CIs or something. But if we agree with that, why would we not have ongoing evaluations opportunity to improve?
Continued improvement.
That was it.
CIPs, continuing improvement processes. That's how we should see it.
SOPs, CIPs,
VIPs.
ABCD, EFGs.
While Marty's doing that, some of you probably seen this, particularly John, and when you go to officer candidate school or what have you, they do evals in there. You don't, so first of all, they're gonna put you in a leadership position, it's guaranteed you're gonna get fired. Nothing that you can do is ever good enough or fast enough or what have you. And so they'll fire you, and then at the end of the week, they'll do peer evaluations. How did everybody do? But what they end up being is spear evaluations. We can call them spear evals. I want to make myself look great, and the only way I can make myself look great is everyone else didn't do so well. And it's not until the end of officer candidate school or what have you, you learn that if you're the candidate or prospective officer that always say, you suck, you're the one that's not going to do well at the end because you have bad leadership, right? And so once again, those evals were not really meant to be punitive. They were meant to, one, help us evaluate our own self-leadership, but to look at everyone else.
Boy, this is real readable. Sorry, guys. But I put all 10, so again, because of the background I have in doing surveys and creating projections, we try to do things in 10 questions. We try to have them open-ended and conversational, so that it's not just a check the box, but these are the questions that tie to our administrative abilities, financial acumen. Are we doing the 3 things that board members are supposed to do, right? Which is understand how to allocate resources, creating policy, and then supervising superintendent. So those are in here as well. But more importantly, shows respect for the staff and sees the superintendent as the CEO of the district. That's one of the evaluations. We say it just like that. When you look for it, you look for evidence. Is it really happening? Yes or no? Is this happening or is that happening? And I know that most superintendents never want to be called a CEO because they love kids and they're not seeing it like that. But you are the administrative leader of this district. Whether we all see you as a CEO. Thank you that you're not that kind of person. And you're so personable. But ultimately, we are evaluating you on how well you manage this district. And so your staff needs to see you as a CEO, whether we do or not. Oh, by the way, we can help them do that. Right? And by the way, we show respect in the meeting. By the way, we respect your position. And we just don't throw things at you or look over you and talk to other people or let your staff get engaged outside of us. That's why I'm sharing this stuff. So these are the things. So then we look at it and say, we're careful to do these. And this is a very basic one, and I purposely don't spell it out any more than that because this is a template. If you want to spell it out more, spell it out more. But this is the basics for these things. Shows clear understanding of the need for equity and appreciation for diversity. Sometimes we look at it and we're convinced that we're doing each and every because it's each be good for us. No. You got to be able to see outside your own each. You really do. And so how we come to that place where we understand what the needs of other people as well, and are we really building it forever? So these are just some of the things that we're always looking at.
So is the board each member of the board is evaluating the board as a whole, or is each member of the board evaluating individual board members?
Year 1, I evaluate myself and the board as a whole. Year 2, this is what we're suggesting. I evaluate myself. So I'll show you. I can show you some more. But we have a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet that we utilize so that we can go ahead and consolidate things and break it down. So then year 2, I'm evaluating myself. There'll be a name. I'll say Marty, Dale, whatever. So now I'm evaluating them. I also have a box to give evidences and reasons for that, each one. So, and then year 3. I'm evaluating Marty. I'm also evaluating the team as a whole, the individual members. And then I'm also asking the staff of the cabinet or the council, whatever we would call the district assistant superintendents, director reports, whatever level, to do an anonymous evaluation, the same, to where they're evaluating each person on the board. So they're saying, this person, this is what I'm seeing, this person, that's what I'm seeing. And it's anonymous. You have to be careful. That's why you do that director levels to do, because if you only have 3 people, we're always going to, I think this is, Ralph, no, this is George. But if you have 7 people, at that point, you really don't know who's saying what. But it's helpful. Still, it's non-punitive. It's a growth opportunity. So it's a 3-year process. We got a 360. So that's helpful. Thank you.
What was year 2? You evaluated one other person? Is that what you said?
No, yes, year 1, I'm evaluating
yourself
myself and the whole team. This is how I think our team's doing. Year 2, I'm evaluating myself, Cheryl, and I'm also evaluating Erica by name
Dale by name, Ashley by name, John and I. And remember, when we look at these, because this isn't a matter of personnel, so this now usually happens at a work session. Now it's public and we get to talk about it. That's the key. And so now I get to say, wait a minute, just because I did something, nobody ever gets to say anything. Actually, we're going to be talking about it annually and that's it.
Okay, to be clear, then if we were to do that and the evaluations are collected and gone through, or is Ashley reading her evaluation saying,
We do it on.
okay, I think I'm a great board member, but Dale sucks? There's
a spreadsheet, it has all the information, it's consolidated, it goes out to each board member, and now it becomes a document of.
Okay, so everyone's got everything.
Yes,
And we don't know.
But do I know what score Ashley gave me?
not in.
So you're averaging them or you're giving the whole scores, but you're not putting a name on the number.
You guys could set that, that, you could do some stuff like that, but remember. once that
No.
document's-
Yeah. I don't think
You
tell me
did.
that I suck. No. Okay.
You have those options though. But the power of it, and John, I really appreciate what you said, because he wasn't looking at it in terms of, how do we hold people accountable? It's how do you make this meaningful? I heard you say that. And it's got to be meaningful. You're doing the most meaningful work in your community just about. I'm not sure, what it be. You're doing some of the most meaningful work and you get paid for it.
Be respectful of everyone's time. Does anyone else have any questions for these gentlemen?
My last question. I know that you recommend doing this on an annual basis in terms of progression of how it's done. Is there anything that prevents a board from having more accelerated transition? So is one year's your recommendation, but if the board wants to do it like 6 months, right? Like, is there anything against that, or?
Well, we've seen some boards do it and it's gone well. It's interesting. Yeah, you don't have to wait on it. If you see it as a continuing improvement process, it's effective.
Thank you. Thank you. I honestly had no idea what to expect when I came in here yesterday. And I have been thrilled with the opportunity to listen to you, the engagement and the conversation that the board has been able to have, even where the temperature was high. Those things have value too. So thank you for your time.
You guys have a great board chair. Just in the few times I've talked to him, I'm very much impressed. You have a great board chair and great superintendent, but I've definitely seen some movement.
And I think Kai's the nicest person this side of Mississippi River. Friends, anything else? I'll give you back, you can close the meeting at will.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
Callie, you still with us? I'm sorry.
Larson. Overton.
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
Hedges.
Yes.
Kepley. Armstrong.
Yes.
And Ryder.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, we appreciate it. And we'll send these documents to you. You can send them out. Perfect. And we will have a recommendation in there too. We'll give you the words, and then we'll give you some template for the board evaluations and heard that, as well as the SOP. We are-
Yes.
Thank you.